Gray Fur, I don't think Grinch can handle the negotiation. I believe you should have led the negotiation. Sniper commented. It doesn't matter as long as he draws the attention of the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist for enough time. He and his team have done their part. Gray Fur did not seem to care how the negotiations between Grinch and the Southern Emperor went. Taking the city hostage and demanding an exchange was an elaborate distraction to separate the target from the big players like the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist. The plan has always been to assassinate the target. Now that target is separated from the impenetrable shields, Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist, it was their chance to do what they were here to do in the first place. Newbie, you sure this is the maximum you can stretch this space? I don't like how my front is rubbing against your behind. Sniper complained, trying to adjust his position in the narrow space of Flower Thief's origin card Ocean Mask. Look who is complaining. I am the one who has to deal with the wood in your pants rubbing on my butt. I should be the one complaining. Flower Thief yelled in anger and frustration. Will you two shut up? Take one for the team. Sniper, don't you dare turn this side. I will cut that thing. Gray Fur tried to calm Flower Thief, but when he saw Sniper adjust his position towards him, he yelled, warning Sniper of the consequences of his decision. Okay, calm down, blame the newbie. I think he is doing it on purpose. Feeling Gray Fur's erupting anger, Sniper blamed it all on Flower Thief. The space inside the Ocean Mask is meant for one person. It's already a miracle that 5 of us could fit in it. You guys have turned my previous Ocean Mask into a clown car. Hearing Sniper blame him, Flower Thief explained his origin card and agonized over his Ocean Mask being misused. Whatever, endure it for now. Once we complete this mission, I will buy you all 1 round in Heaven on 4 legs. Gray Fur tried to motivate his team about the present situation by promising to pay for them in Heaven on 4 legs. Team leader, you are the best. Wait, just our team or the other teams too? Sniper celebrated hearing Gray Fur. He was so enthused by Gray Fur's promise he addressed him as team leader. Obviously, just our team. Gray Fur scoffed at Sniper's question. Newbie, you're in for a treat. The Heaven on 4 legs has high-end products. Last month, I heard a Card Emperor Realm product was put on shelves. A Card Emperor? Fuck, can you believe it? If she is still there, I will order her this time. Sniper finally acted like a good senior to Flower Thief and introduced Heaven on 4 legs as a high-end brothel where one can expect to find Card Emperor Realm products. I don't know why you are kicking up so much fuss over it. Haven't you tasted a Card Emperor before? Fuck. Sniper, you son of a... Stop your fantasies. Your wood is poking me. Flower Thief was not as excited about the brothel as Sniper after all. He wasn't named Flower Thief just for show. Oops, my bad. If you want to blame anybody, blame the team leader. Sniper finally woke up from his fantasy and blamed Gray Fur for the mishap. Shut up, you two dunderheads. If your shenanigans cost us this mission, be warned I will claim your manhood. Annoyed, Gray Fur warned Sniper and Flower Thief. Feeling his manhood on the line, Sniper finally behaved. Leader, remind me again why Sniper is here with us and not out there? Isn't he a sniper? Flower Thief could not help but ask. Though he has only spent limited time with Gray Fur, Norman knew Gray Fur was very devious and would not do anything without a plan. But bringing a sniper to close combat did not sound so devious. Did I not tell you already? While the 4 of us stall the other 3 Card Emperors protecting the boy, you assassinate him, collect us in your origin card Ocean Mask, and immediately take us to the rendezvous point. Simple, right? Even before the Southern Emperor realizes what happened, we will have killed the boy and escaped. Gray Fur repeated the plan to the team once more upon Flower Thief's request. Boss, aren't you underestimating the 3 Card Emperors guarding the boy? 2 of them are titled Card Emperors, and the last one is an academician at one of the top 10 universities. Flower Thief did not think the plan was as simple as Gray Fur claimed it to be, and he believes that if anything out of the ordinary happens, Gray Fur will not hesitate to use the other 3 as decoys. As for himself, he was not worried because, with his origin card, he could escape in a blink of an eye. I know. That is why I brought Sniper with us, even though his close combat is weak. 4 of us can suppress the 3 with our numbers enough to buy you time to assassinate the boy. Gray Fur assured that he had everything under control. Flower Thief did not buy into Gray Fur's words. He also noticed that the other two card emperors in his team were wary of Greyfur's plan. It became clear to them that except for Sniper, nobody believed that Greyfur's main objective was what he narrated to them, but they were too afraid to voice their concerns. Flower Thief no longer concerned himself with Greyfur's plan because if the plan went south, he would use his origin card to skedaddle from the scene. "Boss, something is wrong. I cannot contact the other teams," reported one of the Greyfur's team members in panic. "WTF? He is right. I cannot contact other teams either. What is happening? How is this possible?" Flower Thief exclaimed after trying to contact the other 5 teams. "Don't panic. Everything is going according to my calculations. Flower Thief, the mission commences now. Take us to the VIP box number 1 at the fastest speed." Ordering Flower Thief, Greyfur hurriedly messaged Madam Web, requesting immediate termination of Grinch. He is compromised, seeing Grinch captured and being questioned by the reigning alchemist. Seeing the Southern Emperor enter her field card with 24 of his colleagues, and the reigning alchemist busy with Grinch, Greyfur decided to commence their part of the mission. Greyfur had gathered information on all the cards and rules of the Southern Emperor and reigning alchemist while he waited for other teams to arrive. And when he witnessed the sudden nonstop rain covering the Sky Blossom City, he knew the reigning alchemist had almost activated his positioning array to sniff them out. Despite knowing this, Greyfur did not warn his colleagues about the rain because he wanted to lower the enemy's guard by letting them think that their plan was working. Yes, he used his colleagues as decoys, so that enemy would focus on these 25 card emperors while leaving his team alone to execute the preliminary and original plan to assassinate Dalton Wyatt. Taking the city hostage, the negotiations, the other 25 card emperors all served as a distraction. At the same time, Greyfur and his team executed the original plan of assassinating the target using Flower's origin card. Grey did not think twice before sacrificing the 25 card emperors because as long as he achieved the objective, Madam Web would not only forgive him but reward him handsomely. The only thing out of Greyfur's calculation was the range of the Southern Emperor's unusual field card. According to the information he got, the scope of the field card was somewhere near 500 meters. But contrary to the information he got, the range of the Southern Emperor's field card covered the entire city. This did not matter because the longer the Southern Emperor was gone, the better for them. It's a pity that the other 5 teams will be sacrificed instead of just the 3rd team. "Boss, we have reached the VIP box number 1 and have located the target. What now?" Having arrived at the destination, Flower Thief asked for further instructions. "Let us out. We will engage the 3 hostile card emperors. If you see an opening, take it and assassinate the boy. Then continue as planned." Greyfur ordered Flower Thief as he prepared to ambush the unsuspecting enemy. Boom! Just when the Flower Thief was about to let his teammates out of the ocean mask, a massive explosion occurred in the VIP box. "Wyatt, do not worry. I have modified the array of the VIP box so it can withstand the blow of a card emperor. Now, will you please give me a little space?" Seeing me stick close to her, Luna assured me in annoyance. "Good, that's assuring," I said sarcastically and did not leave Luna's side. "Fuck, what is a lousy array going to do against the attack of 25 card emperors? Come to think of it, what is Luna going to do against 25 card emperors?" Sigh. Luna let out a sigh in frustration. She did not understand what her cousin saw in this cowardly boy for her to be captivated by him. Hearing Luna's sigh, I knew I could not trust them with my life. Especially the 2 unknown card emperors. They could feel very suspicious vibes from them. My gut told me that they were not to be trusted and more incapable than Luna. Realizing that I had to guard my own life, while I scanned the VIP box with my soul pupils regularly, I thought hard, trying to come up with a solution for my current predicament. After a good minute, an idea came to my mind, but thanks to the presence of Luna and the other 2 card emperors, I could not act upon it because it involved me using my Calamity Soul Gem. While I was contemplating whether to risk revealing my Calamity Soul Gem to secure my life, during my regular scan of the VIP box using my soul pupils, I saw a floating mask made up of water entering the VIP box. Seeing the water mask, all my alarms screamed Bloody Mary in my mind. Summon Cloud Lord. Summon Purple Thunder. Skill Detonate. Without hesitation, I summoned my ego elementals and then blasted them. My opponents were card emperors, except for hoping that the energy from exploding 2 broken rune ego elementals would damage them. I had no other moves in my arsenal. Fuck. Wyatt. Have you gone crazy? Luna yelled in shock, seeing me detonate 2 broken runes in the middle of the room without warning. Enemy attack. The floating water mask had high stealth. If not for my soul pupils, I would not have noticed it. It's no surprise that Luna, or her modified array, did not detect the floating water mask. Alerting Luna and the other 2 card emperors about the enemy, I summoned my other ego elementals. Where? I do not see any. The younger card emperor yelled. Unable to find the enemy, I alerted them about. Idiot, they are using high-end stealth. In the spar of the moment, I forgot the opposite party was a card emperor and called him idiot. Thankfully, before the younger card emperor could react to my words, the enemy launched their attack. Kill them all. Out of nowhere, 4 card emperors appeared in the VIP box, and they seemed to focus on attacking everyone in the room except me. This puzzled me, but soon, I was enlightened when I saw the floating water mask head towards me at incredible speed. Before I could react, the water mask appeared right next to me, and a figure dashed out of it, aiming for my head. Boom. Wyatt. Card name, Ocean Mask. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. Ocean Mask is a dimensional creature with the ability to walk between the gap of dimensions. Additional effect, Empty Walk, Abdomen Space Storage, Empty Watch, Empty Trial. Caution. Ocean Mask leaves a trail in the original dimensions it belongs to so that it doesn't get lost in the vast gap between different dimensions. Empty Walker. The gap between the dimensions is called empty space. And the creature with the ability to enter, walk, and exit is called Empty Walker. Abdomen Space Storage. The Ocean Mask's abdomen region has a habitable space where it can trap and store its prey to feed on later when it is on an empty walk. Empty Watch. The ability to watch into the dimensions from the empty space is called Empty Watch. Empty Trail. The Ocean Mask leaves a trail of its fluids wherever it passes through. This trail of fluids is only visible to creatures with the ability to empty watch and other higher visions. Boom. A figure emerged out of thin air next to Wyatt, bypassing his 3 ego elementals. It blew Wyatt in smithereens of meat and blood. With the explosion of Wyatt's body, the 3 ego elementals dispersed. Wyatt, soon. The room filled with the desperate shout of Luna and the other 2 unknown card emperors. Though it was too late, Luna called her grandfather for help. Whoosh, having assassinated his target, Flower Thief did not wait around for the fan service from the 2 titled card emperors and the renowned academician. He hurriedly escaped into the abdomen space storage of his Ocean Mask. It was as if he was never even here. Following the plan after escaping into the abdomen space storage of this origin card, Flower Thief picked up his team members one by one. Hurry, catch them. Seeing the hostile card emperors vanish one after another, the Axe Emperor yelled in anger. But it was too late. No matter what kind of crowd control skills were used, the target hostile card emperors still somehow managed to escape without little inference. Good job, Flower Thief. No least head to the rendezvous point. Sniper commended Flower Thief for an assassination well done. No, stay. Let's watch to see if we didn't miss anything. Unlike Sniper, who celebrated early gray fur, he felt that the job was too easy and decided to wait and watch. Silence filled the VIP box as the enemy vanished in the thin. Luna, Axe Emperor, and Fire Fist Emperor were left helpless. The target of their protection was murdered, and the enemy escaped without a trace. Having failed the only task assigned to and unable to apprehend the culprits, all 3 of them felt incompetent. Where am I? What happened? Where's Wyatt? Did I kill? The silence in the VIP box broke as the unconscious Courtney laying on Clown Mask's lap awakened and desperately inquired about Wyatt. No, Wyatt. He exploded. Clown Mask could not believe what had just happened. Even though she witnessed with her eyes, she still could not bring herself to think that the holder of omnipotent power, which could turn any illiterate peasant into a protagonist, died just like that. How will the timeline continue now? Wasn't he the protagonist of the new timeline? Just when the Clown Mask was second-guessing Wyatt as the protagonist of the new timeline, A sudden thought came to the clown mask's mind. As then, she hurriedly searched for Wyatt's grimoire, thinking, so what if I was not the world's best mom? With this, I can give my daughter the ability to decide her destiny. Swoosh. Luna, are you okay? Lorenzo, getting the distress signal from his granddaughter, hurriedly returned to the VIP box only to be greeted by a bloodied scene. Seeing the blood and gore spread across the room, Lorenzo hurriedly checked to see if his granddaughter was safe. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Wyatt is dead. Yelling at her grandfather for being himself, Luna pointed out the source of her distress. What? How is that possible? My positioning rain array did not notice anybody entering or leaving the room. Lorenzo was confused because with his positioning rain array covering the entire city, he should have noticed hostile card emperors in hiding launching an attack. They were using some type of high-end stealth and phasing card. Seeing how the enemy could enter and leave her array without being noticed, Luna came to the conclusion that the enemies were using a strong stealth and phasing skill card. And Lorenzo could not detect the enemy attack because of the cloaking effect she added to the array to hide all the presents in the VIP box. Then why aren't you guys after the enemy? Don't tell me you let them escape too. Hearing Lorenzo's words, Luna, Axe Emperor, and Fire Fist Emperor bowed their heads in shame. Fuck. This isn't good. This is very bad. You have to escape now. Quickly before she comes out of her field card, Lorenzo cursed and urged his granddaughter to escape before Anna knew of Wyatt's death. Okay, let's go. Knowing her cousin, Luna agreed with her grandfather without hesitation and prepared to leave. Wait, Senior, are you going to leave just like that? What about us? Fire First was dumbfounded with the reigning alchemist's reaction to his grandnephew's death. You guys, rest in peace, and remember not to cross paths with a crazy BTCH named Anna in your next life. Fire First Emperor and Axe Emperor's expression turned grim seeing Lorenzo was being serious. Where are you going? Luna asked the two titled card emperors, seeing them leave along with her and her grandfather. We're going out to get some fresh air, answered the Axe Emperor. He did not want to be anywhere near the Southern Emperor when she learns of his nephew's death. No, you can't. If you leave now, who will inform Anna about Wyatt's death? Exclaimed Luna. Those two will. Axe Emperor pointed at Clown Mask and Mourning Courtney. Okay, let's leave. Double-checking that the job was accomplished, Grayfer ordered Flower Thief to leave. Seeing the Water Mask leave, I sighed in relief, and decided to wait for another few minutes before I made my entrance. I could not trust the card emperors around me to protect me if the enemies determined to stop by for another unexpected visit, especially not after I saw them trying to escape, even without caring to avenge or mourn me. These people were still bickering about who will stay behind and inform Anna about my death. Honestly, a part of me wanted to hide until after Anna rips these fuckers to pieces for their incompetence. And I was planning to do so, but I couldn't because the Clown Mask was about to pick up my bloodied golden grimoire. What the fuck is she trying to do? Remembering the Clown Mask was the one who hid the false relic soul pupils in my grimoire. It was apparent what she was after. This itch cursing the Clown Mask in my mind. I had no choice but to restructure my body immediately. Whoosh! With my command, the blood scattered in the room gathered, forming a giant cocoon covering my grimoire in the center, shocking the Clown Mask, who was stealthily reaching for my grimoire. The blood that forged the cocoon mainly was from the Ego Elemental Blood Swordsman and a little bit from my Avatar C1. Yes, the Card Emperor did not kill me, but my Avatar C1. When my clone exploded, I had the Blood Swordsman dissolve and mix with the remains of my Avatar. At the same time, I summoned the other two ego elements. I successfully orchestrated my death, but it cost me 2 broken runes, Cloud Lord and Purple Thunder. I knew the only way this battle would end with my death or by eliminating all the hostile card emperors. And the chances of me dying were higher than eliminating all the hostile card emperors, so I decided to fool the hostile forces by orchestrating my death. What the fuck? Axe Emperor exclaimed, looking at the blood cocoon that formed by gathering the scattered blood. Hey, it's me, Wyatt. Do not do anything stupid. Feeling a killing intent from all the people in the room, I mentally conveyed that I was still alive and not to attack the blood cocoon. How are you still alive? Asked Luna while scanning the blood cocoon. It's a long story, but no thanks to you people. Having lost all the respect for these card emperors, I did not care to be polite to these people. Anyway, you seem to be handier than I thought. To survive a card emperor's assassination at your realm is no ordinary feat. Color me impressed. Luna expressed. Orchestrating my death was a mind-numbing process in itself. I had to make sure nobody noticed that I replaced my original self with an avatar. Achieving that with a room full of card emperors and under the scrutiny of the water mask was no way an easy job. But like all great charlatans, all I needed was a good distraction enough to drive everyone's attention to it, giving me an opportunity to switch my authentic self with my avatar. Exploding the Cloud Lord and Thunder Grappler broken rune ego elementals was an excellent distraction. Exploding the broken rune meant I would be destroying both of the runes. So the perfect turn for the sacrifice of the two broken runes would be self-destruction. Distribution of the broken runes was necessary because any other ordinary explosion would not have been enough to do the trick. My audience, whom I am trying to trick, is not an average crowd. It is filled with card emperors who were on watch for any suspicious activity. A slight mistake, the plan would fail, and I would lose my life. Out of all the ego elementals I had, I chose to sacrifice Cloud Lord and Thunder Grappler because of other destructive power behind the lightning and thunder rule. The noisier the explosion, the more attention-grabbing the distraction. This distraction was the foundation my plan was supposed to build on. Without a solid foundation, my plan would crumble by a passing wind. The self-destruction of Cloud Lord and Thunder Grappler's broken rune lead to the blinding light of the lightning, roars of the thunder, and the dark clouds filling the room. They served as the perfect distraction I was planning on. With the attention of Luna, the other two card emperors, and the hostile water mask on the unexpected explosion, I replaced my original body with the avatar C1 within under 1 second. Switching my body with a Calamity Daughter Gem avatar was another challenge. Self-destruction of Cloud Lord and Thunder Grappler's broken rune had given me a perfect distraction. That doesn't mean that I can be too reckless and blatant with my actions. It had to be done discreetly. There were too many powerful souls present in this room, and any abrupt actions would not go unnoticed. For the second part of the plan, instead of switching my body with a clone, I decided to change my Calamity Soul Gem with a Calamity Daughter Gem. Peplating the whole body was too big of a change, and there is no way I could get away with it in the presence of not 1 or 2, but 4 or more card emperors. Yes, I would be losing my body, but I could build a new one with the restructuring skill of my Calamity Soul Gem. It's not like I am attached to this body or anything. My soul was possessing young Wyatt's body, which got restructured in the Whitebin Manor's card room. So destroying the body did not affect me much. With enough soul jades, I can build a better one according to my preference. Switching my Calamity Soul Gem with Calamity Daughter Gem was not as easy as I said. Imagine a driver switching places with the passenger while the car is speeding at 110 kilometers per hour. There are bound to be some discrepancies during the switch. Similarly, when I switch the two gems within my body for a second, my body will shut down. The distraction was for this second. As planned during the self-destruction of the two broken runes, I switched my Calamity Soul Gem with Calamity Daughter Gem of Avatar C1, turning my original body into the Avatar Body C1. In contrast, my Calamity Soul Gem was safe and sound in my grimoire. Now that my original self was out of harm's way, I summoned the other ego elementals to protect my Avatar C1. I thought Luna and the other two unknown card emperors would put up a decent fight with intruders. To my surprise, they did not even notice the enemy water mask even after I alerted them of the enemy attack. This reaction from the trio poured cold water on the little hopes of not giving Avatar C1 killed. The enemy came prepared, and we thought they had a special card that seemed to be an expert in stealth, phasing, storage, and transport. Fuck, with this kind of card, one can do all types of perverted SHD and get away with it. The water mask spit out 4 card emperors who caught Luna and the 2 unknown card emperors with surprise. Thanks to my advance alert, they were able to hold their ground. Still, while the hostile card emperors stalled this 3 incompetent trio, the water mask sped its way towards me, and it spat out another card emperor who, with a single gesture, blew Avatar C1's body to pieces and was soon swallowed by the water mask along with the other 4 hostile card emperors in that order. Simultaneously with the explosion of my avatar's body, I canceled the summon of the other 3 ego elementals and had the blood swordsman dissolve and scatter across the room with the blood from the avatar's body. There is a method called blood revival mentioned in Emperor Claude's memory. I was planning to use that method to disguise the restructuring of my new body. After my fake death, the hostile card emperors did not escape in their water masks. Instead, they waited to double-check if their task was complete. I admired the diligence of my assassins. While I hated the guts of my guards, these fuckers did not even bother to look for the escaping enemy. Instead, they were fighting among themselves to escape Anna's wrath. Forget revenge, they did not even bother to pretend to be sad or mourn my death. And to top that off, the clown mask tried to steal my grimoire to get her hands on the false relic, forcing me to revive myself faster than I planned. Thankfully, the enemy had left. Otherwise, my plan would fall apart at the last second. From this experience, I understood the meaning of the advice to be careful of whom you surround yourself with. 24 hostile against 1 ally detected. Fairness clause activated. As the party in disadvantage, the ally is allowed to gain a buff or give all the hostile a debuff. Please choose. What? This is unfair. Why does she get buff while we get a debuff? Hearing the announcement, one of the hostile card emperors yelled in protest. Would the hostile like to lodge an official protest? Is that speaking to me? Yes, I would like to lodge an official protest. The card emperor was surprised as he did not expect the voice to respond to him, but soon responded. Protest under consideration. Hostiles, please vote to choose one method of the following. Group challenge. Ally can choose between gaining buff and giving all the hostile a debuff. Single challenge. Hostiles cannot gang up on ally, and while each hostile will fight the ally in a personal challenge. What is going on? Hey you, yes you. You seem to know about this arena. Do you know what this is? One of the hostile card emperors asked the card emperor, who explained to others about the damned arena. I don't know. There was not a single mention of this in the Southern Emperor's card files. The card emperor was confused as he did not read in his files that the damned arena had an overseer. Don't beat yourself up over this. This is news to me too. I did not know my field card could do this. Maybe this is one of the effects of the skill combo. Anyway, I do not need to debuff you guys or buff myself to kill you people. And single fights are no fun. So forget about it and enjoy ourselves. Anna also did not know where the voice originated from and believed it was a part of the skill combo. For her, the buff or the debuff or the fairness provided by the damned arena only seemed to be getting into the way of her having fun. Please vote before 9. 8. Listen up everyone. Option 2 is the best shot we have of beating her. Even if we cannot beat her in a personal fight, we can wear her down. Voting closed. Option point 1, 6 votes. Option point 2, 18. Hostiles have chosen to challenge the ally with a personal fight. Setting up arena. Soon, a raised platform appeared between the hostile card emperors and Anna. Challengers, please choose your weapon and enter the ring. Bumper. I was looking forward to a group fight. Old man Lorenzo always finds a way to rain on my fun. Anna tried to ignore the voice and force the hostile into a group fight, but she was warned by the voice and forced to stay put. With no choice, Anna entered the ring. Cards that are impartial are not a rare sight, but with their limitation comes excellent power. Therefore, some card apprentices use them, knowing it can be a double-edged sword. Okay, Crooked Nose, I am going to ask you some questions. If you answer them truthfully, I will kill you less painfully. If not, I will make an example out of you for others to come. First, let's start with a simple one. Who are you? Knowing that she was not getting a group fight, Anna decided to use the personal fights as one-on-one interrogation. So you are the famous Southern Emperor, huh? Apparently, one cannot trust rumors. You are not beautiful as the rumors about you. Slutty, yes, but beautiful is a big no. The card emperor first to challenge did not seem to be worried about pissing off Anna, and appeared to be relatively confident about his physical powers as he waved his double-handed sword. You think you're being funny? You just made your death more painful, mister. Anna dashed towards the card emperor and slashed her heavy sword aiming at him. Clunk. The card emperor tried to block Anna's incoming heavy sword with his double-handed sword, but unfortunately for him, both his forearm bones broke, unable to bear the force from Anna's downward heavy sword slash. The double-handed sword fell to the ground as the hostile card emperor's grip loosened due to the pain from the bones of his forearm breaking. TCH, looking at his unhealthy bent arms, the card emperor screamed in pain. Due to the rush of adrenaline, the emperor felt delayed pain. Ha ha ha, now that's funny. Anna laughed at the card emperor's pain without remorse. Turning her hold on the heavy sword, Anna used it as a bat to break the card emperor's knees. Oh. The card emperor, who had not recovered from the pain of breaking bones in his forearms, howled, feeling the pain from having his knees crushed. For a second, the card emperor thought that the pain from having his knees crushed masked the pain from his broken forearms. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Come on, stop it. You are killing me. The card emperor's comment on her beauty had pissed Anna off so much that she forgot about her original purpose and the question she had asked. Oh, I am sorry. I will tell you everything you want to know. Please give me a painless death. The card emperors have faced much worse, I guess, in his lifetime, but he always had his soul energy and the power of the rule healing and nurturing his body. Therefore, he always had a tolerance to pain. But now, with the soul energy that enhances his endurance and patience gone, the card emperor could not handle the pain from having his bones broken and crushed. Sure. No, you lost your shot at painless death. I have 23 more who can give me what I want to know. But you will pay for your insolence. Anna was true to her words. She made the example out of the card emperor for the next in line to climb the ring by taking her time to crush every single bone in the hostile's body. Winner ally, initiating ring cleaning process. Please be on standby. You guys regret not choosing the first option, right? Who's next? Come up, don't be shy. As long as you behave and answer honestly to my question, I will give you guys a painless death. Wiping the bloodstains off her face, Anna addressed the hostile card emperors. While the broken bones-ridden corpse of the dead card emperor, his blood and other gore disintegrated to ash and dissipated from the ring. Ring cleaned. Hostiles, please choose the next challenger. After witnessing Anna brutally crush each and every bone in her opponent's body to powder, the hostile card emperors had turned speechless. Seeing Anna's small build, these card emperors underestimated her physical powers, but to their surprise, despite her petite build, Anna's body was packing Herculean strength. You have lots of muscle on you. Go put them to good use. Witty one among the card emperors pointed at a bulky card emperor and suggested to his colleague, "Make me, you wimp." The bulky card emperor glared at the witty card emperor. "How dare you talk to me like that?" The witty card emperor pointed his figure at the bulky card emperor and yelled at him. "This the damned arena here, all soul powers are equally useless. Let me help you understand with an example." The bulky card emperor picked up the wimpy card emperor like a sack of potatoes. "You mongrel, unhand me." Being carried like a sack of potatoes, the witty card emperor felt humiliated and tried to struggle, but his physical prowess was very weak. Outside the damned arena, both the bulky and wimpy card emperors were domestic card apprentices. Still, the wimpy one, because of his strong background, had access to many strong broken runes and precious resources, making him more potent than the bulky one and other domestic card emperors. Therefore, he is used to looking down and bullying other domestic card emperors. In your next life, better learn your place. Finally getting his chance to get even, the bulky card emperor carried the wimpy card emperor to the ring and threw him into the ring. "No, I don't want to fight that itch." Being thrown into the ring, the wimp tried to jump out of the ring, but he vanished and reappeared in the ring. "What? No. Let me out. I surrender. I surrender." Being greeted by smiling Anna and her heavy sword again, the wimp freaked out and yelled in surrender. Hostile challenger surrendered, initiating ring cleaning process. Please be on standby. Ring is cleaned. Hostiles, please choose the next challenger. After the announcement from the voice, the wimpy card emperor disintegrated to ash and dissipated. Gasp! Seeing a card emperor disintegrate into ash, the atmosphere in the arena became heavier, and all the card emperors gasped in shock, witnessing the strength possessed by the voice. Finally, the group of card emperors realized that they were trapped in an invincible cage with a beast. "I don't want to be next. Let me out." One of the scared card emperors yelled in hysteria and ran towards the edge of the arena. Each one of them was a mighty card emperor. Any organization would bend over backward to welcome them to their organization. Still, here, they were nothing but ordinary mortals waiting to be tortured and slaughtered by Anna and her damned card. All the hostile card emperors eyed each other and distanced themselves from the crowd, showing that no one was willing to be the next one to climb the ring and face the manslaughterer Anna. Hostiles, please choose the next challenger. Guys, don't be pussies and climb the ring. Your death is inevitable. You might as well die with honor. Seeing none of the hostiles willing to climb the ring, Anna tried taunting them. Your Highness, I am sorry to rain on your fun, but aren't you a little bit worried about your friends outside and how they are faring against our other colleagues? If my estimate is correct, my friend should have killed that boy by now. The clever card emperor from earlier who previously pointed out Anna's card info suddenly addressed Anna and alerted her about the dangers outside the damned arena. Don't worry, I trust my friends. They are more than capable of solving any problem thrown their way. I don't know your intentions by speaking these words, but you have managed to increase my interest in you. Anna did indeed trust Luna and Lorenzo to protect Wyatt at all costs. As for the other two titled card emperors from the Duskborn family, Anna was not sure about them, but since they could earn a title, she believed they could be a meat shield. Your Highness, my intentions are as clear as the milk. I am just reminding you that the longer you waste your time here, the more dangerous it's for the boy. One of my colleagues outside has a powerful stealth ability that can fool a card demigod. No matter how much you trust your friends, there is no way they can achieve something out of their capabilities. So, why don't you deactivate your field card and go help your friend instead of wasting your time with us lowly beings? The clever card emperor did not know about Flower Thief and his origin card. He was bluffing because he knew there are only two ways out of the damned arena. One is to kill your opponent, and the other way is to have the Southern Emperor cancel her field card. The second option came with dire consequences, but the clever card emperor believed if Anna cared enough about her friends and the boy, she would not hesitate to pay the price and cancel the field card. Ha ha ha. You may think you are smart, but you only manage to aggravate me. I trust my friends to handle the things outside. And as for here, I promise your death will be more painful than you can imagine. Anna did not fall for the clever card emperor's bluff, not because she knew he was bluffing, but because she trusted Lorenzo and Luna to handle the situation outside. Hostiles failed to choose the next challenger. Ally, please choose your next opponent among the hostile. Hearing the announcement, the face of the clever card emperor paled in fright. Not just him, all the other card emperors trembled in terror. In contrast, Anna glanced at the clever card emperor and sneered. I chose that smart mouth. Anna was a person of her words, and since she gave her word that she would give the most painful death to the clever card emperor, she will keep her promise. Challengers selected. Soon, the clever card emperor was teleported from the crowd of card emperors to the ring. The voice displayed high intelligence. It did not require a detailed answer, but it seemed to understand Anna's intent and respond appropriately. Hello, you seem to have something to say to me. So I called you over as your voice was not audible enough from over there. Can you repeat yourself? Anna lifted her heavy sword and placed it on her shoulder as she greeted her next opponent with a wild grin. Your Highness, forgive my rudeness earlier. I am willing to cooperate with you and answer all your questions if you promise to let me live. Clever Card Emperor thought he was the smartest in the room and knew that in front of absolute strength, his smartness was of no use but to help him beg for his life, which he was doing right now. What makes you think that you can talk terms with me? I have 21 others in the same condition as you. I bet they all will be more than willing to cooperate with my interrogation for their life. Two things were stopping Anna from listening to the Clever Card Emperor. First, she gave her word to give him a painful death, and she cannot go back on her words. Secondly, she was not willing to pay the price required to cancel the damned arena. Your Highness, you seem to be mistaking quality over quantity. Those card emperors may be more in number, but the information they can give you will not be as worthwhile as mine. Please trust me, I can give you more detailed and accurate information on why I know your field card info and the person behind this assassination attempt. Seeing that Anna did indeed have a point, why should she talk terms with him when 21 others are willing to talk for less? The Clever Card Emperor gave a sales pitch to Anna. That's a bit far-fetched. I only see risk in your pitch, and no benefit. Anna also believed Clever Card Emperors seemed to be more knowledgeable than other card emperors. But the price of canceling the field card midway stopped her from making any rash and reckless decision. I understand, Your Highness. Therefore, I am willing to tell you everything depending on that. Please decide whether to spare my life. The clever card emperor was no saint, nor did he have a sudden change of heart. He proposed to reveal everything he knew to Anna because he knew if he were adamant on talking terms, Anna would rather kill him and get the info from the other card emperors. Feeling trapped in a checkmate, the clever card emperor tried a new approach to gain Anna's trust and make her feel in debt, and make her think that she had to let him go in exchange for the info he gave her. It was a long shot to approach Anna's honest side, but it was better than forcing her to talk terms with her. It would only lead to disastrous consequences. Though this new approach may not save his life, it could help him get revenge on the person responsible for his present self, Sansa Baylor. Yes, the clever card emperor decided to gamble. Win or lose, either way, he stood to gain something. With such stacks on the table, the clever card emperor chose to gamble with his life on the line. Your Highness, I learned the card info of your field card thanks to my origin card latest update. It can keep me updated with the data about any card used on me. The movement, I was under the influence of your field card. My origin card latest updates updated me about your field card info. Thankfully, this process is instantaneous, and it did not get canceled because of interference of your damned arena. The clever emperor did not play any tricks anymore and genuinely answered Anna's questions. Card name, latest updates. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, /. Card durability, /. Card effect. The user is instantaneously updated regarding the card info of any card influencing him. Additional effect, card clues. Card clues. Card clues is the ability that gives the host clues to handle the card influencing the host. Interesting origin card. It is similar to the latest news updates in the news channels. Only here you gain the enemy's card info instead of the local/national/world news. No wonder you knew about my field card, but not about old man Lorenzo's positioning rain array. Anna finally knew why the man who knew about her filed card was stupid enough to walk into the positioning rain array. His origin card informed him about enemy cards, not the city array. Yes, Your Highness. My origin card was made with that intention in mind, and much more, but the card creationist was not up to the challenge, and I had to settle for this subpar origin card. The clever card emperor reminisced about his past, thinking where his life went wrong. A few decades ago, he was also a teenager with bright eyes filled with hope, and today, he is one of the dirtiest scum to walk the world. The movement these card emperors entered the damned reigning arena, not did they lose contact with their soul, energy, and power of rules, but they also lost the memory seal left in their memories by Madame Web. Each and every one of them received all their memories, the ones that Madame Web did not want them to see and had suppressed. As for the ones that were erased, it was too late for those memories. They were lost forever. Gaining freedom from the control of Madame Web's memory seal, the card emperors were not happy. Instead, they became terrified and wished to have the memory seal back on. They could tolerate remembering heinous and inhumane deeds they were forced to do under by Madame Web. These memories were so egregious that the card emperors were traumatized and wanted to go back under the influence of the Madame Web's memory seal. These memories were why the card emperors were so adamant about hiding any information regarding Madame Web. If Madame Web and her club are brought to light, their sins that they are trying so hard to forget will also be brought to light. Therefore, to save themselves, the card emperors ended up protecting the one thing that tormented and traumatized them. Madame Web's memo was the same for all of the recruits to her club. First, they are the bottom feeders of the card emperor realm community. Second, once they are under the influence of her memory ability, then she forces them to do the most heinous crimes they can think of. This way, she traumatizes them. Suffering from the trauma, their mind will automatically try to suppress these memories, and that is what Madame Web is after. Once the victim's mind is weak and is trying to forget the painful memories, it becomes easier for Madame Web's ability to take root in her victim's memories and gain access to new skills like being able to perform memory alteration and manipulation. Card emperors are no ordinary beings and are mentally very strong. No matter how weak a card emperor is, no outside influence can ever influence their memories for a long time. That is the reason why Madame Web needs to traumatize her victims. Being the first-hand victims of Madame Web's ability, these card emperors knew how dangerous her ability was. Yet, they still preferred to return under the influence of her ability. For a long time, Madame Web's ability had been the anchor that kept them sane and going despite their flaws. They were addicted. To be precise, the Card Emperor's minds were addicted to Madame Web's ability as it helps them suppress, alter, and erase the painful memories. Madame Web's ability was like a painkiller for their trauma. This firm control is how Sansa Baylor continued to maintain her club without being noticed by the world to this day. When the victims themselves did not want to come forward, how can people become aware of the predators amongst them? But no matter how intense the addiction is in the face of death, it loses its grip. That is what is happening with the clever Card Emperor right now. He no longer cares about the traumatizing memories that recently surfaced nor Madame Web's ability. All his thoughts are right now focused on survival. He had to be alive to be addicted. Seeing that Anna showed no change in her stance even after hearing him informing her truthfully about his origin card info, clever Card Emperor chose to risk it and continue with his plan. Your Highness, the person who takes us with the assassination of the discoverer of the silver milk powder is. The one who ordered the assassination of the discoverer of the silver milk powder is Susan Baylor, aka Madame Web. The clever Card Emperor finally revealed the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Having been informed about Susan Baylor, aka Madame Web, the clever Card Emperor finally felt true freedom after decades because all the members of the Madame Web's club can never talk about club-related activities to a non-member. Breaking one of the core rules of the club, the clever Card Emperor felt genuinely free from Madame Web's web. By Sansa Baylor. Do you mean the wife of the young demigod Baylor? Anna seemed to have met Sansa Baylor once she attended a ball in the central region. Yes, that's her. That woman is the one who gathered all of us to assassinate Master Dalton Wyatt. The clever Card Emperor nodded in agreement. You were telling me the Baylor family is behind the assassination. First, who are you? What is your relationship with the Baylor family? Hearing the Card Emperor throw a big name, Anna's expression became severe as the Baylor family was an old, prestigious, and respected family in the capital city. They were part of the capital's noble families. Killing the entire Baylor family was no big deal to the Heatsend royal family, but the consequences that followed would be tedious. Therefore, Anna wanted to get her facts straight before coming to a decision. If she could gather enough evidence on the Baylor family and their crimes, then no force in the world could stop her from slaughtering the Baylor family. Sorry, Your Highness, for my late introduction. I am Kareem Fahad from the Eastern region. I am a member of the secret club run by Sansa Baylor. The Baylor family is not related to the assassination attempt on Master Wyatt. That family does not know the existence of the club or Sansa Baylor's activities. Kareem Fahad answered Anna's questions one by one. Wait, what connection does a family from the capital have with someone in the Eastern region? Anna was surprised to hear that a person from the Eastern region was the running dog in the capital city. No, Your Highness. I did not work for the Baylor family, just Sansa Baylor. Kareem corrected Anna. If the Baylor family is not involved, then the young demigod Baylor should be behind all this. Anna did not believe that a weak Card Emperor such as Sansa Baylor would be able to run an organization made up of Card Emperors, so she thought that if the Baylor family was not helping her, then her husband, young demigod Baylor, was helping her from the shadows. Anna addressed demigod Baylor as a young demigod because he was younger than her and had already achieved the demigod realm before her. Not just her, but her entire generation. No, Your Highness. Neither the Baylor family nor demigod Baylor is backing Madame Web Sansa Baylor to run the secret club. I can understand your confusion, Your Highness. Mrs. Baylor may be weak in terms of combat power, but her other abilities are more than enough to help her run and manage a club full of Card Emperor. Kareem explained to Anna that though Sansa is weak, she has enough capabilities to run and manage Madame Web's club. Fine, but why does she want to assassinate Wyatt? Anna had many questions about Sansa Baylor, her ability, and the club she runs, but she decided to keep them later and asked the crucial question. Sorry, Your Highness. I have no idea about this. None of us do. The club members received the task and completed in exchange for merits, no questions asked. Kareem or the other Card Emperors did not know why Sansa wanted to assassinate a boy in the Card Soldier realm. Anna went into deep contemplation, thinking what reason there could be for Sansa Baylor from a prestigious noble family from the capital to assassinate a nobody in a backward part of the southern region. Suddenly Anna remembered Wyatt's mother seemed to have an arranged marriage with the young demigod Baylor. According to the files on Wyatt's mother in her past, she appeared to be close with Sansa Baylor. This explains a lot. But still, this is too much for an old jealousy. Anna was confused. Why would somebody want to kill the only son of her friend? But remembering her college days and her so-called girlfriends, Anna soon understood Sansa was not Wyatt's mother's friend. Instead, Sansa was jealous of her. Anna thought Sansa was being petty for trying to kill her kid for her old jealousy. Your Highness? Kareem was confused by Anna's mumbling and did not know what she was talking about. Now tell about this. It's Sansa, her card ability, and the Madame Web's club. Finally guessing Sansa's interest in Wyatt, Anna asked Kareem about Sansa Baylor, her ability, and the club she runs. I thought you wouldn't ask. Sansa Baylor is one petty and ruthless itch. Kareem was enjoying breaking every club rule set by Sansa. Doing so, he felt in control. That is how Madame Web's club works. And about Sansa Baylor's card info, I have no memory about it. It seems every time my origin card activated and reported to me about Sansa's card info, she would delete that part of my memory. Whenever an enemy uses their card on Kareem, his origin card updates him about that card's info, along with clues on how to overcome the abilities of that said card. Similarly, when Sansa uses her cards on Kareem, he would receive updates and hints about that card, but soon Sansa would wipe that part of his memory clean. If not for the usefulness of Kareem's origin card, Sansa would have long gotten rid of a troublesome fellow like him. Fuck. Anna could not help but curse hearing Kareem's info and explanation of Madame Web's club, and the heinous way it was built and operates. Just one day, and Anna's entire worldview changed. The source of it all was the boy named Dalton Wyatt. Coming in contact with him, two expressions came to Anna's mind. Frog at the bottom of the well, there is always a taller mountain. Anna never thought that she who stood at the top of the world would personally experience these two expressions. A teenage boy made a world-changing discovery, silver milk powder, a remedy to help mortals grow their active soul control. That boy was able to forge an ego gem in a mere hour and create ego elementals out of broken runes. The daughter of bright couple forged an ego gem and comprehended a rule to a high level, and created a conscious high-order ego elemental. A tragic girl-turned-sadist killer saved the world from being enslaved to one person's greed using the future insights she gained from sacrificing her Tao Eye. Another tragic girl with Tao Tongue forced a supreme being to do her bidding. And now there is a crazy BTCH out there controlling the entire central region from the shadows, using her secret club right under the noses of the oldest and noblest of demigods who took part in the founding of current civilization. The more Anna thought, the more surreal she felt. Shaking off that feeling, Anna looked at Kareem and asked, "Anything else you want to add?" "No, Your Highness, that is it." Kareem recounted every secret about the Madame Web's club he knew truthfully, excluding the crimes he was forced to or willingly took part in. Kareem was not dumb. He wanted the Southern Emperor to feel indebted, and narrating his crimes would not help his case. Good. Now you can rest in peace. I will help you get your revenge. Conforming that Kareem had no more information, Anna decided to send him packing. Though she trusted Lorenzo and Luna to protect Wyatt, after learning about Madame Web's club and what it was capable of, Anna no longer was confident in the old man and his granddaughter. Hearing Anna, Kareem's face paled. Seeing this, Anna shook her head and said, "Be grateful your active participation has saved you from a painful death." Wait. Kareem still wanted to talk his way out of the current predicament, but Anna did not give him a chance to. With a slash of her heavy sword, she cut Kareem into two. Winner ally. Initiating ring cleaning process. Please be on standby. Ring cleaned. Hostiles, please choose the next challenger. Watching the remains of Kareem disintegrate and vanish, the crowd of card emperors was in terror, and the announcement was like a death sentence to them. Like the last time, the card emperors again choose to wait for Anna to determine her challenger. But due to the terror of imminent death hanging over their heads, the card emperors felt every passing second as eternity. I can't take it anymore. Give me peace. A weak-minded card emperor could no longer handle all the withdrawal from soul energy, power of rule, and Madame Web's memory seal. And finally, choose death over a metaphorical eternity of terror. Jumping into the ring, he begged Anna to give him peace. Though Anna got all the information she was looking for from Kareem, she wasn't planning on just blindly believing his story. She wanted to cross-reference Kareem's story with the remaining card emperors. Coming across such a desperate card emperor, how could Anna let go of such a chance? Not so fast. Tell me what I want to know truthfully, and I will give you the peace you seek. Fine, I will tell you what you want. Seeing how desperate the hostile card emperor acted, Anna did not believe she could get any valuable information from him. Who knows, just for the sake of what he wants, he could agree to whatever she says. Seeing the crowd of card emperors below the ring, Anna was not worried about the authenticity of the information from the desperate card emperor. Winner ally, initiating ring cleaning process. Please be on standby. Cross-checking Kareem's story with the desperate card emperor, Anna gave him the peace he seemed. Ring cleaned. Hostiles, please choose the next challenger. The cycle of cross-checking Kareem's story with all the challengers continued until none of the hostile was left. Victory ally. All the hostiles have been defeated. The condition for leaving the damned arena has been met. Will you choose to exit the damned reigning arena? Yes/no. Yes. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1823. Location: Sky Blossom City, city outskirts. It is too calm, said Gray for looking at the peaceful Sky Blossom City, showering in light rain. You are overthinking it, Gray Wolf. The boy's corpse exploded right in front of our eyes. Sniper assured Gray Fur that the mission was complete and he was worrying for nothing. No, knowing the Southern Emperor after learning about the boy's death, she should be enraged and throwing a tantrum, but the city is too calm. I feel as if we missed something. Seeing that the city was calm as if nothing had happened, Gray Fur started to feel uneasy. Come on, man. No matter how strong the Southern Emperor is, 24 versus 1 is too much even for her. She must not have known about the boy's death yet. Sniper made a good point which sounded reasonable to Gray Fur. You may be right. I am just overthinking it. Head out and gather at Heaven on 4 Legs. Please do not wait for me. I will join you guys once I give Madam Webb a detailed report. Gray Fur finally let go of the matter and dispersed everyone asking to regather at Heaven on 4 Legs. See you later, team leader. Bidding their goodbye to their team leader, the 4 card emperors of Team 1 used their escape teleportation array and left the southern region. At the same time, Gray Fur decided to report the mission's success to Madam Webb. Calling Madam Webb. You better be calling to tell me that the mission was a success. Otherwise, I do not mind turning you into a brain-dead idiot or a memoryless fool. Enraged Sansa answered Gray Fur's call, warning him that his call better be regarding the success of the mission he was attempting and nothing else. She seemed to be extremely angry with the incident related to Grinch. Yes, madam. This call is to inform you about the success of the mission. You can watch Flower Thief's memory to see the desperate look on that boy's face as Flower Thief sent the boy to his parents. Gray Fur boasted the completion of the mission to Sansa. Great. Finally the pest is gone, and I can rest knowing I won. Sansa's tone became pleasant, thinking that Ellen's spawn was dead. Madam, the success of the mission came with the loss of 25 club members. Gray Fur did not try to hide the sacrifice of the 25 card emperor for the completion of the mission because Sansa would learn of it by watching their memories, so there was no point in lying to Madam Webb. It's a shame that to kill a card soldier, 25 card emperors were sacrificed, but that is to be expected after all your opponents were the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist, the heroes of the southern region. Sansa was not worried over the loss of 25 card emperors. She was happy that she was the final victor, and she was right. Madam, the life/death status of the 24 of 25 card emperors that were sacrificed is not clear yet. Gray Fur finally reported the smallest blunder to Madam Webb. Don't worry. I know that they all have died as I lost the connection to their memory seal. Halfway through the sentence, Sansa finally saw the error in her words. Wait, how did they all die at once? Gulp, swallowing his saliva, Gray Fur reported what he saw. Madam, they were not killed all at once. Rather, they were teleported to an unknown location by the Southern Emperor. What do you mean by they were teleported to another location? I will check your memory. Sansa decided to check Gray Fur's memory to understand what happened. Thinking of the worst, Sansa hurriedly accessed Gray Fur's memories to check how 24 card emperors lost connection with her memory seal simultaneously. Sansa preferred that all the card emperors were dead, as if they were still alive and not under the control of her ability, then things would not be in her favor. Fuck. Ellen, you BTCH even dead. You do not cease to cause trouble to me. How much I wish you were still alive so that I could kill you again. Fuck. Fuck. Sansa's pompous little mouth uttered profanity in anger after going through Grey Fur's memory and finding a possible answer to why she lost connection with all 24 card emperors at once. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Those bastards must have already revealed that I ordered the assassination of Ellen's son. Sansa was at the end of her nerves, thinking of the possibility that the Southern Emperor knows about her little club. Sansa was not worried that the Southern Emperor knew about the existence of her secret club. What worried her was that the Southern Emperor knew she was behind the secret club. The secret club is like a zombie. Unless you take out its head, it will keep coming for you. Now that the zombie's head is exposed, Sansa was worried the Southern Emperor would aim directly for her and uproot everything she had built over the past decades. Madam, it is not yet certain that those people have revealed any club-related information yet. After all, those who are missing willingly choose to be your slaves, subordinates. As far as I know, it would not be in their best interest to disclose any information to the Southern Emperor, who is known to kill first and ask questions later. So I think that it would be unwise to jump to any conclusions. Grey Fur tried to calm enraged Madame Web. Shut up, you stupid fool. Don't act innocent. I know you knowingly used the other teams as your bait. If not for your scheme, they would not have walked right into the Southern Emperor's trap. This is all your fault. And don't say you didn't know it would end up this way. I read your memories. In the past, I would ignore this and didn't mind giving you some rope, but your greed has hanged me with it. Enraged, Sansa blamed it all on Grey Fur, forgetting the fact that she sent 30 card emperors to kill a card soldier for a petty reason. From the start, Grey Fur planned to use other teams as bait. Grinch's team, which negotiated with the Southern Emperor, would be the first bait, and the other 4 teams hiding in the city would be the second bait. While the Southern Emperor and her subordinates were busy dealing with the 2 bait, he planned to use the Flower Thief's origin card to assassinate the assassination target silently. Once the mission was complete, those who could escape would escape to the rendezvous point and escape through their individual escape array. But things didn't go as Grey Fur planned. Instead, both the baits walked right into the Southern Emperor's trap, leading to the current situation. Having read Grey Fur's memory, Sansa knew all this. Therefore, she blamed him. Your slave begs for forgiveness, madam. Hearing Sansa blame him for everything, Grey Fur did not dare to argue and hurriedly begged forgiveness. I will decide on your punishment for you later. For now, leave the city as fast as possible and don't wait for the Southern Emperor to return to monitor her response when she learns about the boy's death. It's pointless. Bring your new team with you. I have a new task for you guys. Meanwhile, I will try to get more information on the Southern Emperor's field card and make arrangements for the worst case, assuming those losers have revealed my information to the Southern Emperor. Ordering Grey for his next objective, Sansa started to plan for the worst, thinking that the Southern Emperor knew everything about her and her club. Sansa had learned from Grey Fur's memory that he was planning to continue staying at Sky Blossom City and wait for the Southern Emperor's return and check on her reaction to the assassination of the boy. And that thought that was pointless and had another task for Grey Fur and his new team. Yes, ma'am. We will be there. Grey Fur did not make any excuses and hurriedly agreed to travel to the central region to accept the new task his team was assigned. Grey Fur thought any objection was pointless as Madame Web had already read his memory and should know he and his team members were planning on awarding themselves with a night at heaven on 4 legs. Despite knowing all this, Madame Web assigned them a new task, which meant that the mission was urgent and could wait. This was also why Grey Fur dared to use other teams as bait despite knowing that he would be reprimanded by Madame Web later. The punishment that Madame Web spoke of would never come. Instead would be showered with rewards as long as he keeps completing all the assigned tasks. Speaking of your new team, take care of Flower Thief. That one is essential for my plans. Sansa warned Grey Fur from using Flower Thief like the other club members because his origin card made him too special to be used as expendable goods. Yes, madam. That goes without saying. Without that boy, the last mission would not have been a success. Please be rest assured I will take care of that boy and Sniper. Sniper and Flower Thief's origin card made them assets in Madame Web's eyes, and she showed more tolerance towards those who she viewed as assets. Ending the call with Madame Webgray, Fur called his new team and asked them to meet up at the central region for the new task. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1831. Location: Sky Blossom City, Card Stadium. Exciting, the damned reigning arena. Anna appeared right where she entered it. Hovering in the sky, Anna was in deep thought, but throwing everything to the back of her mind. Anna hurried towards the VIP box number 1. What the heck is that thing? And where is Wyatt? Pointing at the blood cocoon in the middle of the room, Anna inquired Lorenzo and Luna about it and my whereabouts. Lorenzo and Luna were speechless. They did not know how to explain their failure to protect me to Anna. Yes, I was still alive, but it was because of my quick thinking. If not, I would have died under the hands of the assassin, which was the fault of Lorenzo and Luna. If they had done their job right, the killers could not have reached me, and I would not have to fake my death. I could have formed my new body long ago before Anna arrived, but I did not because I wanted Anna to understand what happened and how dire the situation was. This way, these irresponsible card emperors would not go unpunished. Therefore, I delayed the formation of my new body and waited for Anna in my blood cocoon. And also, because if the hostile card emperors returned, I would not have to make another decoy. Will somebody answer me? Anna stressed her words, feeling the atmosphere of the room dampen. Cough. Holy SHD, did that thing just cough? Anna was spooked, suddenly hearing the blood cocoon cough. Anna, it's me. Feeling Anna's mental probe, I answered Anna. What the hell are you doing in the cocoon? What happened? Anna asked in concern. Ahem. I will go and do a perimeter check to see if any mouse is still running around. Lorenzo cleared his throat and excused himself. Not so fast, old man. We gave the positioning rain array, so you do not have to do any parameter sweep. Anna was not new to Lorenzo's tricks, and seeing him escape, Anna knew that these guys messed up. Haha, I forgot. I am getting old. Lorenzo laughed it off and blamed his age. He wanted to argue that the enemy could walk in the array without getting noticed, but he was wise enough not to drop the stone on his leg. Now, will someone explain to me what Wyatt is doing in the blood cocoon? Is it the rumored blood revival technique? Anna was not new to blood rules and arts, so she guessed that the blood cocoon was related to the blood revival technique. Don't hold your breath on them. None of them will answer your questions. Let me tell you what happened. I slowly narrated what happened to Anna. Cousin, I did my best. Those people had a weird card that allowed them to cloak themselves and phase through from my array. Please don't assume that it's my fault, cousin. Hearing me blame them for the death of my decoy, Luna tried to reason with her cousin. What do you mean by high-level stealth? By any chance, are they still here? Anna finally realized old man Lorenzo's array was not dependable as he sounded it to be. No need to be worried. The assassins already escaped after confirming my death, I assured Anna. Good. Luna, I thought your array mastery was of the highest order. What happened? How can the enemy still enter and leave your area without you noticing? Anna questioned her cousin to understand how assassins could enter and leave her array as they pleased. The breach of the arrays arranged in the VIP box is a serious issue because they were of the highest order and organized by Luna, the prominent array grandmaster herself. If these arrays are compromised, similar arrays covering many Southern Watch military facilities and Heatsend Royal Palace set up by Luna and her grandfather were at risk of being breached. I don't know. I didn't even notice how they entered and escaped. Whatever card the enemies used, it was very good at stealth and phasing. Unfortunately, because of the limited time and resources, I simplified some of the array mechanics, reducing the level of the array by an order. So I do not know whether the array was weak or the enemy's card was strong. Either way, I cannot rule out any possibilities. For now, I do not have enough data to give you a specific answer. Luna did not answer Anna hastily. Being a professional researcher, she did not like to make assumptions. However, she had already had a gut feeling that the reason why the enemy was able to attack and escape without being detected had something to do with empty space, the gap between two dimensions. So you're telling me that there is an enemy out there with an ability to enter our palace or military facilities as he wishes and leave without getting noticed? Anna yelled at Luna. Luna chose to stay quiet as the answer to Anna's question was frightening to think of. Just the thought that all the important sites of Heatsend royal family and Southern Watch are defenseless from an enemy attack sends a chill down Luna's spine. The array design developed by Luna is an upgraded version of arrays created by the ancestral demigods of the Heatsend family. Luna's upgraded array designs were way more efficient than the old arrays and proficient in detection ability. Because the array mechanics were simplified due to the limited time and resources, Luna could not tell for sure that the enemy used empty space to attack them even though her years of experience told her so, because they lacked any protective measures towards attack from empty space. The shortcoming of the array towards attacks from empty space is not because it is impossible to stop an attack from empty space, but because it is believed that there is no life in empty space, and it cannot sustain any life. Since nobody can live in empty space, there was no point in wasting time creating a countermeasure for attacks from empty space. Until Norman Jones, whose origin card can summon a creature that delves in the empty space. It's not that Luna's array was ineffective, only that it was not meant to provide protection or detection against attacks from empty space. The array used in the VIP box is a simplified version of the original, and life is impossible in empty space. These two were why Luna was unsure if the enemy attacked them from empty space. Therefore, until she can be confident about her assumptions, Luna chooses not to make any form of a statement. Getting no response from Luna, Anna turned to Lorenzo. "Old man, you're the one who guaranteed your granddaughter's array designs are ahead of their time. I trusted you and signed off to change the array covering the Southern Watch military facilities. If Grandma hears about this, she is going to flip out. The arrays are indeed ahead of time, Anna. I believe this is an isolated incident, and the problem lies in the enemy's card. It should be an origin card with a weird ability." Lorenz was very confident that Luna's array designs were ahead of time and the best out there. Compared to the arrays they used earlier, Luna's updated array designs were way better. That is why he recommended Anna change the array designs they previously used. Origin card or not, there is a loophole in the current array system used by the family. I don't know how you two have to find the loophole and fix it. I would prefer it if you both find the solution to this dilemma as fast as possible. I don't care if you have to put the silver milk powder project on hold. Anna did not like the idea that family and their military were defenseless against a threat, even if it was just an isolated incident. "Yes, I will do my best." Luna nodded vigorously. Unlike her cousin, she was not strong. This did not bother Luna, as her specialty lay in her brains. Therefore, when Anna asked her to fix the loophole in the arrays, Luna would never back down and took it as a challenge. "I do not know if this will help, but I saw the hostile card emperors be spat out and swallowed by a creature. This creature was similar to and of the size of a human face mask made up of water. The most peculiar thing about it was that I felt like it was peeking into our dimension from outside, as if it was able to exist between two dimensions and enter our dimension as it pleased. I guess it is the reason behind its high-level stealth and phasing ability." I narrated what I saw to Luna as she claimed that she did not have enough data to determine what went wrong with the array she set up. My guess was correct. The enemy attacked us from the empty space. The ancestors have already made the array foolproof against all kinds of space attacks except for the attacks from the empty space because they believe the empty space did not allow any life to inhabit it. But to think there exists a creature that not only can live in empty space, but also pass through the dimension wall as it pleases. This creature is the most significant discovery of this century. From my narration of what I saw, Luna seemed to have quickly deduced how the enemy could bypass her array without raising any alarms. "Really? Aren't you forgetting something, for example, the silver milk powder?" Anna could not help but blurt out these words after hearing her cousin's words. "Nope, I am not. Do you know what it means to be able to travel through empty space? It is an uncharted area. There is an entire world out there which no one has explored yet, where even the demigods have not stepped foot in. Do you understand the gravity of this matter?" Luna seemed to be very excited over the fact that life was possible in empty space. What's new about that? Every year there are new worlds, realms, and dimensions discovered. You do not hear anybody making a fuss over that. I still think silver milk powder is the most significant discovery of the century. Anna was not impressed that life existed in empty space, and she did not hesitate to express it. "Ugh, forget it. I do not want to waste my words on you." If not for Anna being right next to her, Luna would not have controlled her anger and directly called Anna an illiterate. "Whatever. Can you fix the loophole or not? Anna knew her words enraged Luna, but she did not care about it and asked if the problem at hand could be solved. Yes, but it will take decades of research and experimentation to achieve that, Luna replied positively. Decades? By then, the enemy would have slept in our bed and pissed in our glasses. Can it be achieved faster? Anna was not satisfied with Luna's answer. It can be. I can reduce the decades to mere years, but I will need some help. Luna once again answered with positivity. Name it, and I will arrange for it. Anna was enthused hearing the period for research could be shortened to years from decades. I need two things. One of them is that boy, and the other one is the card emperor who used the card to summon that empty space creature. Luna answered, pointing at me. Wyatt? Why him? Anna was confused as to what role I would play in the research. Not just her, even everyone was. Not him, just his eyes will do the trick as they were able to see the empty space creature, where my grandpa and I were unable to sense its presence. Luna did not hesitate to state why she needed me. She went one step ahead and boldly expressed which part of me she required. About that, I was able to see that creature because of my origin card ability, so plucking eyes would be a waste. I explained to avoid my eyes from being plucked. Having concluded how the enemy was able to breach the array and how Luna could rectify it, Anna asked, Oldman, I left that Grinch with you, right? Did you weasel some information out of him yet? No, before I could do that, he went into some kind of vegetative state. I need some time to check what happened. Oldman went on to describe the event that transpired. Forget it. Anna did not press Lorenzo for allowing his suspect to end up vegetative. She seemed to know something but was hesitant to talk about it. Was it because of the presence of two unknown card emperors? No, I don't think so. She did not seem to mind talking about something as crucial as array designs for the Heatsin royal family and Southern Watch military facilities in front of them. Or maybe because what she knew was more important than the military array designs. Our end was a bust. What about you? Did you get any helpful information from your end? Oldman Lorenzo asked Anna if she could get any information from the card emperors trapped in her fusion field card-damned reigning arena. Lorenzo was a sly old fox, seeing that Anna, who would be waiting to yell at him whenever the opportunity presented itself this time, chose not to despite this particular opportunity being a juicy one. So Lorenzo figured that Anna must have hit the motherlode on her end and could not help but ask despite knowing Anna was hesitant to talk about it. Yes, I did get some information. Whether it is useful, I can only tell after checking the authenticity of the information I got from those assassins. Anna seemed to have successfully interrogated the assassins, but was unsure if the information she got was accurate. Her words made it clear that she did hit the motherboard. The information that Anna must have received must be very critical and involve some bigwigs, seeing how even someone as reckless as Anna chose to do her homework before pointing fingers. Great, Your Highness. Then who was it that sent the assassins? The unknown younger card emperor asked Anna excitedly. I don't know if this younger card emperor is acting dumb or very bold. Oldman Lorenzo's action and Anna's response proved that she was not willing to answer that question, yet he asked it with a naive enthusiasm plastered over his face. Didn't you hear me earlier? I cannot tell you until I have verified the authenticity of the information. Anna spoke in a stern and cold voice, making it clear that she did not want to talk further on this topic. But to assure us that these matters will not be left as it is, she added, I have to verify some things before I can take definite action. But know that perpetrators will be prosecuted. Great, then what next? Being the initiator, Lorenzo took it upon himself to change the topic. For now, we should focus on Wyatt's safety. The recent assassination attempt has proven that the enemy is well versed in terms of assassination and has no problem getting by unnoticed. And also, it is clear that Wyatt's life is no longer safe in this small city. I am planning on moving him to Southern Watch headquarters. Anna started to narrate how she wanted to move me to a secure location so that something like the previous assassination would not happen. Yeah, I agree with your idea. And I also think that for his safety, Wyatt should be declared dead to the rest of the world. Lorenzo agreed with Anna and proposed that they hold a grand funeral for me, so that the whole world knows that the creator of the silver milk powder was assassinated by a bunch of shameless card emperors who did not mind ganging up and killing a single card soldier. That should be easy as Wyatt has successfully faked his death in front of his assassins. Meanwhile, He can stay at my lab and help me with research on prevention against attacks from empty space. And once the research is done, he can assume a fake identity and re-enter the society. Finally, when he is capable of protecting himself, we can reveal the truth to the world. Luna backed up her grandfather's proposal to announce my death to the world. You guys make an interesting proposal. I like it. This way, we no longer have to be worried about assassination attacks on him. Anna complimented the grandfather and granddaughter duo for their input. Your Highness, the older unknown card emperor, who was observing till now, finally spoke up. What? Do you have a problem? Anna snapped at the older card emperor for interrupting her train of thoughts. No, Your Highness. I just wanted to inform you that our family was planning on volunteering to become the distributor of silver milk powder in the central region with appropriate compensation, of course. The older one suddenly spoke about something unrelated, which intrigued me. You are a wise man. I like to speak with wise people. But you sure your family can swallow the entire central region? Don't you think you are being a bit greedy? Anna seemed to understand what the older card emperor was hinting towards, and she seemed to warn him for being too greedy. Your Highness, with your blessing, I think my family can achieve the task splendidly. The older card emperor did not seem to back down despite Anna's warning. Give up on your dreams of becoming the sole distributor of silver milk powder in the central region. But you can be one of the distributors in the capital city. This is already my limit. Considering the current state of your family, you guys are not qualified for this task. But generosity runs deep in my family, so you're in luck. Anna did not give in to the older card emperor's demand, and instead gave him a counteroffer of becoming one of the distributors of the silver milk powder in capital city. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Now that everything is settled, can I speak with the boy? The older card emperor was indeed wise. He seemed to know when to back down while he was at it. He did not forget to ask Anna permission to speak with me. The two unknown card emperors have not hidden their interest to talk with me from the beginning. First, I thought it had something to do with the silver milk powder, but now that they already had a deal with Anna, they still proposed to speak with me. This confused me because what do two card emperors have to do with a small city card soldier? Good. It's decided that we will announce that the discoverer of the silver milk powder Dalton Wyatt was killed today in an assassination. And then, he will be moved to a secure lab where he can help Luna in the research. You guys talk what you want and make it quick. We have to move him to a secure location. Anna finally permitted the two unknown card emperors to speak with me and also hurried them under the pretense of driving me to the safe area. Thank you, Your Highness. We will try to keep it short. The older card emperor thanked Anna and turned to me to finally speak his objective, but I interrupted him. Wait, did you guys have fun planning my life for me? Anna, what gives you the right to make decisions for me? Who told you that you can plan my life for me? I was holding it in for a while now, so I could not help but yell at Anna. Was I not worried about enraging Anna, the only soul-bound person to look after my safety? No, I was not, because right now, I was enraged seeing how these people planned the rest of my life within a few minutes without even asking my opinion on it. Fuck, who do they think they are? In a rage, I did not watch my words, tone, and did not care whom I offended. No, Wyatt, this is for your safety. Anna tried to defend her actions by blaming it all on me being weak and not capable of protecting myself. Anna, I thought you were different, and had started to believe that you cared about me. I acted like the time I spent with Anna did not affect me, but in some corner of my heart, I started to trust her and depend on her. Wyatt, you misunderstand my intentions. I do care about you. This is for your good. You have to understand where I am coming from. Getting kidnapped and being confined in a dark room to slave for my abductor was what I was scared of when I knew how this world worked. The soul pupils and my past life memories made me a gifted card creationist. In this world where the law of the jungle trumps all the laws, I was scared to show my gift to the world. But I should shine so bright that no darkness could swallow my light. This is why I tried so hard to build my force in this world, from running my card boutique to taking over the 3 allied guilds. All of this my attempt to lessen the fear in me. When I chose to patent the silver milk powder, I thought the silver milk powder was the thing that would allow me to shine so brightly that no darkness could swallow me. But something happened, and I ended up forming a soul contract with Anna. And finally, all my fears came true today. Declare my death to the rest of the world. Hide me in a secret lab. Have me help them research a way to stop attacks and invasion from empty space. What the fuck? How is this different from kidnapping me and locking me up in a dark room to slave for the Heatsend royal family? These people didn't even bother to ask my opinion on this, and they dare to say that they are doing all these for my safety. I can see where Anna was coming from. She was being overprotective. But Oldman Lorenzo and his granddaughter Luna, these two, they wanted to turn me into a slave of their Heatsend royal family. I would be damned if I let them do as they pleased. And who the fuck are the two unknown card emperors? These fuckers seem to know something, and their suspicious deal about their family becoming one of the distributors of silver milk powder in the capital city. There is something afoot here, and I seem to be at the center of it. I glared at Anna, Luna, Oldman Lorenzo, the two unknown card emperors, with raging anger. Fortune favored these guys, and I was not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have taught them a lesson from trying to trick me into becoming a slave for the rest of my life. They say once I was strong enough to protect myself, I could travel the truth to the world. In this world filled with mysterious cards and demigods, what level of strength should I have to be considered strong enough to protect myself? In this world, even demigods do not dare to roam around alone. Worried hostile demigods would gang upon them. In such a world, what strength should I pose to protect myself? These guys were indirectly telling me that they would enslave me for the rest of my life. Do they expect me to believe their lie and allow them to erase my footprints from this world and enslave me for the rest of my life? What the fool are these guys thinking? It must be the slave contract between Anna and me. Yes, that's it. Because of the soul contract, people from the Heatsend royal family cannot force me into doing anything. Therefore, they use this indirect way to fool me into becoming their slave indirectly. Thinking of this, a chill went down my spine. Fuck, these guys are crafty. Is Anna in on this? Or does she not know a thing and is just being overprotective? I don't feel like Anna is acting, but this might be the hormones in my body confusing me and clouding my judgment from seeing the truth. I cannot be certain, which is a good thing, as certainty is the mother of fools. Anyway, I have to proceed with caution, and being a little cautious towards Anna wouldn't be a bad thing for me. The plan of Lorenzo the old fool became clear to me. He wanted to manipulate Anna's overprotective side towards me to fool Anna and me and turn me into a slave for his family. Wyatt, you misunderstand my intentions. I do care about you. This is for your good. You have to understand where I am coming from. Anna defended her actions. Understand you? What's there to understand? You want me to turn into a slave for your family. What's the difference between imprisoning me in a dark room and what you just proposed? I glared at Anna and asked. Anna's eyes avoided my eyes after hearing my words. Wyatt, you are overreacting. All we want to do is protect you. We are just looking out for your safety. Please understand. Seeing Anna's eyes waver, Luna spoke up. Right? You would say that, wouldn't you? You know I was once like you. Apart from research, other things did not matter to me. Seeing you reminds me of the old obsessed me. Luna was a workaholic who would do anything for her research, kind of like the old me. What are you talking about? You are barely out of high school and think that you are the same as me. Hearing me compare myself to her, Luna rebutted to my words and disband. You are right. We're not the same. I discovered silver milk powder. What did you discover or invent? What do you have to show for your years of research? Please don't answer unless it is on the same level as silver milk powder. Seeing Luna disband me, another fuse went off in my head. Luna was weak compared to Anna and other card emperors in the room, but was strong enough to kill me with a thought. Was I not worried that verbal abuse would turn to physical abuse? I was, but I still went ahead cause with Anna by my side. I knew none of the people in the room would dare to harm me. Really now? How can something you discovered by mistake be compared to my years of hard work? Boy, you are not on my level. If not for Anna, I would not even bother to care about you. Unable to win the argument, Luna chose to hide behind her realm and status. Yeah, right. It does not matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. If you dare to interfere with my life once again, don't blame me for being cruel. I warned Luna from interfering with my life and planning things for me. Oh, I am so scared. Luna sarcastically responded to my threat, which I chose to ignore, and turned to face her grandfather, the old fool Lorenzo. Old fool, don't think I don't see what you are trying to achieve. I would rather die than turn into a slave. Henceforth, keep that in your conniving mind before you try to pull something like this. Looking deep into Lorenzo's eyes, I warned him, so that he understood I was being serious. I know my current prowess was not enough to take me seriously, but I made sure to help him see if I died, his precious princess would die with me. Boy, don't think that the soul contract will shield you from everything. If not for me considering the princess's feelings, I would have already tuned you. Thank the princess for favoring you otherwise. Lorenzo stopped his words midway, feeling a killing intent from Anna. How dare you? It's one thing that you try to fool me, but for you to treat me deaf, believe it or not, I will have your tongue cut. Anna was confused at first, as she did not understand why I was angry. All she did was try to protect me. But after hearing old fool Lorenzo's words, Anna's confusion washed away with raging anger and replaced it with the intent to kill. Anna, you have to understand that's the best for the boy and the family. Do you think that the Card Emperor would not return if he knew his assassination was a failure? This time the boy was lucky, and he could fool them by faking his death, but next time, he will not be that lucky. Lorenzo did not give up on having me be declared dead to the world and turn me into a slave for the royal family. Enough. I am letting this one slide as your intentions stemmed from serving the royal family, but next time you try to pull something like this, your tongue will be a few inches shorter. Having warned the old fool Lorenzo, Anna turned to me with an apologetic smile. She said, I am sorry. I was too wrapped up thinking about how to protect you and cross some lines. Please forgive me for planning your life for you. I was out of line, and I know now. Let's forget about faking your death to the world or the research on empty space. But I still think Sky Blossom City is not a safe space for you. How about this? We shift you to a top-secret Southern Watch facility where you will be safe and increase your strength. That will also work. Lorenzo seemed to have compromised and no longer tried to implant the idea of faking my death to the world in Anna's mind. That's good. I will shift my lab to that facility too, so if you wanna, you can participate in the research. Luna shamelessly added, You people are at it again and will never learn. I am leaving. Today was a total bust. I won the tournament, but the sponsors ran away with my prize. I was almost assassinated. But one good thing did come out of this. Now I know I cannot trust the Heatsend royal family. Saying that, I headed out of the VIP box. Was I not worried for the safety of my life? Yes, I was. But whoever assassinated me thinks I am dead. It will take some time, but they will soon know that their assassination was a failure and will try to assassinate me again. Therefore, during this limited time, while whoever attempted to kill me thought I was dead, I would make some arrangements for the next assassination attempt on me. I wanted to know who was after my life, but seeing the way Anna was hesitant to answer, I guess she would not respond even if it were me who was asking. And it did not matter because someone who could afford to send 39 card emperors to kill me was not someone I could fight against. For now, the best thing would be to defend. Yes, defend till the Heatsend royal family takes care of the hit on my head. I did say that I could not trust Anna's family, but I trusted the soul contract between Anna and me, which forces those guys to do their best to protect me so that my death doesn't become a threat to their princess. The royal family may not care for a card soldier from a third-rate city, but they care about their princess. This one reason was enough for the royal family and its subordinates to treat the threat towards my life with seriousness and not dare to laze around. Wait, you can't leave. We still have to talk to you. The younger card emperor blocked my path. I don't care. I am done talking. Now step aside. I did not try to be polite. After all, I did not care who this guy was and how he could crush me to death with a thought because, for my safety, I sold the exclusive rights of my patent to the Heatsend royal family. I don't care if he is a card emperor, as a third-rate card emperor is not worth my time. I plan to show tolerance and act hand in hand with the Heatsend royal family. But now that the royal family has made their stance clear, I no longer intend to be polite. Fuck if you want to turn me into a slave, then guys are all in for a hell of a pain. I said we have to talk to you. So stay put. The younger card emperor said in a stern voice. It seems he has started to show his true colors of bullying the weak and bowing to the strong. In front of Anna, Lorenzo, and Luna, this fucker did not dare to raise his voice or show his attitude, but in front of me, a mere card soldier, he started to act high and mighty. I said, get out of my way, you dumbass. Yep, I cursed at a card emperor. It felt good. I didn't just curse at him, but also taunted him with a disband-filled stare. You scum. How dare you curse at your elders? Let me teach you stead of your parents. Feeling the disband-filled gaze of mine, The unknown card emperor lost it and let out an invisible pressure from his body pressing on me. Die. Before I could even feel the pressure from the unknown younger card emperor, Anna yelled in rage, and suddenly, the left half of the card emperor's body blocking my path was vaporized. Healing silk. Last revival. The unknown older card emperor yelled and rushed for the younger card emperor's rescue. And a silky green light enveloped the body of the younger card emperor like a mummy. Despite using a card, all the older card emperor could salvage was a live body with the left arm and chest missing. It seems card emperor's vitality is no joke. Having lost his left arm, lungs, and 3/4 of his heart, the card emperor was still alive, and through the hole of the silky light covering him, he stared at Anna in horror. Your Highness Southern Emperor, what are you doing? This is Duskborn family matters. You have no right to interfere. My nephew was only teaching our family junior. No matter how wise and tolerant the unknown older card emperor was, seeing his nephew being beaten to the brink of death, he lost his rational mind and yelled at Anna. What the fuck does this old fellow mean by family junior? Who is his family junior? Young Wyatt? As far as I know, Papa Wyatt is an orphan and Mama Wyatt is a runaway. No way. These people cannot be related to Mama Wyatt. Wait, did he say Duskborn family? These fools are indeed relatives of Mama Wyatt. Mama Wyatt never told young Wyatt about her family. She kept it hidden. She was very secretive about her past. Young Wyatt even believed that she was an orphan, just like his dad. And I never bothered to ask my newfound aunt about Mama Wyatt's family, either, as I thought it should be a wealthy family in a higher-tier city, but who knew that Mama Wyatt's family had 2 card emperors in her family? Are there more? Do they have a demigod in the family? That's not the point. These boomers tried to sell me to the Heatsend family to become one of the distributors of the silver milk powder in the capital city. They did not even try to hide the fact that they were selling me to the Heatsend royal family. Having finally understood what was happening here, I no longer planned to leave the VIP box, because I wanted to listen to what these 2 card emperors had to say to me, and also I was worried that in the absence of Anna, these 2 card emperors would try to kidnap me. Come to think of it, I am worth more dead to the Duskborn family than alive. If I am dead, the patent of the silver milk powder will go to my immediate relative. That is the Duskborn family. If not for the Heatsend family's protection, I think these people would have already killed me for the patent rights and the royalty. It seems money does bring the family together. Until yesterday, I was an orphan, and now I have many relatives and a big family waiting to swallow my wealth. Step aside, I said, looking at the older card emperor. I did plan to stay, but I can't just remain after saying I will leave, hence the drama. Young man, listen to me. I am your granduncle. Please don't be hasty. Listen to what I have to say to you. Then you can decide to leave if you want to. The older card emperor addressed me politely as he had to because it didn't. Then he had already witnessed the consequences. Seeing how you are being polite, I will give you 2 minutes. Be quick. Yep, smoothly done. After saying that, I slowly returned to Anna's side. Because of the new news, I felt more insecure, and right now, only Anna could give me a sense of security. I didn't trust Anna. I counted on the soul contract between us. This is how your parents end up in the Sky Blossom City. The Fire Fist Emperor narrated Mama and Papa Wyatt's life experiences before taking refuge in Sky Blossom City. I gave the Fire Fist Emperor a blank look because Mama and Papa Wyatt were not here to present their opinion, and there is no way to check the authenticity of the story retold by the Fire Fist Emperor. Even a fool would know that the story narrated by the Fire Fist Emperor is biased, and I consider myself to be a sane person, so there is no way I would buy into the SHD he just spewed. Even if the story narrated by the Fire Fist Emperor was biased, I still felt a boiling rage towards the Duskborn family for what they put Mama and Papa Wyatt through. Mama and Papa Wyatt were an average eloped couple before arriving at Sky Blossom City, and the villain in their story was Mama Wyatt's family. But according to Fire Fist Emperor, the villain in the story was the Baylor family belonging to Mama Wyatt's arranged fiancé, which forced the Duskborn family into persecuting the Wyatt couple, which led to them finding refuge in the Sky Blossom City. Therefore, I turned to Anna for her input. With Anna's family information network, they must have dug up what transpired with the Wyatt couple and whether there are other influences involved that I have to look out for since I plan to take revenge for the Wyatt family. I should know who all the culprits were involved in the tragic end of Wyatt's family. so she should be able to tell me what. The Baylor family and the Duskborn family were equally responsible for the persecution of your parents. Thankfully, your grandfather, the three-eyed emperor, and your mother's ex-fiancé, young demigod Baylor, helped your parents escape to the Sky Blossom City and settle. Anna did not get into detail, but pointed out that both the Baylor family and the Duskborn family were equally blamed. Young demigod Baylor? You are telling me my mother's ex-fiancé is a demigod? I exclaimed in utter shock. What did Mama Wyatt see in Papa Wyatt to marry him instead of a demigod? This is not love. This is utter foolishness. I am all for love, but look what fate it brought to Mama Wyatt. Yes, Anna answered in surprise, seeing me forget the main point and sweat on details. You are telling me my mother could have married a demigod, but she chose to marry my father instead? I asked again, unable to believe that Mama Wyatt chose Papa Wyatt over a demigod. Yes, she did. Isn't she a remarkable woman? She gave up everything to choose love. Mama Wyatt was a real-life princess who chose a hard life in the name of love, which would seem romantic in many people's eyes. And so does Anna. No way, I don't believe it. I couldn't believe it. What was more unbelievable than with a card emperor for a father? Why was Mama Wyatt a mere silver grade card apprentice? There had to be a story to it. And I guess somehow the Duskborn family was to be blamed. Okay. Believe whatever you want as seeing me be unreasonable. Anna gave up. Fuck. If Papa Wyatt were still alive, I would have saluted him. To steal a demigod's fiancé, Papa Wyatt must have been quite a daring ladies' man. So, are you guys here to beg for forgiveness? I asked the Fire Fist Emperor. Knowing that they were young Wyatt's relatives, I thought they were here to mend the relationship between us as I gained a lot of wealth recently. In a way, yes. We want to invite the main family to add your parents and your name to the ancestry records. That way, your mother and father's grave can be shifted to the Duskborn family graveyard. The Fire Fist Emperor explained the purpose of his visit. Is that all? I asked expressionlessly, having learned that not only was Mama Wyatt thrown out of the house, but her name was erased from her family ancestry book. Yes, the Fire Fist Emperor was confused, not seeing me enthused about the offer he had made. Well, what did he expect? Did he want me to jump in excitement? Anna, how is the Silver Milk Powder project progressing? Have you secured the gate dungeon? Having heard what the Fire Fist Emperor had to say to me, I asked Anna about the security detail for the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. Anna was confused seeing me change the topic suddenly and looked at me with question marks in her eyes. Dalton, you haven't answered me yet? Will you return to the family? There you will be a lot safer and have lots of freedom. After all, it's your home. Seeing me intentionally ignore him, the Fire Fist Emperor thickened his skin and asked for my answer. Yes, I will. The day I come to your family, it will be the end of the Duskborn family. I did not waste any more words on the Fire Fist Emperor or the Duskborn family, because actions spoke more than words. Dalton, don't let the anger cloud your judgment. Take your time and answer. I know our family was wrong, but your mother is also equally at fault. We did what we did because of family law. What your mother did is equal to betraying the family. The punishment of erasing her name from the ancestry book and banishing her from the main family is already very lenient. But now, thanks to your contribution, the family is willing to withdraw all its punishment and invite you back to the family. With this, you can bury your parents in the Duskborn ancestry graveyard, where your mother's final rest truly belongs. Despite hearing me threaten to destroy the entire Duskborn family, the Fire Fist Emperor continued to persuade me. Seeing Fire Fist Emperor shamelessly continue to persuade me to enter the Duskborn family even after giving the Duskborn an ultimatum for its destruction, I felt disdain towards the Duskborn family. No matter what you say, my decision will not change. Please leave. We are about to discuss some sensitive issues. Dalton, think about your mother. Don't you want her to be buried next to her family rather than a stranger? The Fire Fist Emperor did not plan on leaving without a positive answer. What bothered him most was I did not make any demands of the Duskborn family and directly rejected their invitation, showing no interest in entering their family. Why would I? Even if I chose to forget the revenge part, joining the Duskborn family, I stood to lose more, and the family stood to gain a lot. And I never make a losing deal. My mother has already proved that she is happy where my father is. So, I think she is happy being buried next to my father. I did plan on burying Mama and Papa Wyatt in the Duskborn family ancestral graveyard. But when I do that, I want to bury the whole family, which forced them to their cruel fate. Dalton, blood is thicker than water. No matter what, you can only depend on family. Nothing is as safe as home. Please think twice before you make any decision. Saying that the Fire Fist Emperor activated his family bloodline to unearth the blood connection between him and me. Interesting way to use DNA with soul energy. Feeling the faint connection between the Fire Fist Emperor and me, I was astonished. Something's wrong. I feel another blood connection other than you two. The Fire Fist Emperor felt an extra blood connection neither than the Axe Emperor and me. Spooked, he added, do you have a sibling? But according to the information I got, Ellen has only one son. No, this blood connection is from Brandon's generation. You must be detecting Kathy. She is my mother's stepsister, and Three-Eyed Emperor's illegitimate daughter. Let me warn you, she is my last family member. So don't have any thoughts about her. I said this to clarify to the Duskborn family that Kathy is my person and any harm to her would not be tolerated. I see, don't worry. We are not here for her, but for you. Dalton, you feel that connection between us. That's a blood connection. No matter what you claim, you can never erase this connection between us. So, come home, Dalton. Let us protect you. The Fire Fist Emperor spoke big words, but he showed nothing to back his words. Forgetting the revenge part, when they got an opportunity to protect me, these people were the most unreliable. I still remember them arguing about who gets to report to Anna about my death without seeking revenge or mourning my unfortunate departure. Just a few minutes ago, he sold me to the Heatsend royal family for rights to become one of the distributors of silver milk powder in the capital. Despite all this evidence pointing contrary to his claim, the Fire First Emperor still shamelessly continued to persuade me. His persuasion was becoming annoying. Irritated, I turned to Anna and said, Anna, I want you to stop any cooperation between your family and the Duskborn family right away. And I have things to discuss with you. Can you see your guests out? Wyatt. Anna wanted to say something, but chose not to. And turning to Fire First Emperor, she declared, You heard him. Now leave. But, Your Highness. The Fire Fist Emperor tried to reason with Anna, but she glared at him and yelled, I said leave. Thank you, Your Highness. I will take my leave now. Seeing no room for reasoning, the Fire First Emperor chose to retreat and decided to tackle this matter from another angle. So what if he can't persuade his grandnephew? He decided to convince his brother's illegitimate daughter, seeing how his grandnephew seemed to care about her. All had to do was lure the hen the chick would follow. Thinking of this, the Fire Fist Emperor carried his injured nephew and excited the VIP box. Seeing the Fire Fist Emperor leave, I sneered. These people did not apologize for their part in the persecution of the Wyatt couple. Instead, they tried to shift the blame and glorify their ancestry log and graveyard. I think they will like it when they are nothing but names in the ancestry log and get to eternally sleep 7 feet under in their ancestral graveyard. So, what did you want to discuss about? After the Fire Fist Emperor left, Anna asked curiously. This part one liked about Anna, as she always gave importance to what I had to say. It's about the security detail of the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. Who is guarding it? I asked this because I planned to have Anna build a Southern Watch military facility here in Sky Blossom City to protect the dungeon. While they are at it, they can guard me too. This way, I do not have to leave Sky Blossom City and not abandon my card boutique and TSR guild. About that, we are planning to transport the entire dungeon to a secure location. Fortunately, it is a low-rank gate dungeon. If it were a field dungeon or a high-rank dungeon, we would have to make other arrangements. Instead of Anna, Luna explained the Heatsend royal family's plans for the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. What? Can you do that? How is that possible? Why haven't I heard of it? I exclaimed, hearing that they planned to transport the gate dungeon to a more secure location. Fuck. This meant all my plans of having Anna build a Southern Watch military facility in Sky Blossom City hit a dead end even before I set the plan in motion. So much for me trying to come up with ways to avoid going into hiding. It is called dungeon relocation, and with enough preparations, it is possible. Luna answered. After a pause, she continued saying, This is the reason why Auntie chose me for the silver milk powder project over grandfather. After all, dungeon relocation is my area of expertise. So, Mother had already made all the plans for the silver milk project. Why did she not inform me about it? It appears even Anna was kept in the dark about the Heatsend royal family's plans for the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. That's for Annie to answer. Please do not drag me into your mother and daughter communication problems. Luna chose her words carefully. Ms. Luna, about dungeon relocation, what do you mean by enough preparations? I was curious about dungeon relocation, so I asked my doubts about it to the available expert. That's Dr. Luna Lauren for you. Luna corrected. I found it funny hearing Luna say that because I remembered doing the same to many people I did not like back on Earth. Sure, Dr. Lauren. Now, will you help me understand dungeon relocation? I was not bothered by Luna's haughtiness. Instead, I respected that because people in our field worshiped knowledge, not strength. Humph. Luna snorted and then said, dungeon relocation is a new concept. It was based on the idea of relocating a captured gate dungeon to the desired location. Since this is a relatively new concept, there is not much advancement in this field. Therefore, relocation of the high-level dungeon is not possible yet. Thankfully, Silver Beach Gate dungeon is a low-level dungeon, so within another 3 months, we can uproot it from this city to the secure location. 3 months? If it takes that long to uproot a gate dungeon, how are you planning on guarding the dungeon? Hearing that it takes 3 months to uproot the gate dungeon, I was overjoyed, and set the previous plan in motion with some improvisation. Why would the dungeon need protection during the dungeon uprooting process? Who dares to mess with the Heatsend royal family in the southern region? I could see Luna was purposefully acting dumb. She seemed to have already guessed where I was headed with my question. You dare to say that after 30 card emperors tried to assassinate me an hour ago, I may have discovered the silver milk powder, and you may own its exclusive production rights, but the silver milk powder does not belong to us but the entire humanity, and I believe it would be irresponsible to leave something that important unguarded. I did not put my agenda forward not because Anna would reject it, but the 2 card emperors in the room would definitely oppose it because me going into hiding would help their case. Yes, Luna, you cannot let our family pride come in between the welfare of the entire humanity. I will have an elite squadron of Southern Watch set up a temporary military base as protection detail until you uproot the gate dungeon. Anna seemed to have guessed what was happening and responded in my support. You don't have to go through the trouble. Auntie had made all the arrangements. It got delayed because of the mission, Forsaken Treasure. Luna came clean and revealed that all the arrangements for the gate dungeon protection detail were made. This is great. Now you no longer have to go in hiding, Wyatt, Anna exclaimed in excitement. You do know that it is a temporary military facility, right? I hate to rain on Anna's excitement, but better now than later. No, you don't understand. Soon you will be able to attend the university. Anna's voice became loud in excitement. So, I asked in confusion. Having attended enough university for 2 lifetimes, I was not thrilled about college life. The top 10 universities are humanity's holy land of knowledge. All forces have signed a treaty that the top 10 universities are war-free zones. Nobody, I mean nobody, would dare try to assassinate you in one of the universities. Even if they tried to, they would fail and pay dearly for their actions. Anna explained the reason behind her excitement. She seemed to be worried about my safety, but knowing I would be leaving for college soon, her worry washed away. Great, haha. In your face. In your face. Dream on Dalton Venera Wyatt will not become anybody's slave. I'd instead prefer death. I shouted, pointing at old fool Lorenzo and Luna. Especially Lorenzo. That sly old man seemed to have plans to turn me into Heatsend family slave even before he visited the Sky Blossom City. No, it may be his sole purpose for visiting the city in the first place. Thank God, Anna is more about beauty and brawn than brains, which lead to her signing a soul contract between us. Otherwise, the Heatsend family would have already turned me into a slave. Boy, you seem to be forgetting whose presence you are in. Lorenzo glared at me, and he did not dare to do anything more than this to me in the presence of Anna. I rolled my eyes at Lorenzo and turned to Anna, asking, Anna, how many broken runes did you get after killing the 24 card emperors? I don't know. I did not calculate the loot yet. Why do you ask? Anna was in a hurry to check on me, so she did not bother to check her loot and hurried over to the VIP box. I sacrificed 2 broken runes to fake my death. I was wondering if you could lend me some more. I know I am being shameless, but when freaking card emperors are shamelessly targeting my life, I had to be thick-skinned for the sake of my survival. Hee hee. Anna let out a lewd laugh like a pervert and said, "You know it is going to cost you, right?" TSK. Hearing Anna, Luna clicked her tongue and threw a scorn-filled gaze at me. "Sure, name your price." Ignoring Luna's scorn-filled gaze, I confidently answered Anna's sketchy offer. "Wyatt, you dog. How can I talk about that with my family present here?" Anna acted shy, but her eyes kept throwing a flirtatious gaze at me. "Go ahead. Since when did our presence stop you from having a good time?" Old fool Lorenzo commented, seeing Anna act shy. Tisk Luna clicked her tongue again. Anna glared at old man Lorenzo and her cousin Luna, threatening them into behaving themselves. "Anna, please don't joke around. I am being serious. I want to borrow some broken runes. Would you please give me a price?" I plan to add the cost of broken runes to the 35,000 soul jade I took from Anna as an advance on my silver milk royalty. "You want to talk seriously? Let's talk seriously then. The market price of one broken rune is near 35,000 median soul jades. How many broken runes do you plan to borrow, and what do you plan to use as collateral?" Anna got real serious, just like the first time I met her when she wanted me to hand over the secrets to silver milk powder production. "Wait a second. What is a median soul jade?" This is the first time I heard about median soul jade. Soul jades are classified based on the purity of the soul jade. The rank of the dungeon determines the purity of the soul jade produced into 3 types. Low soul jades, F, E, D, and C rank dungeons. Median soul jades, B, A, AA, and S rank dungeons. High soul jades, SS and SSS rank dungeons. Lower the level of a dungeon, longer it takes to produce a soul jade. Both B rank and S rank dungeons produce median soul jades. In the time required by the B rank dungeon to produce 1 median soul, the S rank dungeon produces 4 median soul jades. The current exchange rate for soul jades is 1 low soul jade equals $100 million. 1 median soul jade equals 10 low soul jades. 1 high soul jade equals 10 median soul jades. The rate may vary in the black market. Considering you are my friend, I will offer you alternative options of payment. So do you want to pay with low soul jades or dollars? After explaining the types of soul jades, knowing that I did not have any median soul jades on me, Anna offered me alternative payment methods. "About that, can you give me an advance on my royalty?" Hearing the sky-high price of a broken rune, I was already speechless, but still, I gathered my courage to ask for a loan on my royalty shamelessly. "No, you cannot, as you already claimed a 35,000 low soul jade advance on your royalty." Anna rejected my shameless request for an advance on my royalty. I didn't know how else to pay for the broken runes. And thinking about the 2 broken runes I sacrificed to fake my death, I felt lightheaded, unable to handle the shock of losing 70,000 median soul jades. Due to this experience, I saw Anna in a new light as she generously gifted me 6 broken soul jades worth 210,000 median soul jades, or 21,000 high soul jades. If I had a prodigal daughter like Anna, I would have removed her name from my will. "Wyatt, I have a few broken runes on me. If you are willing, I can sell you 1 broken rune for 1% of the silver milk powder share in your hand. Considering the current market price of the broken runes and silver milk powder shares, I think I am offering you a fair price." Old fool Lorenzo did not want to miss out on the opportunity to make some money on my desperation. "No, thank you." Giving the old fool a middle finger in mind, I rejected his offer. People are still skeptical about silver milk powder. Therefore, their share price is still unstable. If I had to comment on Lorenzo's offer, then I would say he was being generous by offering 1 broken rune for 1 share. "I have an offer for you too," Luna proposed. "If it's about selling the shares in my hand, then don't bother." I made it clear that I was not willing to sell the shares of silver milk powder in my hand. "No, I want to employ you to help me research on empty space. I will pay you 1 broken rune after the completion of my research." Luna seemed to be set on having me help her in her research. "Nope, that's too long and tedious for a single broken rune." I rejected Luna's offer cause I needed a broken rune to increase my strength to face any possible assassination attempts. And Luna's research may take years or even decades, which is a lot of time and work for a single broken rune. Yep, Anna had spoiled with her extravagant gifts, as I can think of hundreds of people who would kill to have the job Luna offered me. I'm open for negotiations. Name your price. Luna seemed to have expected my rejection and asked me the price for my help in her research. 1 broken rune per month, with 15 working hours per week. Obviously, I will be taking the weekends off, and I want 4 months' salary in advance. I wanted to ask for 1 broken rune per week, but instead, I found the limit of my shamelessness. Even the lead researcher doesn't get paid that much by my university. Luna looked at me with utter disbelief. There are hundreds of capable lead researchers, so they are not worth that much. As far as I know, you have only me who can help you with your research on empty space. Knowing the worth of what you are selling is negotiation 101. Huh, Grandpa, how many broken runes do you have on you? After giving it a thought, Luna turned to her grandfather for help. Right now, I have 1 broken rune on me, Sugar Bear. Let me check how many broken runes Grinch, the vegetative assassin I caught, has, saying that Lorenzo summoned his grimoire, which spat out vegetative Grinch. Old man, have gone senile? That is evidence. Anna yelled at Lorenzo, who was about to dig out Grinch's ego gem. Evidence of what? In his current state, he is as good as dead. Lorenzo defended his intention to turn Grinch's runes into broken runes. For you may be, but not for JJ. With JJ's origin card, though vegetative, he will talk. Anna is adamant about keeping the vegetative Grinch's body alive. Fine, can I borrow some broken runes then? Unable to dig out Grinch's ego gem for broken runes, Lorenzo had no choice but to turn to Anna for help. Old man, let the person who needs them ask for them. Anna denied Lorenzo's request to borrow broken runes, saying that if Luna wants the broken runes, let her ask herself. Wyatt, let's prepare the contract now with 1 broken rune up front, and I will pay you the remaining broken runes in 3 days. Luna did not even bother to ask Anna to lend her some broken runes. It seems there is still some friction left between the 2 cousins. Nope, that won't work for me. Give me 4 broken runes now, or we don't have a deal. I was not interested in helping Luna in her empty space research. Yet, I chose to accept her job offer because I urgently needed broken runes to create the cards that would help me protect myself from any future assassination attempts. Okay, then I will contact you when I have 4 broken runes. Luna did not understand the difference between me getting the broken runes today and 3 days later, which is why she did not think of the possibility that 3 days after I may not be alive to take her job offer. And I did not bother to remind her of that. Because to her, even with broken runes, a card soldier can never defeat a card emperor. And I agree with her, but I could escape or trick them like I did today. Typical Luna, Anna commented, seeing Luna not willing to borrow some broken runes from her. Ahem. Clearing my throat, I drew Anna's attention and asked, Anna, how about I pay for the broken runes by other means than soul jades? Wyatt, darling, I thought you wanted to talk seriously? Asked Anna, scanning me with a passionate gaze. Tisk, clicking her tongue, Luna looked at me with disdain. No, not that. I mean, how about I create rune cards for you in exchange for broken runes? I did not want silver milk powder shares, so I had no choice but to offer my service in exchange for the broken runes. Ha ha! Luna, Lorenzo, and Anna, all 3, burst into a loud laugh. Tell me you are kidding me, right? Lorenzo asked, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. I stood calm and gazed back at all 3 of them with a serious look because I was confident in what I said. Oh, he is serious. Seeing the serious look in my eyes, Lorenzo and the other 2 finally stopped laughing. Wyatt, don't tell me you seriously think that your service as a card creation is worth a broken rune, Luna asked with disbelief. I do. You saw the ego elemental I created with broken runes, right? Don't you think they are worth a broken rune? With Calamity Daughter Gem, I can create any broken rune into an ego elemental with ease. What? Didn't Anna create those ego elementals for you? Lorenzo inquired in surprise as he and everyone else believed that Anna gifted me the ego elementals. Nope, I created them myself. And I think they should be worth the price I ask off. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so I no longer try to hide that I was the one who created the ego elementals. No way, you just forged your ego gem. How can a novice like you refine a broken rune and cast it into an ego elemental? This is illogical. Old man Lorenzo could not comprehend the idea that a total novice could create an ego elemental using a broken rune just minutes after he forged his ego gem. Anna, what do you say? I can help you create ego elementals using broken ruins in exchange for broken runes. Ignoring Lorenzo, I asked Anna. Ego elementals, I can create them too. Why should we pay you for their creation? Anna asked a reasonable question. My ego elements can be used by anyone. The broken runes used to create them will not resist new users. They will be as docile as any other runes of the user. I knew this because I saw how the broken rune spirits were hostile to anyone who entered their ego gem. Is that it? I can do that too. Give up, Wyatt. Anything you can do, a card emperor can do it better. Before Anna could answer me, Lorenzo argued. You guys saw Pax's mecha iron flesh, right? What if I say I can build something 5 times enormous than that using the broken runes? And anybody can use them. I bet the Southern Watch would love to equip your soldier with those. Ginormous mecha. That was what I was planning to build for myself. Well, not exactly a giant mecha, but a megamorpher formed by combining different mechas. Why would our soldiers need those giant puppets? They are already equipped with capable armors and weapons. Lorenzo's prejudice against me stopped him from looking at the picture I was trying to paint. I like the idea. A mecha. Is that what you call that thing? With the firepower it was packing, the card apprentice equipping it could take on thousands of hostile card apprentices of the same realm. Those huge armors will work wonders at the way beyond. Good. But before we go any further, I would like a demonstration of the armor you create using broken runes. And if they are worth 1 broken rune. Anna saw the picture I painted and was impressed enough to give me a chance to prove my claims. Yeah, I agree. If the so-called mechas are not half bad as you promise, they can help our soldiers posted at the way beyond a lot. Maybe we can reclaim some of the lost lands. Luna seemed to understand the worth of mecha as a mass slaughtering machine. Great. I will create the mecha cards for demonstration. And trust me, they will be worth your money. They say if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And creating things that were just a theory or concept back on Earth was what I loved. And when Anna and the rest asked me to create a mecha made out of runes for demonstration, I was pumped. Okay then, what are you waiting for? Asked Lorenzo. He seemed to be bummed about Anna giving me an opportunity to earn the broken runes as he wanted to exchange the broken runes in his possession for the share of silver milk powder in my hands. Well, creating a mecha card requires a lot of rare ingredients and resources, which costs a lot of money. As an orphan student, I lacked the funds and the broken runes to create a mecha card. I was not ashamed to use the orphan student card to get the funds and broken runes to create the mecha card for demonstration. Heatsen royal family is loaded, and they would not sweat the small expenses. Seriously, Lorenzo was about to talk snark again, but was interrupted by Anna. Forward me the list of ingredients you require. I will have the stadium staff bring it. There is no rush for that. How about we move the party to my card boutique? There I can use my card lab for the card creation, and Susan can make arrangements for the ingredients. Of course, you will be paying her. Creating mecha cards using broken runes would be a massive project. I will require a lot of rare and expensive card ingredients in their creation process, which was an excellent opportunity for Susan to make a buttload of money sales commission. Therefore, I advised Anna that we should move to the Association Guild warehouse, aka my card boutique. Sure. On the way, we can buy some pizza for dinner. Anna agreed and pitched that we should have pizza for dinner. But we had pizza for lunch. Not that I am complaining, I love pizza. I commented as I used my grimoire to send a private message to Susan. Wyatt. Susan, I hooked a big fish. So, please leave whatever you are doing and quickly head to the warehouse and make it presentable. Susan. Okay. Where are you at? And what is the estimated time of your arrival? Wyatt. We are leaving the card stadium right now. Susan. I am still at the stadium too. Wyatt. No worries. We will be stopping for pizza. Do you want me to bring some for you? Susan. That's not enough. Stall the client as much as possible until I DM you. Wyatt. Okay. What about the pizza? Susan. No, I don't want a pizza. Could you bring me a kale salad? Wyatt. Really? You're choosing kale salad over pizza. Susan. Yep, I had lobster for lunch. So, I want to eat something healthy for dinner. Wyatt. Well, you can order it from the staff mess at Guild Association Mall yourself. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 2112. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Anna, give me 3 broken runes of fire, wind, and earth elemental rule. I said, picking up the last pizza slice. Okay, I will help you refine these broken ruins. Meanwhile, you get started with the card creation process. Anna offered her help in refining the broken runes, but I did not need her help as my calamity daughter Jim could easily dominate the will of the broken runes and turn them into slaves. Thank you. I can refine them myself. Wiping my hands and mouth on a napkin, I politely rejected Anna's help. Are you sure? Anna asked again. She knew I had turned 6 broken runes into ego elementals in less than 20 minutes, but still, she could not help but be concerned. Yes, give me the broken runes. I will handle them. For some people, Anna's concern would come off as clingy and smothering, but I enjoyed it. I loved the attention and care she had shown me. Though it's another thing that my trust issues are keeping me from reciprocating similar feelings for her. Here, what about the other ingredients? Handing me a red spherical orb, Anna asked me about the status of the other ingredients that Susan had gone to acquire. They are on their way. And what is this? I asked Anna, curiously fiddling with the red spherical orb that she handed to me. That's a rune jewel. It is an item used to store broken runes. You can access the broken runes in them using your mental energy. Anna answered, explaining how to access the broken runes stored within the rune jewel. Wow, then is it like an artificial ego gem? I asked curiously while gazing at the 3 dots of red, green, and yellow floating around inside the rune jewel. Those 3 dots must be the broken runes of elemental runes fire, wind, and land. Calling a rune jewel an artificial ego gem would be incorrect, but the idea behind the creation of rune jewel was indeed to create a synthetic ego gem. It is more like a failed product as a result of trying to make a fake ego gem. Ego gems can help store and nourish runes and broken runes, but the rune jewel can only store broken runes. Luna did not miss the chance to correct me and explain why, what, and how. About the rune jewels. Thank you for that. I will get started on refining the broken ruins. You guys make yourself at home, and when Susan comes with indigents, ask her to leave them at the door of the card lab. Thanking Luna for the useless facts that she unloaded on me, I headed towards the card lab to refine the broken runes until Susan arrived with the other ingredients. Will do. Ask if you need any help. Anna reminded me that she is available to help if I need any. Despite being rejected by me repeatedly, with the help of 3 card emperors, creating the mecha card would be a lot easier and more time-saving. But my card creation method is very crude, which involves a lot of help from my soul pupils and memories, making it impossible for me to collaborate with other card creationists, especially with competent card creations like Luna and Lorenzo. They would easily spot that I have bare minimum knowledge of card creation. Mechas are the unrequited romance I have longed for since I was a little boy and watched the first mecha anime. Getting a second chance in this card world, my love for mecha was no longer an unanswered one. I got an opportunity to create a mecha for PAX Whitebun, but never a chance to ride one. But today, I would change that by creating a mecha for myself. Mechas were quite popular back on the Earth. Their popularity led to the birth of different models of mechas such as humanoid mecha, animal-shaped mecha, transformable mecha, fusion mecha, etc. And today, I was planning on creating 3 animal-shaped mechas with the 3 broken runes I borrowed from Anna. I had already decided on which animals I should shape my mechas after before I gave Susan the ingredient list to purchase the card ingredients. For the fire elemental rule broken rune, I decided to use it to create a mecha shaped after a majestic lion. For the wind elemental rule broken rune, I planned to create a flight-capable mecha for this one, so I decided on the eagle for the wind broken rune. For the earth elemental rule broken rune, I choose tortoises. But I did not plan on making this mecha as slow as an actual one, but it would have a hard shell that the tortoises are known for. Designing a mecha into animal form was not the problem, but its mobility and control, which lied in the AI running the mecha. The spirits of the broken runes were the problems. The broken rune spirits belonged to humans, so they had no idea how an eagle or a tortoise should move. This was the challenge I was facing right now. With the help of the Calamity Daughter gem, I can tame the spirits of the broken runes unconditionally. So I thought I would feed the beast will of the lion, eagle, and tortoise to their respective elemental broken runes. This way, instead of mimicking their late masters, the broken runes would mimic the beast wills I feed to them. This was just a theory yet to be tested. Once Susan delivers the card ingredients, I will test this theory out. and the probability of success is very favorable. If not, I will have to develop something like a separate secondary AI for the mobility and control of the mechas. That would be time-consuming and complicate the internal design process of the mecha. Another complication was the power source for the mecha. I plan to add 2 power sources to each mecha. One power source would be soul energy-based, and the other power source would be based on rule power. Soul energy-based power source was not a problem as soul energy reactor was readily available in Guild Association Mall. But a power generator for a rule power-based power source was not available in the Guild Association Mall. The Sky Blossom City was a third-rate city, and it was already a miracle that I could get not 1 but 3 A-rank soul energy reactors and other rare A-rank card ingredients here. Not to mention 3 rule power generators. Even a single rule power generator was not something Susan could buy in this city or any other nearby city. These new mechas were broken rune-based, and without a rule power reactor, I could not complete them. I could make use of the soul energy base, but this way, the whole idea behind the creation of these mechas would be lost. Therefore, Susan decided to try her luck at the black market, and fortunately, an old second-hand rule power generator was available. A single old second-hand rule power generator could not make up for 3 rule power generators in 3 separate mechas. Still, I could reverse engineer the old rule power generator to create 3 new generators using my soul pupils. I asked Lorenzo and Luna to help me create or even reverse engineer 3 rule power generators, but they refused because it was not their field of study. I did not ask Anna for help because she was more of a warrior than a scholar, but she still enthusiastically offered to help. I refused as taking over Anna's offer of support for my current predicament would be like giving a sword in the hands of a monkey. The next problem for the creation of the mecha card was the artillery and range weapon system. Since I was building the mechas using broken runes, I wanted to use rule power-based weapons. But the rule-based weapons were not available in the Sky Blossom City market, both black and white, which meant that I had to create the arsenal for the mecha from scratch too. The reverse engineering of the rule power generator and the creation of all 3 arsenal systems will be time-consuming, even with the help of 3 of my slave consciousness. Time was not an issue on Anna's side as she did not give one. But if I take too much time in the creation of the mechas, by then, Clown Mask and Courtney will be moved to a secured location. Since the moment Luna and Lorenzo knew about the Clown Mask and Courtney's physique, they haven't left both of them out of sight as if they were their precious. And I wouldn't blame them cause the future information Clown Mask had was worth it. But this also meant I did not get any opportunity to sew my Calamity daughter gem into the Clown Mask. Currently, Anna and the other 2 are keeping watch on Clown Mask and Courtney. But once the temporary Southern Watch soldier assigned to protect the Silver Beach Gate dungeon arrives, they will take custody of the mother and daughter pair. This means I will never again get to meet the Clown Mask to sew the Calamity daughter gem into her and get her memory. Therefore, I needed a perfect plan to complete the mecha creation before the temporary military arrived. After considering all the problems, I mapped a plan with all the contingencies I could think of, which would help me save a lot of time in card creation. And these 3 mecha cards were how I was going to sew my Calamity daughter gem into Courtney's mother. I have 2 motives for creating the mecha cards. The first one is to earn some broken runes, and the second is to sew my Calamity daughter gem in the Clown Mask to get the information about the future she had. To achieve both objectives, I will have to create the 3 mecha cards at the earliest. Therefore, when Susan arrived with the ingredient cards, I asked her to acquire them. I collected them and got to the card creation process without further delay. Card name, Rule Power Generator. Card type, Ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 57/100. Card effect, Rule Power Generator is a generator that uses broken runes as fuel to generate clean rule power. Going through the stacks of ingredients cards, I picked up the second-hand Rule Power Generator ingredient card. Its card durability was way lower than the minimum recommended durability limit. Using this generator for mecha card creation would turn them into a ticking time bomb, waiting to blow up any second. I checked if rearranging the card's soul pathways would help with increasing its durability, and I would have 1 less generator to make. Unfortunately, that was a dead end as the generator's parts were too worn out for any alteration or modification. So I was left with only one option to reverse engineer the generator and create 3 brand new rule power generators for the mecha cards. After checking on the rule power generator, I took out the 3 Beast Will's ingredients cards from the stack of card ingredients. The 3 Beast Wills belong to 3 different monsters of lion, eagle, and tortoise kind. Card name, Volcano Lion Beast Will. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 97/100. Card effect, the beast will belong to a volcano lion. Card name, Gale Eagle Beast Will. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 96/100. Card effect, the beast will belongs to a Gale Eagle. Card name, Terrain Back Tortoise Beast Will. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 98/100. Card effect, the beast will belonging to a terrain back tortoise. All the 3 Beast Wills belong to A-rank monsters. Acquiring these 3 beasts would not have been possible without the cooperation of the City Hall and Card Creationist Association. A-rank Beast Wills are privileged ingredients that were hidden in the treasure vault of the City Hall and Card Creationist Association. If not for Anna's identity, acquiring the cooperation of these associations would not have been possible. And thanks to that, the price of these 3 cards was a lot cheaper than their original price. Now I was going to test my theory about changing the shape of the broken rune sprites to that of the Beast Will. For that, I took the rune jewel and used my mental power to withdraw the fire elemental broken rune into a Calamity Daughter gem. Then I placed both the Volcano Lion Beast Will card and the fire elemental broken rune Calamity Daughter gem into my golden grimoire and began my test. I could have performed the test on all 3 broken runes simultaneously using my slave consciousness, but I did not because I was unsure about the test results. If the test failed, I would lose 3 Beast Wills simultaneously. Therefore, to be on the safe side, I decided to test with the fire elemental rune, and if I got a positive result, I could then proceed with the other 2. Without hesitating anymore, I contacted the fire elemental broken rune spirit and went through its memories to check how much intelligence it had left. Thankfully, it showed an intelligence equal to that of a human preteen. And with the help of the Hive AI, it was entirely capable and functional to operate a mecha. Now that the rune spirit was up to the mark, for the next step, I had to destroy its current humanoid form and have it take the form of a volcano lion. This was easier said than done. Though the rune spirit was subdued due to the Calamity Daughter gem, it was still nurtured and forged by its previous master. So it's not a marvel that it had taken after its master's form. That humanoid form was its individuality. Destroying it meant destroying a large part of the rune spirit. I had to be careful here. If I damage the rune spirit more than it can handle, then there is a chance that the rune can disintegrate and dissipate into the world. That would not be good and be like taking a step back. Therefore, I carefully transformed the soul pathways of the Volcano Lion Beast Will into the Calamity Daughter gem containing the fire elemental rune. As soon as the soul pathway of the Volcano Lion Beasts Will entered the gem, I instructed the broken rune to swallow and digest the Volcano Lion Beast's will. Runes are different from any other form of the matter I have seen to the present. They do not have soul pathways. They are just a mass of energy. This was the reason I had my doubts about the test. I did not know how I was going to combine the soul pathways with a mask of energy. Therefore, I had the fire elemental broken rune energy devour the Beast Will's soul pathway and digest it. And now I was waiting for the result to see if the broken rune could digest the Volcano Lion will in the soul pathways and integrate the Beast Will with itself. Having devoured the soul pathways, the broken rune did not show any change. So I contacted the fire elemental broken rune to see if it had gained anything after digesting the soul pathway of the Volcano Lion Beast Will. Success! I celebrated getting a positive response from the fire elemental broken rune spirit. Devouring the soul pathways of the Volcano Lion Beast Will, the fire elemental broken rune not only gained the memories of the Volcano Lion, but also its intelligence raised by a margin, conforming that the broken rune has gained the memories of Volcano Lion Beast Will. I order the broken rune spirit to take the form of the Volcano Lion using the new memories it gained. Following my order, the broken rune spirit dissolved its humanoid shape and turned into a volcano lion. Yes, seeing the broken rune-shaped and volcano lion form jump around in the Calamity Daughter gem, I cheered. Using the memories, the broken rune gained not only the beast shape, but also all the fire-type skills and wild instincts of the volcano lion. With the form and the instincts of a volcano lion, the fire elemental broken rune no longer would have a problem with the controlling and maneuvering of the beast-shaped mecha body I would be creating for it. The success of the experimenting on fire elemental broken rune proved my theory, avoiding the trouble of creating a separate secondary AI for the control and pilot system of the beast-shaped mecha body. Putting aside the volcano lion Calamity Daughter gem, I extracted the other two broken runes from the rune jewel into two separate Calamity Daughter gems. And with the help from one of my slave consciousness, I simultaneously introduced the soul pathway of the beast wills of terrain back tortoise and Gale Eagle to their respective broken runes. After the broken runes digested the soul pathways of the beast wills they devoured, I ordered the earth and wind elemental broken rune spirits to dissolve their humanoid shape and turn into their respective beast forms, namely terrain back tortoise and Gale Eagle. Completing the three beast-shaped broken runes for the mecha cards, my attention turned to the old rule power generator ingredient card. Thinking about reverse engineering the old rule power generator, my head hurts. But still, I had to because I had no choice as it was either this or nothing. Sigh dash, letting out a sigh, I placed the rule power generator ingredient card into the creation page of my golden grimoire. 3 are 3 primary stages to reverse engineering anything. 1. Implementation recovery. 2. Design recovery. 3. Analysis recovery. These 3 stages are the exact reverse of the stages for any engineering process, namely analysis, design, and implementation. Implementation recovery is nothing but figuring out the applications of the structure that you want to reverse engineer. And based on the application of the structure and its components, you determine and prepare an initial model for the structure. In the case of the rule power generator, I did not have to research its function and application as it came with the user manual. I scanned through the user manual using the Hive AI and uploaded all the related information to my mind. Thanks to the soul pupils and the user manual, I did not have a problem coming up with an initial model for the rule power generator. The next stage was design recovery. This stage involved undoing the mechanics of the structure. In layman terms, I had to open up the structure to its individual piece and try to figure out which price went where, why, and how it operated. This was the most time-consuming thing of all 3 stages, as resolving any foreign critical mechanics of the structure would be complicated and complex. Fortunately, the user manual came with the design for the rule power generator, labeling each component, its purpose, application, and maintenance. With this information, it did not take me long to undo the rule power generator soul pathways to get the individual components. I did not have to worry about missing anything or forgetting what went where because the Hive AI recorded everything. If I forget anything, I could refer to the recordings. Having the user manual saved a lot of time and stress. Done with design recovery, I moved to the next stage of analysis recovery, which was to use all the information gathered in the last 2 steps and develop an error-free model for the structure. For this part of reverse engineering, I used the simulation function of the Hive AI to come up with the original model of the rule power generator, and to make sure the reverse-engineered model is working as effectively as the original model. If not, there must be an error that had to be rectified. After running 19 failed simulations, I finally reverse-engineered a model with an efficiency rate closer to the original model. The difference in the efficiency rate was just a narrow margin. If I had more time, I would have stuck to getting the exact efficiency rate, but I was tight on time now, and the current efficiency rate was enough for the mechas to provide a satisfactory demonstration to Anna. Sigh. I sighed in relief, deciding on the final model for the 3 new rule power generators I was about to create for the mecha cards. If I had more time and knowledge on my hands, I could have developed a more efficient model, but alas. A-rank Britonium card X200. A-rank Skywire card X50. Card name, Britonium. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 97/100. Card info, One card contains 1,000 tons of Britonium ore. Britonium is an excellent and resilient metal ore, used to create weapons and armors. Card name, Skywire. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 97/100. Card info. One card contains 1,000 tons of Skywire ore. Skywire is an excellent and resilient metal ore, mainly used in alloy with Britonium to create weapons and armors. Britonium and Skywire are rare metal ores mainly used to create rare-grade weaponry and armory. And right now, I had enough of them to make alloy steel to create 3 beast-shaped against mecha bodies. Britonium and Skywire mixed in the ratio of 4:1 form an externally resilient alloy known as Synonium. Synonium is a rare-grade alloy whose capabilities match that of mythic-grade metals. I chose this alloy for the creation of my beast-shaped mecha mainly because of the various abilities it offers, like temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. Card name, Synonium. Card type, ingredient card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, Synonium is a rare-grade alloy formed by mixing Britonium and Skywire in the ratio of 4:1. Additional effect, extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. Extreme temperature adaptation. This skill gives the alloy the ability to adapt to extreme temperatures of its surroundings with ease. Meaning be it extreme heat or extreme cold, the alloy will withstand it all. Shock absorption. This skill gives the alloy the ability to absorb the shock from any physical impact or attack and distribute it equally throughout its circumference, making it very difficult to pierce or dent the alloy. Structural memory recovery. Once the molten Synonium is shaped into a specific structure, it will remember it for its lifetime. No matter how much damage it sustains, as long as enough energy is supplied to it, it will return to the form in its memory. Due to the skill extreme temperature adaptation, it is tough to turn the Synonium into a molten state again, meaning once shaped, the shape of the Synonium cannot be changed. Therefore, many card creationists avoid using this excellent alloy. I had a total of 200 Britonium ingredient cards containing 1,000 tones of Britonium each and 50 Skywire ingredient cards containing 1,000 tones of Britonium each. So, I have a total of 200,000 tons of Britonium and 50,000 tons of Skywire with me right now. With this large quantity of Britonium and Skywire, I could smelt about 150,000 tons of Synonium alloy. After creating the bodies and skeletal frame for the 3 mechas, I will still have more than enough left with me to make the control, power, sensory, weapon, artillery system for the 3 mechas, and also some spare in case there is an error. A-rank Black Rock Coated Furnace Item Card X2. A-rank Spirit Star Flame Skill Card X2. Britonium and Skyfire are both rare-grade ores, and smelting them with normal fire and furnace is a fool's errand. Therefore, I had added a rare-grade furnace and flame for the smelting of these ores. I could have used the Broken Fire rune here, but the furnace could withstand its extreme temperature. So, I chose to order the Spirit Star Flame skill. Card name, Black Rock Coated Furnace. Card type, Item card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, 10 stars. Card durability, 89/100. Card effect. This item is an industry-grade furnace for heavy-duty workload and high-temperature smelting. Additional effect, thermostat, smokeless, temperature resistance coating, black flame. Thermostat. This ability allows the user to control the temperature of the black flame in the furnace. Smokeless. The inward surface of the furnace absorbs all the smoke produced during smelting, making it so that no smoke is generated during the smelting process. Temperature resistance coating. The entire outside surface of the furnace is covered by a thin layer of black rock coating. This layer of black rock coating traps all the thermal energy inside the furnace, ensuring that the furnace maintains maximum efficiency all the time. This coating also separates the outside temperature influencing the furnace core temperature. This way, the furnace gives the maximum output all the time. Card name, Spirit Star Flame. Card type, Skill Card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, 13 stars. Card durability, 92/100. Card effect. Spirit Stir Flame is an A-rank rare grade flame with a maximum temperature equal to thrice the core temperature of the white sun. Additional effect: Spirit Star Flame Manipulation. Spirit Star Flame Manipulation. This skill gives the host ability to control and maneuver the Spirit Star Flame according to his will. Due to the Psionium alloy skill's structural memory recovery and extreme temperature adaptation, I would have to smelt and cast the alloy into the predetermined mecha models simultaneously, leaving a tiny margin for error. One would think that skill's structural memory recovery and extreme temperature adaptation would make the alloy synonym desirable to blacksmith card creationists. Still, they were the reason card creationists turned away from this metal, as there is no way any card creationist can smelt and cast at the same time. But this was not a problem for me, as I was not alone. I had 3 slave memories and a capable AI. They provided enough workforce and robotic precision to simultaneously smelt and cast the alloy with near-zero error. I had the red determined simulated designs for the 3 mechas: Volcano Lion design, Gale Eagle design, and Back Terrain Tortoise design. There are many capable and fierce A-rank beasts out there, but I still chose these beasts for the design of the mechas based on 2 factors: availability of beast will and simplicity of the mecha design. After equipping the 2 A-rank item Black Rock Coated Furnace and the 2 A-rank skill Spirit Star Flame, I placed both the ore ingredient cards into the creation page of my golden grimoire, and asked 2 of my slave consciousness to smelt the ores and mix them in the perfect ratio to get the molten alloy. Meanwhile, I and the remaining slave consciousness began casting the molten alloy into the predetermined shape by rearranging the soul pathways of the molten alloy. We began by casting the skeletal structure of the 3 mechas, then the thin alloy tissue layer covering the skeletal system, leaving enough space for the control system, power system, sensory system, and hidden weapons according to the simulated design. Later we continued to cast the exoskeleton and the armor of the 3 mechas. It took me nearly 5 hours to complete casting the skeletal frame, the exoskeletal shell, and the thin alloy soft tissue stuffing for all 3 mechas. It was almost morning, and I still had to cast the power, control, sensory, weaponry, and other systems. Thankfully, there was no error during creation. Otherwise, it would have taken longer. Having completed the body of the 3 mechas, now all that's left was there in yards for the Psionium alloy body, namely the Psionium alloy power, control, sensory, weaponry, and other systems. This grunt work of creating the mecha systems, I tasked it to my slave consciousness, and I started to design different types of appropriate weapons for the 3 mechas. While the slave conscious were building the systems following the predetermined simulated design of each system, I, with the help of the Hive AI, started working on suitable weapons for all 3 mechas. Using leftover Psionium alloy after creating the body of the 3 mechas, I decided to develop the required systems for the mecha bodies with the help of my 3 slave consciousnesses. Another 2 hours, my slave consciousnesses had successfully installed all the control, sensory, soul energy reactor, thermal, and cooling systems into the 3 mecha except the rule power generator, the weapons, and the cockpit for the card apprentice pilot. I had left space for the cockpit in the skull section of all 3 of the mechas. Now all I had to do was add all the control and monitoring panels and buttons to it, along with a comfy seat for the pilot. For obvious reasons, the cockpit will have a seat ejection option, and then the seat will have an air cushion and a parachute. Done making 3 luxurious cockpits in the skulls of the 3 animal-shaped mechas, I turned my attention to the weapon system, which consisted of both cold and hot weapons, for example, iron jaws and becks with plasma claws, laser cannons, ballistic missiles, and etc. One by one, I mounted the weapons to their respective mechas. I designed each weapon exclusively for their respective mechas, such that the weapons could hide under their armor or exoskeleton without compromising their defensive abilities. For example, the laser cannons are hidden in the mouths and the becks of the mechas, and the plasma claws are red hidden in the paws and the feet of the mechas. After adding the weapon system to the 3 mechas, next came the rule power generator. In terms of energy sources for the mechas, I have already created and added a soul energy-based power system to mechas as an auxiliary power source. The main rule power-based energy system was already in place. All it was missing was a rule power generator. Following the simulated reverse-engineered design, I and my 3-slave consciousness created 3-rule power generator using the psionium alloy left after the creation of the mecha's body and its other systems. The newly created 3-rule power generators were useless without a rune or a broken rune to act as fuel for them to generate rule power. Hence, I took the 3 Calamity Daughter gems, which housed the fire, wind, and earth broken runes, respectively. I was going to place each one of the Calamity Daughter gems into the fuel chamber of the 3-rule power generator, and then place the rule power generator into the main rule power-based system of the 3 mechas. Finally completing the creation of the 3 mechas, but before that, I wanted to bestow an array skill known as the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation into all 3 of the Calamity Daughter gem. A-rank Earth, Wind, and Fire Array Trap, Card X3. A-rank Origin Core X3. Card name, Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Card type, Array card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 10 stars. Card durability, 89/100. Card effect, Earth, Wind, and Fire formation is a 3-person array, each representing 1 element, earth or wind or fire. Each element enhances the strength, intelligence, and vitality of the 3-card apprentice using this trap card. Additional effect, Phantom 3 Minds 1 Body. Phantom 3 Minds 1 Body. This ability of the formation allows its users to form a large phantom body controlled and maneuvered by the 3 consciousnesses of the 3-card apprentice operating the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Earth becomes the foundation and strength of the phantom body. Wind becomes the mind and intellect of the phantom body, while the fire becomes the volatility and power of the phantom body. After bestowing the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation skill to the 3 Calamity gems, I added them to the 3-rule power generator. Then the 3 generators were hooked into the main rule-based power system of the 3 mechas. Next, I wanted to morph the 3 mechas in my golden grimoire into cards, but I still had about 60 tons of the psionium alloy. So I decided to add 2 more tiers to the 3 giant beast-shaped mechas, just like I did with Pax's origin card. Splitting the 60 tons of alloy equal between the 3 mechas, 20 tons, I created 3 power suits as Tier 1, exoskeleton armor as Tier 2 for each of the 3 mechas. Obviously, the animal-shaped giant mechas will be the 3rd tier. The whole Tier 1, power suit, Tier 2, exoskeleton, and Tier 3, giant mecha were stored in the small origin core on top of the ring that displayed the icon of their respective beasts. Then I morphed the rings into 3 different mecha cards. Finally, I was successful in completing the creation of the 3 animal-shaped mecha cards. When I equip the mecha cards, upon activation of the card, I get equipped with a ring which, when activated again, gives me a power suit. Triggering the next tier, it summons an exoskeleton armor, and activating the 3rd tier, I can call upon the giant 20 feet tall beast-shaped mecha. Card name, Volcano Lion Rider Ring. Card type, Item card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 99/100. Card effect, the ring acts as a medium to help the card apprentice, equipping it to morph his suit into Tier 1, Power Suit, Tier 2, Mecha Exoskeleton Armor, and Tier 3, Volcano Lion Mecha depending on user's will. Additional effect, Broken Fire Rune Control, Megamorph, Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Tier 1, Power Suit. The power suit is woven out of thin fibers created from psionium alloy. So the power suit also had the abilities like extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. As the power suit is powered by fire elemental broken rune, it is red in color. Tier 2, Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. Exoskeleton armor is cast out of psionium alloy. It provides the user with superhuman strength and defense. The exoskeleton is 7 meters in height and equipped with a plasma claws, force shield, and Gatling energy cannon. Being made out of psionium alloy, the exoskeleton displays the 3 famous abilities of the alloy, and it is also painted red. Tier 3, Volcano Lion Mecha. Being powered by a fire-broken rune, the mecha is red in color. The psionium alloy body gives it the abilities like extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. The Volcano Lion Mecha has a wide range of weapons. 1. Energy Cannon. The energy cannon is placed in the mouth of the Volcano Lion Mecha. and it can fire a devastating beam of energy that can annihilate anything INTs the path. 2. Plasma claws. The plasma claws are very durable and sharp. They can cut through ores of the same realm like butter. 3. Back-mounted laser cannon. A heavy-duty laser cannon is mounted on the mecha's back, which fires a 3-meter-wide laser beam at its enemy, turning them to ash. 4. Shoulder-mounted machine gun. The Beach's shoulder-mounted machine gun hidden in its shoulder when activated will reveal itself and not rest until it has taken the life of its target. 5. Sonic blaster. The Volcano Lion has a sonic blaster hidden in its month along with an energy cannon. Sonic blaster is powerful enough to form cracks in the space. The sound made by the sonic blaster is similar to the roar of a volcano lion. 6. Flame breath. The mecha's breath can blow flames. 7. Flame meteorite. The mecha shots a giant ball of the flame ball into the sky, and under the influence of the gravity, the flame ball defends as flame meteorite. 8. Broken fire rune control. The card apprentice equipped can control the power and will of broken fire rune. 9. Megamorph. Earth, wind, and fire formation. 1. 3 Minds fire flag. The mecha can morph and participate in the earth, wind, and fire formation with wind flag and fire flag. 2. 1 Body limb piece. The fire flags acts as the limb piece of the earth, wind, and fire formation. Card name: Gale Eagle Rider Ring. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank, rare grade. Card rate: 8 stars. Card durability: 99/100. Card effect: the ring is a medium that helps the card apprentice to morph his suit into Tier 1 Power Suit, Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor, and Tier 3 Gale Eagle Mecha, depending on his will. Additional effect: Broken Wind Rune Control, Megamorph, Earth, Wind, and Fire Formation. Tier 1 Power Suit. The Power Suit is of green color representing the Broken Wind Rune. Being woven of Psenonium alloy fiber, the Power Suit has extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. 1. Green color, representing the Broken Wind Rune. 2. Psenonium abilities: extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. 3. Weapon: Energy Blade, Gale Wings Force Shield, Dual Gatling Machine Blasters. Tier 3 Gale Eagle Mecha. 1. Green color, representing the Broken Wind Rune. 2. Mecha height: 20 meters, Mecha energy source, Broken Wind Rune, Mecha form, Gale Eagle. 3. Psenonium abilities: extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. 4. Weapons: Energy Beak Cannon, Gale Eagle Sonic Cry, Plasma Claws, Wing Blades, Energy Feather Shot, Gale Tornado, Gale Cyclone. Energy Beak Cannon. There is an energy cannon hidden in the beak of the Gale Eagle Mecha. Gale Eagle Sonic Cry. There is a sonic blaster hidden in the beak of the Gale Eagle Mecha. Energy Feather Shot. The wings of the Gale Eagle Mecha can shoot energy feathers at their enemy. Wing Blades. The wings of the Gale Eagle are very resilient and thin enough to cut through any defense. Gale Tornado. The mecha can create a tornado with its wings. Gale Cyclone. The mecha can create a cyclone with its flight speed. 5. Broken Wind Rune Control. The card apprentice equipped can control the power and will of Broken Wind Rune. 6. Megamorph. Earth, Wind, and Fire Formation. 1. 3 Minds Wind Flag. The mecha can morph and participate in the Earth, Wind, and Fire Formation with Earth Flag and Fire Flag. 2. 1 Body Headpiece. The Wind Flag acts as the headpiece of the Earth, Wind, and Fire Formation. Card name: Terrain Back Tortoise Rider Ring. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank, rare grade. Card rate: 7 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the ring is a medium that helps the card apprentice to morph his suit into Tier 1 Power Suit, Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor, and Tier 3 Terrain Back Tortoise Mecha, depending on his will. Additional effect: Broken Earth Rune Control, Megamorph, Earth, Wind, and Fire Formation. Tier 1 Power Suit. The Power Suit is of yellow color representing the Broken Earth Rune. Being woven of Psenonium alloy fiber, the Power Suit has extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. 1. Yellow color, representing the broken earth rune. 2. Synonym abilities: extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. 3. Weapon: energy blade, terrain shell force shield, terrain back-mounted Gatling cannon. Tier 3. Terrain back tortoise mecha. 1. Yellow color, representing the broken earth rune. 2. Mecha height, 20 meters, mecha energy source, broken wind rune, mecha form, terrain back tortoise. 3. Synonym abilities: extreme temperature adaptation, shock absorption, and structural memory recovery. 4. Weapons: energy jaw cannon, terrain back tortoise sonic roar, plasma claws, terrain shell shield, terrain tail slam, earthquake stomp, landslide roll, shell retreat. Energy jaw cannon. There is an energy cannon hidden in the mouth of the terrain back tortoise mecha. Terrain back tortoise sonic roar. There is a sonic blaster hidden in the beak of the terrain back tortoise mecha. Terrain shell shield. The shell of the terrain back tortoise mecha can erect a large terrain shield against the enemy. Terrain tail slam. The tail of the terrain back tortoise is mighty, and with a slam, it can cause a large-scale earthquake. Earthquake stomp. Some of the mecha with the power of broken earth rune can cause calamity-level earthquakes. Landslide roll. With the roll of its shell, the mecha can cause a landslide. Shell retreat. All 5 limbs and the head of the mecha can retreat into its shell. 5. Broken earth rune control. The card apprentice equipped can control the power and will of broken earth rune. 6. Megamorph. Earth, wind, and fire formation. 1. 3 Minds Earth Flag. The mecha can morph and participate in the earth, wind, and fire formation with fire flag and wind flag. 2. 1 Body chest piece. The earth flags acts as the chest piece of the earth, wind, and fire formation. Looking at the 3 cards info, I let out my breath in satisfaction. Pocketing the cards, I head out of the card lab. Walking out of the card lab, I saw all 3, Anna, Susan, Luna, and Lorenzo, meditating. It seems they did not sleep and instead chose to focus on their active soul control. As for Susan, being a professional, she could not leave VIP clients unattended, so she decided to meditate in the warehouse instead of going home. Courtney and Clown Mask were also meditating in the opposite corner. It appears everyone has noticed my presence, and one by one, all of them got out of their meditative state. Good morning, everybody. It looks like everyone had a productive night. I greeted everyone and headed towards the shower next to my warehouse bedroom to refresh myself and change into new clothes. Where are you going? Was the card creation successful? Luna questioned, seeing me avoid them, and headed towards another room. Well, the card creation was successful. I am heading in there for a change of clothes. Having said that, I walked towards the room. Skill card, Purple Shine. Luna summoned her grimoire and activated a card covering the entire warehouse and everybody in it in purple light. This also works. Man, I gotta get myself one of those cards. I felt a purple light bath me, my clothes, and soon I felt my body and clothes cleansed, purified, refreshed, and re-energized. Not just me, the entire warehouse and everybody inside was washed and purified by the skill card Purple Shine that Luna activated. The purple light bathed the dust covering the ceiling, floors, and shelves of the warehouse. Let me save you the trouble of buying a cleansing card. If what you promised is delivered, I will give you a purification card. Luna seemed to be very keen about the demonstration I promised, and supposedly seemed to have forgotten the chain of command. So I turned to look at Anna. Grandfather promised Luna to help her build her military just like the Southern Watch under me and the Way Beyond Patrol under my uncle's command. If what you promised is possible, then your cards will be helping her build this world's first mecha army. Anna explained. No wonder Luna appeared so eager than Lorenzo, Anna, and chose to stay the night at a warehouse. Not every card apprentice has the talent to forge their ego gem, and it becomes even more impossible to forge an ego gem in higher realms. Therefore, the card apprentices widely believe that the Card Lord realm is the only realm where an average card apprentice has the highest chance of forging an ego gem. So many chose not to progress in the realm after reaching the Card Lord realm until they had forged their ego gem. The best examples of this are William Bright, Jack Whitburn. But sometimes, some who reach the end of their age limit and lifespan choose to break through to extend their lifespan and survive. These types of card apprentices who are in a higher realm without an ego gem are weaker than the card apprentices of the same realm, and are not treated with the same respect as their counterparts. To create an armed force of the same level as the Southern Watch and way beyond patrol under the Heatsend family, one will require an enormous number of mighty card apprentices with ego gems, which can take up to decades or more to gather. So, Luna had no way to form a powerful armed force in a short time. But mechas powered by broken rune energy gave Luna a new way to build the army she wanted as fast as possible. Luna, you are a researcher. What do you need an army for? I know you were always jealous of me, but trying to build an army just because I have one, isn't it a bit much? Anna blamed Luna for she only wanted a personal army out of jealousy and nothing else. Narcissistic much, Anna. Think whatever you want. Before you blame me, tell me why I cannot have a personal army? Or is it because only you, the princess, can have one? Luna blamed Anna, saying that Anna could not stomach that her grandfather promised Luna a personal army. So you accept that you want a personal enemy just because I have one. While I was inside the card lab busy with card creation, the warehouse seemed to have been eventful because of these two cousins. Whatever. Ignoring Anna, Luna turned to me and asked, Wyatt, can we begin the demonstration? Don't get me wrong. How does the hierarchy work in your family? 1 second you act docile towards Anna, and another second you are at each other's throat? Who is my client here? I did not answer Luna's question right away, because I saw Anna was pissed off seeing Luna taking the lead regarding the mecha cards. And also, I was confused. Who was I making a deal with? Anna or Luna? Sometimes they acted close, and sometimes they acted like rivals. Forming an agreement with Anna was okay, but Luna, I could not trust her. After all, she wanted to erase my presence from this world and turn me into a Heatsend family slave. There is no hierarchy in the younger generation of the Heatsend family. Lorenzo answered since Luna and Anna were busy in a glaring contest. Younger generation? Old dude. Both Anna and Luna are old enough to be called grandma. I gave you the runes, and I paid for the card ingredients. That makes me your client. Now you can begin the demonstration, Wyatt. Anna's argument was sound. Anna was the one who paid for the card ingredients and provided the 3 fire, earth, and wind broken runes. By default, she was my client, and I had to answer her. Right here? Not possible. How about we go somewhere open and quiet? A dungeon would work. Each beast mechas were about 20 meters in height. Summoning them in the warehouse would be the stupidest notion. So I recommended that we shift to a dungeon, preferably a gate dungeon, for privacy. Okay, then let's head to the dungeon. Saying that, Anna summoned her grimoire and activated her mass teleportation card. Really, Anna? How many times did Auntie and Grand Aunt warn you not to use the teleportation cards unless it is urgent? We could have taken a cab to the nearest dungeon. Luna seemed to have not finished her sentence, but soon all of us present in the warehouse were teleported. Where is this? I asked, looking at my surroundings. It was a vast open grassland full of vitality, and strong wind filled the air. SS rank gate dungeon, storm horse grassland. This is where I come to clear my mind, answered Anna. Hearing that we were in an SS rank gate dungeon, Susan, Courtney, Clown Mask, and I panicked. Seeing this, Anna hurriedly added, Don't worry, this dungeon is captured, so you guys are safe here. Anna, if you were going to use the teleportation card, you could have taken us to the Royal Palace training grounds. Luna suggested. Hearing Luna, a sudden realization dawned on Anna as she slapped her forehead for impulsively using her teleportation card. Forget about that. Since we are already here, let's make the best of this. Saying that, I summoned my grimoire and took out the Gale Eagle Rider ring and Terrain Back Tortoise Rider ring cards and handed them to Courtney and Clown Mask and asked them to equip it. Before I demonstrate the cards I have created, let me go through the cost and the ingredients used in the creation of these cards. A rank Volcano Lion Beast will X1 card. A rank Terrain Back Turtle Beast will X1 card. A rank Gale Eagle Beast will X1 card. A rank Soul Energy Core X3 cards. A rank Rule Power Generator X1 card. A rank Black Rock Coated Furnace Item card X2 cards. A rank Spirit Star Flame Skill card X2 cards. A rank Bertonium card X200 cards. A rank Skywire card X50 cards. A rank Earth Wind and Fire Formation X3 cards. A rank Origin Core X3 cards. If we leave the cost of the broken runes, then the cost of just the card ingredients for each card sums up to a grand total of 25,000 low soul jades, or 2,500 median soul jades, or 250 high soul jades. And adding the fee for my services as the card creationist, the total for the creation reaches a sky-high amount. Since I was already promised to be paid in terms of broken runes, I did not rock the boat by stating a price. The ingredients for a single mecha card costs about 25,000 low soul jades. That means you spent 75,000 low soul jades to create the 3 cards. That does not include the cost of the 3 broken runes. Considering the cost of a broken rune is 35,000 low soul jades. That brings the price of a single mecha card to 60,000 low soul jades. Do you know what 60,000 low soul jades can buy me? Heck, I could run a 3rd-tier city for a year with the amount you spent on the creation of the 3 mecha cards. Lorenzo asked me, as the cost of the cards I had created was too astounding. Old dude, you seem to have forgotten to add the fees of my services rendered in the creation of the card. Honestly, I had lost all respect for Lorenzo long ago, even before he voiced to turn me into a slave for the Heatsend family. So I did not bother to talk respectfully to him despite the significant age and realm difference between us. Wyatt. Susan was shocked seeing my rude speech and hurriedly came to explain my behalf, saying, Emperor Lorne, please forgive Wyatt's rudeness. He is exhausted after creating 3 A-rank cards. You are correct that the money spent on creating the cards is outrageous, but I believe that the cards Wyatt made are indeed worth the price. If I may, the cost of the card ingredients could have been decreased by a lot if we had brought the card ingredients in a higher-tier city market instead of a black market in a 3rd-tier city. This demonstration was planned at a moment's notice, so I could not acquire the card ingredients at a more economical price. But if this deal goes through, I promise that I will make sure that the cost of the card ingredients is more economical than what we have spent on these 3 cards. Susan explained what the price of the card ingredients was so sky-high. All the ingredients were A-rank, making them scarce commodities in the Sky Blossom City. Most of the ingredients could not be found on the primary market, so Susan had to reach out to the city's black market, where the cost of ingredients was 3 times their original price. Unlike the City Hall and the Card Creationist Association, the black market was not big on giving a discount in the name of Her Majesty Southern Emperor. Therefore, the total cost of the card ingredients was as high as 25,000 low soul jades. Girl, what is your name? Asked Lorenzo despite my introduction and having heard me call her Susan in the warehouse. Susan Tucci, Susan answered. Susan Tucci, at this moment, I invite you to work as the Managing Director of Sales in Lorne Pharmaceuticals' Southern Academic City branch. Old man Lorenzo offered Susan a job. Lorenzo was so confident about the job offer that he did not even try to seem humble offering the job to Susan. Hearing Lorenzo's job offer for Susan, Luna and Anna stopped glaring at each other and started looking at Susan and me with great interest. I did not even bother to bat an eye seeing Lorenzo pouching my employee right in front of my eyes. After all, the title of Managing Director of an MNC like Lorne Pharmaceuticals' Southern Academic City branch sounded a lot better than the manager of a card boutique run by a high school student, and I was happy for Susan. Sorry, I will have to reject your offer, Emperor Lorne. I am happy right where I am. Susan rejected Lorenzo's offer without the slightest hesitation. Susan was not so naive to see what was happening. Yes, Managing Director is a big title, and Lorne Pharmaceuticals is indeed a big company. Enough to make one wonder and consider giving into the subduction. But Susan knew the reason why Lorenzo made an abrupt job offer to her. It was because he wanted to hurt Wyatt and show him his place by teaching him a small lesson on how the world revolves. Susan saw right through this and was smart enough to understand that her worth in Lorenzo's eyes stemmed from her connection with Wyatt and not because of herself or her skills. Suppose Lorenzo had offered her job because he valued her and her skills. Susan might have considered Lorenzo's job offer. But he made it clear that all he wanted to achieve by this was to hurt Wyatt for his rude action earlier by snatching her from Wyatt's side, which was offensive to her on many levels. Now Susan understood why Wyatt was so rude to the 9LD fool. Seeing Susan choose me despite the allure of the title Managing Director of Lorne Pharmaceuticals' Southern Academic City branch, I was glad that I did not put my trust in the wrong person. Yes, Lorenzo made the intentions behind his actions self-explanatory, but the job offer was genuine. If Susan had responded positively, she would be the new managing director of sales in the Lorne Pharmaceutical Southern Academic City branch. What Susan did by rejecting Lorenzo's job offer was not something many people could do. Even the brightest of us would give in for the promise of a better future over a future filled with uncertainty. Girl, is that your final answer? Feeling embarrassed by Susan's rejection, Lorenzo became aggressive and tried to change Susan's answer using his dominance. Old fool, stop it. Don't be a sore loser. I came to Susan's rescue after seeing her display of loyalty. I could not just stand by and watch Lorenzo bully her. Boy, you got a good employee right there. Huh. Lorenzo laughed as if nothing had happened. This was what made me cautious about Lorenzo. What do his actions mean? Is he just doing his job as the trusted aide of the Southern Emperor? I guess this is it. All in all, Lorenzo is a chill old dude, but his incompetent master made it so that he had to ask questions that she did not think of or consider. Anna was the type who did not overthink about stuff, so it was Lorenzo's duty to point out the obvious even though it meant him coming off as petty and villainous. Haha. Old man, you must be so embarrassed right now. Anna laughed, pointing at Lorenzo. Luna just shook her head, not knowing if she should pity or laugh at her grandfather for his situation. A renowned titled card emperor like her grandfather was now facing such a comical situation. Luna decided to cut some slack for her grandfather for being unfortunate enough to become the subordinate of Anna. Anna, you seem to be forgetting the point here. Shall we begin with the demonstration? After all, you spent 75,000 low-soul jades and 3 broken runes over those cards. Luna chose to put an end to the conversation as it was going to end up embarrassing her grandfather. You don't have to remind me of that. Wyatt, now can you begin the demonstration? Anna asked me to start the demonstration, having concluded the discussion on the cost of creating the A-rank rune-based mecha cards. Yes, Your Highness. Courtney, Clown Mask, you guys can begin. Start with the first tier, and then slowly move to the higher tiers. I asked Courtney and the Clown Mask to begin the demonstration of the Gale Eagle Rider ring and terrain back tortoise ring cards I gave them. The cards were of A rank, and Susan's realm was not high enough to equip them while Anna, Luna, and Lorenzo were the clients, and of a higher realm, so I could not ask them, leaving me with 2 options to help me in the demonstration of the cards, Courtney and the Clown Mask. Like I planned. Okay, Courtney and Clown Mask nodded in unison, and summoning their grimoire, they activated the cards as green and yellow colored gem rings appeared on each of their left index fingers, respectively. Those rings you see on their fingers are the item cards I have created. Equipping that ring, the card apprentice can switch between 3 tiers. Tier 1 Power Suit, Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor, Tier 3 Beast Mecha. Now let me demonstrate what the Tier 1 Power Suit looks like and what it is capable of. Ladies, the stage is yours. Explaining the item I have created, I handed over the floor to Courtney and Clown Mask. Activate, Gale Eagle Rider Power Suit. Activate, Terrain Back Tortoise Rider Power Suit. Courtney and Clown Mask yelled together. Soon both of them shone with bright green and yellow light, respectively. As the glow on them disappeared, the attire of the Courtney and Clown Mask had changed from regular clothes to tight green and yellow power suits. This is the power suit you speak of? It looks like a regular thin armor. What's the difference? Anna asked. Anna may be all about fun, but when the talk becomes about business, she becomes oddly serious. You could not be more wrong. If my guess is not wrong, the Psionium alloy is used as thread to woven this power suit. So it means it can display all 3 converted abilities of the Psionium alloy: extreme temperature resistance, structure memory recovery, and shock absorption. Just based on the fact that this power suit is made up of Psionium alloy thread and can display all 3 abilities of the alloy, this power suit is worth it. Not to mention that it's powered by broken runes, so I am guessing they can also display the power of broken runes despite not having Ego Gem. Go ahead, you guys, show the skills of the broken runes. Luna's eyes shone as she explained what she guessed about the power suit and its capabilities. Courtney and Clown Mask started to manipulate the wind and earth elemental powers given to them by the runes powering their power suit. Seeing the capabilities of the power suit in action, Luna grew excited. So this what you meant by rule power-based? Haha, they are similar to the rune items that the old fogies in my university make. How the hell can a high school student do something so magical? The more Luna thought her, the more her excitement grew, but it did not take long for her excitement to turn into disbelief and astonishment. I do not think that it is similar to rune items. The power suit must be using the beast's skills of the beast will he add as an ingredient. It seems as they are using rune power because the skills they used are powered by a rule power generator. Lorenzo was also as surprised as his granddaughter, unlike her, who was stunned by utter disbelief. He tried to explain why the item I created was not rune items, but just regular items running on the ruling power. Guys, I do not know what the rune item is, and do not understand why you people are making such a big deal about it. Will someone care to explain? Afraid I might have shown my capabilities more than I should, I could not help but panic and ask Anna for an explanation. Wyatt, if it's you, nothing surprises me anymore. Anna seemed to also agree with Luna's theory that the cards I have created were rune items. Yeah, okay. Could you stop singing my praise and skip to the explanation part? I know I am fantastic. I do not need anybody's approval over that. What I did not realize was what a rune card is, so I asked Anna to stop being odd and explain why they are odd. I am telling you it's not a rune item. You guys are mistaken. They are using the skills of the beast wills, which are powered by clean rule power supplied by the rune power generator. Why don't you understand? Lorenzo was adamant that the cards were not rune items, and his argument was reasonable. The cards allowed its host to use the beast will's skills powered by the rule power generator. But the only problem with Lorenzo's theory was that the skills added to the card from the beast will do not include wind and earth manipulation. The beast will skills added to the Gale Eagle Rider ring from the Gale Eagle Beast will are Wind Blade, Energy Feather Shot, Gale Cyclone, and Gale Tornado. The beast will skills added to the Terrain Back Tortoise Beast will are Terrain Shell Shield, Terrain Tail Slam, Earthquake Stomp. Courtney and her mother were using wind and earth manipulation, respectively. These two skills were derived from the broken rune powering rule power generator that powered the ring cards and their abilities. So yes, though what Lorenzo said was correct, but in this case, he was wrong. The critical thing to notice was that the skills of the beast wills, when used using soul energy, are less potent than when powered using rule power. Grandpa, I know what I felt. And we do not have to speculate and come up with or guess the analysis as the creator himself is here. If we are him, everything will become clear. Wyatt, did they use an ability derived from the beast will or the broken runes? Luna was not happy that her grandfather denied what was right in front of him just because of his prejudice against the creator. Well, the skill they used right now is called Broken Rune Control, meaning the host of these cards has total control of the broken runes powering their rings. They can manipulate the broken to their will. I answered Lena, hoping once they were done with their argument, she would explain to me what a rune item is. The item cards you created are indeed rune items. Having proven that her guess was correct, Lena celebrated, ignoring her grandfather's face burning red out of embarrassment. Ah, Wyatt, my lucky charm. Anna hugged me out of the sheer joy of confirming that I could create rune items. Susan was surprised to see Anna openly hug me without any reservation, but remembering what happened in the VIP box and the words that Anna said, I am horny. Let's fuck. Susan was no longer surprised, but entered deep contemplation. Courtney looked at how close the Southern Emperor and her only friend were. She hoped that her relationship with her friend was not strained, but stronger than ever. I did not speak, nor did I push away Anna's advance, just kept staring intently at Luna, waiting for her to explain rune items to me. Cough. Anna, behave yourself. Letting out a fake cough, Luna asked her cousin to act reserved in her company. And then finally, she began explaining what a rune item is. I have already mentioned that many people have tried to create artificial ego gens to store and cultivate broken runes, right? Luna asked. Yes, you also mentioned how they all failed. Instead of creating an artificial ego gem to store and cultivate broken runes, they ended up with the rune jewel, which can only store runes but not nurture them. I answered what I remembered from our previous conversation. Good. There is more to that story about how the greatest card creationist ever successfully found a way to nurture a broken rune and not harm the host. And they are none other than rune items. The rune items not only do not harm the host, but can also be used by card apprentices who do not have ego gems. Luna started explaining the rune items from the period of its creator itself. Luna, skip all the BS about the great card creationist and his journey to finding the rune items. This is not your class. These people here are not your students, and I do not plan to be bored to sleep. Anna asked Luna to skip all the background story and other unrelated information and jump to rune items and how they are made. Remember how I said the rune jewels are the failed product? Then these rune items are the working product. Heeding Anna's advice, Luna skipped to the end directly. Are you telling me rune items are artificial ego gems? But you just said that the project of creating artificial ego gems for storing and nurturing them was a failure, didn't you? Luna's explanation was self-contradictory. She just said the artificial ego gem creation project was a bust, but now she says rune items are the artificial ego gems. Well, which is it, women? I thought, running thin on my patience. Well, rune items are not artificial ego gems. They are more like separate living beings, with a body, spirit, and awareness. How do I explain this to you? The creation of rune items is more profound than you think. I do not know how to phrase my sentence to help a high schooler understand it. Luna was stuck, not knowing how to explain the rune item and their creation in layman's terms. Well, try me. After all, I created a working rune item without even knowing about it. Okay, I will try, but if you don't understand something, you can stop me and ask me. I did not know if Luna was being deliberate or genuine. Her expression told me that she cared, but her words sounded like picking a fight. She is not doing it on purpose. Apart from doing research, Luna also teaches classes in the university. It's just a bad habit. If you think this is worse, I dare you to take one of her classes on her research in dungeon relocation. Seeing my narrowed brows, Anna explained that Luna was not deliberately trying to belittle me, but she treated me like one of her students. With enough strength, a card apprentice can shatter his enemy's ego gem to pieces. Something similar happened to the founder of rune items. But in his case, only a tiny part of his ego gem broke, which was reparable. This was not deadly as having the entire ego gem shattered. If the ego gem is damaged beyond repair, the runes in the ego gem try to escape to the world. In this process, the host's body is killed. Therefore, what I am going to tell you next, do not try it in your home. Luna stared at me, awaiting my nod that I would not try whatever she said next. Say it. My nod was not enough. Luna pressed me to say it aloud. Okay, fine. I will not try whatever you are going to explain next. It better be worth it because I felt annoyed being treated like a child. Once there is a crack or a tiny piece of ego gem is broken, usually card apprentices heal them by two methods. 1. Welding. 2. Recycling. Welding. Welding is a method where the crack or the broken piece of the ego gem is welded together over time using the purest refined soul energy. This method is mainly used for fixing the cracks on the ego gem. Recycling. This method is not appropriate for cracks on the ego gem. Still, it is widely used to recover the broken piece of the ego gem by destroying the broken bit of the ego gem to soul energy, and then using the soul energy to regrow the broken bit of ego, healing the damaged part of the ego gem. The recycling method would have been best for the card creationist I talked about earlier, but he did not choose these two options to recover his broken gem. Instead, he came up with his third method. That is to recover the broken piece of the ego gem slowly using his refined soul energy. This method was very time-consuming. Therefore, even though simpler to execute, nobody chose this idea. But the card creationist chose the rarely chosen path to recover his ego gem. In time, not only did he recover his ego gem, but he started to nurture the leftover broken piece of ego gem to form another complete ego gem using his refined soul energy. The second ego gem formed was rejected by the body as there was only space for one ego gem, the original ego gem. So the card creationist decided to remove the second ego gem from his body, but after being taken out of the body, the ego gem became unstable. Seeing that his second ego gem was going to explode and shatter, he turned the ego gem into a card ingredient in hopes of preserving it, and he was successful. Luna paused. So I can form a second ego gem? Can people do that? I acted shocked. Because this was not news to me as I have experienced the ability of my Calamity Soul gem, which can pump out as many as Calamity Daughter gems I want. And each Calamity Daughter gem is way better than the ego gem. What caught my attention was that the body of the card apprentice cannot house more than one ego gem. But I have housed about 3 Avatar Daughter gems in my body. Is this another advantage of using Dungeon Calamity Core to create my core? The more I thought, the more confused I got. So many unanswered questions, I could try to get the answer for them, but that meant revealing the secret about my calamity soul gem. No matter how I went about this, I was stuck here. In a way, yes. Using the method used by the card creationist mentioned, one can create additional ego gem, but this is very dangerous, time-consuming, and painful. Luna affirmed that the creation of a second ego gem is possible. No wonder you asked me not to try this at home. What next? Did he use the second ego gem that he turned into card incident to create an item card to store and nurture broken runes? Hence the name rune item, I said, acting shocked and convinced. What the card creationist that Luna spoke about did to his ego gem was something similar to what I did with my soul when Willem sliced a small piece of it. So all was not surprising to me. No, the card creationist found out that the secondary ego gem he created was missing something. And after brushing through the basics about ego gem, he found what his ego gem was missing, a condensed spirit. The ego gem he created was just an empty shell without a spirit in the center. One card apprentice has only one soul. Therefore, it is impossible to develop a second ego gem. Without the spirit, the ego gem was just an empty shell. But the card creationist did not give up. He decided to do further research on the ego gem shell he had created for a new breakthrough. Further research was obviously to test the ego gem shell by placing a broken rune into it, to check if the ego gem shell had the abilities of an original ego gem. So the card creationist placed a broken rune in ego gem shell and came upon an astounding breakthrough. Turns out that after placing the broken rune in the ego gem shell, the broken rune was turned into the spirit of the ego gem shell. Yes, the ego gem shell accepted the broken rune as its spirit, forming a complete ego gem. Having said that, Luna gave another pause, seeing my shocked face. This time, I was shocked for real because what Luna was explaining and how my Calamity Daughter gem works started to sound similar and similar. So, does that mean that you can resurrect the card apprentice whom the broken rune belonged to? Not knowing how to explain my shock, I hurriedly spilled the theory I was thinking about from the movement. I turned broken runes into ego elementals using my Calamity Daughter gem. No, resurrection is not possible by placing a dead person's broken tube in the ego gem shell, because the original soul had passed and the original body is destroyed. Many ambitious people who share the same thoughts as you tried and failed in the process. They did many cruel acts in the name of finding immortality. Luna shook her head in condolence, remembering memories she thought she had forgotten long ago. Aren't you ambitious? Comment Lorenzo on my question. Cough. Dr. Lorne. So this secondary ego gem is the rune item you speak of? Was I ambitious to think about using Calamity Daughter gem and broken runes to resurrect the dead? I don't know. No, it is not. And also, the secondary ego gem, though completed, was not working because it did not have a continuous supply of soul energy. Once again, hitting the roadblock, the card creationist decided to do further research to create a continuous supply of soul energy for the ego gem. He used the soul energy reactor to supply soul energy for the ego gem, creating the first rune item. Later conducting a few more tests, he discovered that the rune item card he made could also be used by the card apprentices who had not forged their ego gem yet. That's when the card creationist realized how big of a breakthrough he had come upon and shared his discovery with the world. With such a revolutionary breakthrough about ego gem, many talented and influential card creationists joined research in that field. After centuries of research, the field of rune items has seen a rocketing development. Luna enthusiastically narrated how the unknown card creationist created the rune items, which allowed even average card apprentices with no ego gem to use runes and rule power. According to you, the rune item cards are cards that allow an average card apprentice to use the runes and rule power. And the process of creating a rune item has 3 steps. 1. Ego gem shell. In this step, the card apprentice cuts a tiny piece of their original ego gem and grows it into an ego gem shell by nurturing the small portion of the actual ego gem with refined soul energy. 2. Ego gem spirit. In this step, a broken rune is added to the ego gem shell. Thereby, the ego gem shell will accept the broken rune as its condensed spirit, turning the broken rune spirit into the ego gem spirit. At this step, The ego gem is completed and has the ability to connect with the world. But it has no power to maintain its existence, so it enters a dormant state when turned into a card ingredient. This card is called Rune Gem card. 3. Ego Gem Host. In the case of the primary ego gem, its host is the card apprentice. Through the card apprentice, the primary ego gem gains a constant supply of soul power to maintain its existence. But in the case of the secondary ego gem that we have created using the broken rune and ego gem shell, there is no host to provide it with a constant supply of soul power to maintain its existence. Therefore, the secondary ego gem is used as a core ingredient to create an item card. Here, the item card acts as the body for the secondary ego gem, forming a rune item card. When the rune item card is placed in the card slots of a card apprentice grimoire, the soul energy from the grimoire powers the item card, in turn powering the rune gem at the core of the rune item card. I narrated everything I understood from Luna's lecture on the basics of rune gem and its history. Correct. Do you have any other questions? About the rune items, of course. Luna enthusiastically cheered, seeing her teaching method of involving the students in her lecture work wonderfully. Yeah, I do. Where to begin? There are too many loopholes in your story about the unknown card creationist and his journey to create the first rune item. Luna's story to explain the rune items and their creation process had too many holes, which confused me. Don't focus on the story and the unknown card creationist. They are just props to gain students' interest and keep them concentrated on the lecture, making it easier for them to remember the concept and definition of rune items for a long time. Luna had come upon a study that proved that a story is more interesting to listen to and remember than a theory full of info dump. This study went on to shape Luna's lectures and resulted in positive responses and promising results from her students. What? So there is no story about an unknown card creationist who created the first rune item? Anna exclaimed. It seems she believed the story to be a true story. And hearing Luna say that the story that she narrated about the unknown card creationist was a prop to make her lectures simpler and intriguing to her student, Anna could not help but be disappointed. Luna rolled her eyes at her cousin's reaction and ascertained. Yes, there is no such story. That is why the card creationist is unknown. If it is any consolation, somebody must have created the first rune item, and many researchers believe that the story is how some great card creationist had created the first rune item. Leaving the flaws of the story, I still have many doubts about the rune items and its creation. So can we get back to it? The creation rune item gave me an idea of how my Calamity Soul gem creates Calamity Daughter gems. But there were still some variables that I was confused about. Shoot, what is it that confuses you? Luna seemed to be okay with helping me with my doubts. The part about healing the ego gem without using the welding or recycling process. You said that regrowing the broken piece of the ego gem by nurturing it with refined soul energy is time-consuming. Why is that? I asked this because my Calamity Soul gem with enough soul energy could create a Calamity Daughter gem in a matter of seconds, and that too in large quantities. This was relevant because I thought the production secondary ego gem and my Calamity Daughter gem were the same. You are asking such a question because your soul energy manipulation card has spoiled you. Unlike you, an average card apprentice requires a lot of time to refine their soul energy, even for the first refining cycle. And as the cycle of soul energy refinement increases, it becomes hard to refine the soul energy, and the time required for purifying the soul energy increases vastly. That is when they are in lower realms and have a small amount of soul energy to refine. But in the higher realm, the amount of soul energy is large, so automatically, it becomes even more challenging to refine the soul energy. Therefore, people chose welding and recycling methods to their ego gem over the third option. Before Luna could answer me, Anna blamed me for being spoiled by my soul energy manipulation card and not understanding the pain of refining the soul energy. I remembered revealing to Anna that my soul energy is in the fourth cycle of refinement because of the soul energy manipulation card. This is not a lie, but not the complete truth either. My origin card did have a soul energy manipulation skill, which did help me use the basic circulation method. But in reality, my mutated soul with 4 consciousness is the reason why any soul energy I breathe in automatically gets refined 4 times. In the VIP box no one when Anna was teaching me the basic circulation method for the soul energy refinement and how astonished she was finding out that my soul energy was already refined to the 4th cycle. I had to tell her about my physique to convince her that I had not used the basic circulation method before that day. I could not help but be proud remembering how jealous Anna was of my soul energy manipulation card. Yes, if you have a high-tier soul energy manipulation card, then the creation of the rune item cards will become as easy as creating any other card. Hearing Anna say that I have a soul energy manipulation card, Luna started to weigh the application of soul energy manipulation in creating rune item cards, and was surprised to think how much time one can save while creating a rune item card with the help of a soul energy manipulation skill. Brad, aren't you a lucky fellow to get your hands on a soul energy manipulation card? Do you have any thoughts about selling it? I can give you a reasonable price. Lorenzo did not hide his intention of buying my soul energy manipulation card. Old man, unfortunately, I cannot sell it to you. I don't have a soul energy manipulation card, but the soul energy manipulation skill is a part of my origin card. Anna looked at me with questioning eyes as she clearly remembered me telling her that I had a soul energy manipulation card. Later remembering what had transpired in the VIP box, Anna apologized through her eye gestures for revealing my info without my permission when I had already made it clear that except for her, I did not trust anybody in the Heatsend family. It's a part of your origin card. No wonder. I almost thought you had successfully extracted the soul energy manipulation skill from the creature soul pole. Luna sighed in relief, knowing that I did not have a soul energy manipulation card. Instead, it was a part of my origin card. Researchers have been trying for centuries to successfully extract the soul energy manipulation skill from the creature known as soul pole, but have failed devastatingly and given up on this project. More about the ego gem shell. Has anyone ever tried implanting it in another card apprentice? To check whether we can artificially help a card apprentice forge an ego gem. I asked this because my Calamity Daughter gem gave its host the abilities of a demon core and an ego gem, even if they had not forged either of them. Many people have considered what you have, but the result was a failure with devastating and inhumane consequences. There are 2 main reasons why implementing an ego shell in a card apprentice failed. 1. Ethereal spirit is missing. The first reason is apparent, and that is the condensed ethereal spirit of a card apprentice. If a person has not formed their ethereal spirit, implanting an ego gem shell in them will result in their soul being sealed in the ego gem shell, and the body enters a state of coma. 2. Soul energy impurity. The ego gem is formed out of the original card apprentice's refined soul energy, which will be considered impure when implanted in the body of another card apprentice. This has dire consequences on the ethereal spirit of the card apprentice accepting the ego gem shell. Luna explained the implications of taking a shortcut to forge an ego gem. Hearing Luna's explanation, I was shocked and lost in thoughts thinking, how does my Calamity Daughter gem give its host ability of demon core and ego gem without any side effects? Wait, there is a considerable side effect to implanting a Calamity Daughter core in a card apprentice, which will turn the soul of the said card apprentice into a slave since this side effect did not affect me in any way. I always thought of it as a capable and valuable skill. I think that the ability of the Calamity Daughter gem to turn its host into the slave of the Calamity Soul gem's host somehow explains the reason how the Calamity Daughter gem is able to give its host the ability of the demon core and ego gem without other deadly side effects similar to that of implanting an ego gem shell in another card apprentice. The reason why the ego gem shell implantation process is a failure is because of the ethereal spirit and soul energy purity. But my Calamity Daughter gem doesn't face any problems with the rebellion of ethereal spirit and soul energy purity because it forcefully enslaves the host. The working and the creation of a rune item card had helped me come up with a theory as to how my Calamity Daughter gem works. Though just an idea, it gave me a lot of understanding of the Dungeon Calamity core. The more I understood about the Calamity Daughter gem, the more I felt that it was nothing magical. It is a clever and advanced application of the theory behind the rune items. Well, getting another Dungeon Calamity core can help explore all the theories I had just come up with. And this brings me to the question of what a false relic is. Dr. Lorne, what is a false relic? I asked the question that just came to my mind. I was curious about this because both my Dungeon Calamity soul and my soul pupils seem to be false relics. I need to know, what does it take for one to create such powerful weapons that could turn an ordinary high school student into an existence with infinity potential? False relic. Luna was in a good mood finding a diligent and talented student like myself, and was not hesitant to answer any question I asked her. But unfortunately, before Luna could explain the false relics, Anna interrupted her. You two do not forget why we are. Luna, we are not here to hear you give a lecture. And Wyatt, you can get the answers to all your questions in the top 10 universities' libraries or with the faculty. Now, let's get back to the demonstration of your cards. Anna knew the concept of rune items and false relics, being an alumna of the Morningstar University, and she did not want to spend her morning learning about rune items and false relics once again. Hence, seeing Luna about to lecture on false relics, Anna's patience exploded. Wyatt, I appreciate your thirst for knowledge, but Anna is right. We should get back to the demonstration of your cards. Then we can discuss how you created rune cards without knowing what they are. Luna seemed to agree with Anna and asked me to continue the demonstration. Sure, let's get back to the demonstration. Girls, activate Tier 2 Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. I had no choice but to continue with the demonstration, since I could not press Luna to talk about false relics when my client Anna herself was the one who ordered us to stop talking and get back to work. Activate Tier 2 Gale Eagle Rider Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. Activate Tier 2 Terrain Back Tortoise Mecha Exoskeleton Armor. Courtney and her mother simultaneously activated the second tier of their Beast Rider ring cards. With that, blinding green and yellow light burst out from Courtney and her mother's power suit. The next second, as the light vanished, Courtney and her mother were donning green and yellow color 7-meter-tall exoskeleton armor, respectively. Courtney and her mother's mecha exoskeleton armor were not only in different colors, but they also were created with different fighting styles in mind. Courtney's exoskeleton had wings and was built to provide support and artillery. In contrast, her mother's exoskeleton was covered in a bulk armory and was constructed to withstand massive damage and act as a tank. But all in all, both exoskeletons increased the physical and close combat abilities of their host by a considerable margin. Not to mention the hot weaponry mounted on both the exoskeleton. They had enough firepower to take on tens of card apprentices of the same realm. Ladies, will you be kind enough to demonstrate what these so-called exoskeleton armors are capable of? I asked Courtney and her mother not to hold back and display the destruction the second tier of the Beast Mech card can create. With pleasure. With pleasure. Activate Gale Wing Force Shield. Activate Terrain Shell Force Shield. Activate Dual Gatling Machine Blasters. Activate Terrain Back-Mounted Gatling Cannon. The Clown Mask and her daughter happily agreed to my request. They both activated their defensive force shields and fired at each other with their heavy-duty Gatling blasters and cannon. Thankfully, the force fields of both of the exoskeleton were strong enough to handle the point-blank damage. Hence, nobody was harmed. Activate Energy Blade. Activate Energy Blade. Once, the dual-mounted Gatling blasters and Gatling cannon were on standby for a reload of ammunition. Courtney and her mother decided to fight in close combat as they activated the energy blades of their exoskeleton. Okay, that's enough. Let's quit while nobody is hurt. Seeing that the Clown Mask and her daughter were going to clash with each other, equipping their energy blades, I ordered them to stop it and be on standby for further orders. It was so much fun. Why did you stop us? I promise we will be careful. Courtney complained as she retracted the energy blade of her exoskeleton. No can do. I am not worried about you. I am concerned about the exoskeleton. Any massive damage to the armor can reduce the card's durability. And once the card durability is below 70, the card will automatically deactivate and enter a dormant state until the structural memory recovery ability of the Synonium alloy heals the damaged armor. With that, the card's durability will return to the original durability, and you can once again activate the card. There is an override function to stop the card from deactivating itself once the card durability reaches below 70. Doing this means if the exoskeleton or the beast mecha are destroyed in action, the original card durability will be penalized by -3 card durability permanently. I explained the consequence of the exoskeleton and the beast mecha taking heavy damage. Why do this? Luna did not understand why I would add such a complicated function to the card and could not help but ask me curiously. These exoskeleton and beast mechas are not your typical golem or puppets. Each of the mechas has an energy reactor within them, and these reactors are the heart of the mechas. If the reactor takes any considerable damage, it will explode, detonating the exoskeleton or the beast mecha. Once the exoskeleton or mecha explodes, you can imagine what will happen to the card apprentice riding them. If lucky, his card will be penalized with permanent -3 durability stats. If not, he can lose his life. Not to mention broken runes power these mechas, so the fireworks from them exploding will be deadly. Don't worry, on the battlefield, if the situations were to take such a turn, then the explosion will not only claim the lives of the allies, but the enemies too, without any discrimination. All I am trying to say is to look at the bright side. Pax's Iron Flesh was an origin card, and it did not have durability, not rating making it impossible for his mecha's reactors to turn into a ticking bomb, so I did not bother to add this function to his mecha. Holy SHD, self-detonation. Could this armor become any more awesome? Courtney yelled in excitement. This one was looking past the bright side and was thinking of using the reactor explosion as a suicide bombing. I knew you would love it. Hey, why don't you try the Gale fight system of your exoskeleton? I bet you will love more. I knew Courtney, who loved hoverbikes, would fall in love with this card in an instant. Get out of here. Can it do that? Courtney looked at me with doubt, because the flight system for the second tier of Gale Eagle was not mentioned in the card info. Those wings are not for show, you know? Try the command Activate Gale Flight Mode. I affirmed that the Gale Eagle exoskeleton could fly. Gale Eagle exoskeleton armor. Activate Gale Flight Mode. Following my advice, Courtney asked her armor to switch to flight mode and flew to the sky up and above. So, did the Tier 2 exoskeleton armor meet your expectations? Remember, you can use the power of the broken rune while in the second Tier 2. That is how the Gale Eagle can fly so swiftly despite its weight. I asked Anna and Luna while pointing at Courtney, who was exploring the skies of the SS-rank dungeon in her Gale Eagle exoskeleton armor. Before I answer that, can you tell me how much physical enhancement an exoskeleton can provide its host? Luna asked. Her question is justified because Courtney and her mother only displayed firepower and defense of the exoskeleton as I stopped them from engaging in close combat. The exoskeleton will enhance the physical prowess of its host by 27 times the original physical power, and you can stake it with different kinds of passive and active enhancement cards. I calculated the data on the spot using Hive AI and answered Luna. I am impressed. The exoskeleton has exceeded my exception in both ranged and close combat capabilities. I cannot wait to see what the beast mechas you promised about have in store for us. Luna finally nodded, acknowledging the capabilities and prowess of the exoskeleton armor. Anna, what about you? Anna has been quiet for a while now. I could not help but ask for her opinion. The exoskeleton is excellent, and you were right. The exoskeleton is a perfect weapon for mass slaughter. I just imagine my Southern Watch soldiers equipped in one of those exoskeletons of yours. Even if we faced an army 100 times the size of our Southern Watch, we would still come out victorious. That's how deadly those cards of yours are. The critical point of this card is that it is an item card that meets all the needs of the card apprentice. This single item card has weaponry, armory, and physical reinforcement. Equipping this item card is equal to equipping 3 or 4 item cards. With this card, I do not need a weapon item card, armor item card, boots item card, or enhancement potion item card. Equip this one item card, and you are good to go for combat with 3 or more empty item slots in your grimoire. The craziest thing is all this firepower the exoskeleton carries. If you arrange the active and passive skill card slots to enhance the exoskeleton, then this card's power will increase by several folds. Just imagining it, I feel my goosebumps rising. Anna was right. If one were to arrange their skill cards to enhance the capabilities of the mecha card, then the mecha card's power would explode by several folds. Gasp. Hearing Anna's thought of equipping each and every member of the Southern Watch with an exoskeleton, everyone present gasped in dread. Haha. You haven't seen the half of it. Let's continue to the third tier, shall we? I signaled Clown Mask and Courtney to activate the third tier Beast Mecha. Gale Eagle Rider Ring, activate Tier 3, Gale Eagle Beast Mecha. Terrain Back Tortoise Rider Ring Activate Tier 3. Terrain Back Tortoise Beast Mecha. Taking a distance from us, Courtney and her mother activated the third tier of the Beast Ring simultaneously. Under a brilliant, blinding light, Courtney and her mother vanished and were replaced by 20 meters tall giant green eagle and yellow tortoise mechas. Roar. The giant Gale Eagle and Terrain Back Tortoise mechas roared, announcing their presence. Impressive craftsmanship, these metal giants appear similar to their original self. If I had not seen the Gale Eagle and Terrain Back Tortoise before, I would not be able to tell the difference. Except for their height, obviously. Anna praised the attention to detail on the appearance of the beast mechas. Thank you. I like to be thorough. I did not act humble and accepted Anna's praise. This is fucking awesome. Courtney's excited yell reverberated in the dungeon. She seems to have found the volume and voice option of the beast mecha. Energy cannon. Without waiting for my command, Courtney fired an energy beam in the sky from the beak of her Gale Eagle as it hovered in the air. Holy SHD. Looking at the fat beam of energy fired by the giant Gale Eagle mecha, Anna could not help but curse. I have to say, Wyatt, your attainments in the golem and puppetry have exceeded the graduate syllabus of all the 10 top universities. I have never seen such giant puppets with that much power and move with extreme agility and swiftness. Luna could not hide her awe as she watched the 20-meter full-metal body Gale Eagle soar in the sky, just like an average bird. The mechanics behind the build of the puppet impressed Luna more than she would like to. As a researcher, theories and discoveries were more of Luna's forte, and invention and construction never impressed her until today. Correction, that is not a puppet. It is a mecha, mecha. Hearing Luna call my majestic mecha a giant metal puppet, I was annoyed and corrected her before it became a habit. Not a giant metal puppet, but a mecha. Got it. Following my reminder, Luna corrected herself, but her gaze never left the hovering Gale Eagle. Giant metal puppet or giant metal golem or mecha, what's the difference? Lorenzo did not give up on the opportunity to pull my leg. Stubborn old fossil, seeing how you are one step in the coffin, I will forgive you. I did not bother to bicker with Lorenzo. Turning to Anna, I asked, is this enough for a demonstration for the third tier, or do you want them to go all out? Wait, are there more tiers left? Anna asked in surprise. Yes, one more tier is left, and that is the best of all the tiers. So should we continue or switch to the next tier? Anna was my client, and keeping her satisfied was my job, so I left the decision-making to her. This is an SS rank captured dungeon. There is no point in holding back. Ask them to do their best. Anna seemed to want to see more capabilities of the beast mechas, so I asked the mother and daughter pair to put on a show, even if it meant emptying their arsenal. The green-colored grassland was replaced by charred black ground filled with massive craters, and debris of the bombarded land was spread across the dungeon. Ashes of burnt grass and dust had filled the air, covering the clear sky above. I hope this should be evidence enough for the prowess of the beast mecha. What do you say? Shall we switch to the next tier? Looking at the devastation caused by Gale Eagle, Beast Mecha, and Terrain Back Tortoise, I asked whether the havoc caused by the Beast Mecha satisfied her appetite. Yeah, that is more than enough. I got to say the capabilities of the Beast Mecha cards have exceeded more than anything I could ever imagine. Anna was impressed by the destruction displayed by the mecha beasts. I thought that the Beast Mecha's large body would make them a walking target, but the Sinonium alloy body is proving to be a sturdy and dependable defense. Not to mention the movement and reflexes of the mechas are as agile and swift as the original beasts used to design the beast mechas. Taking all this into account, the vast amount of soul jades spent in the creation of these cards is starting to seem worth it. Luna did not hold back praise and expressed her admiration for the beast mechas. No matter how good golem and puppet cards are when trapped in an array of a capable card apprentice, they will lose. Seeing his beloved granddaughter sing praises of another man's creation, Lorenzo, as a certified granddaughter con, could not hide his jealousy and displayed his hostility towards me by comparing his array mastery with my mecha mastery. Old man, stop comparing your diddly array cards with these monsters of metal. Each one of these things is like a war god. Arrays are helpful, but they are not as badass as these metal giants here. Anna respected both the array and mecha fields, but there was no denying that mechas were more awesome and super cool. Just looking at them in action made her blood boil. It has been a long time since she has been this enthusiastic about something, and she did not want Lorenzo's whining to spoil her fun. Yes, Grandpa comparing arrays with mecha is not fair for either of the fields as they both have their areas of expertise. And if I have to choose between an array or a mecha card for combat, I would prefer a mecha card as it increases individual prowess by a massive margin. If it's group combat, then an array card would be a better choice. Luna found the idea of comparing two different types of cards ridiculous because each card has its area of excellence. It depends on the card apprentice to judge the situation and deploy the cards appropriately. Speaking of array cards, let's continue to the last part of the demonstration, the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Announcing that I summoned my grimoire and activated the Volcano Lion Rider ring card. Activate Tier 1, Volcano Lion Power Suit. The Beast Mecha ring emitted bright red light, covering my entire body. As the red glow diminished, my usual attire had changed into a red power suit. Feeling the skin-tight power suit covering my body, clenched my fists excitedly as I felt the power of Fire-Broken Rune enhancing the power suit. Activate Tier 2, Volcano Lion Exoskeleton Armor. Done admiring the red power suit, I activated the second tier of the card, Volcano Lion Exoskeleton Armor. Soon the red power suit started to glow with brilliant red light, and the next second, as the right light receded, I found myself in 7-meter-tall Volcano Lion Exoskeleton Armor. Next, I felt an unknown energy course through my body, enhancing my body's physical capabilities by several folds. After getting used to the new physical reinforcement, I started to use my mental strength to check if all the weapons of the exoskeleton were responding. Plasma claws, force shield, Gatling energy cannon are all loaded and ready to rumble. After inspecting the weaponry, I began to the motory functions and controls of the exoskeleton. So far, all good. Finding no issue with the exoskeleton, I decided to activate the third tier. Activate Tier 3, Volcano Lion Beast Mecha. Bang! Upon activation of the third tier of the card, a brilliant, blinding red flash burst out of the exoskeleton, and I found myself sitting in a luxurious cabin I had built for the beast mechas in their skull region. Roar! The Volcano Lion let out a roar announcing its presence. After admiring the view from here, I began inspecting the beast mecha and its various systems. Both the axillary and primary power sources showed positive responses. Motory and weaponry functions and controls of the mecha were working off the charts. Then I contacted with Broken Rune Spirit, which acted as the central AI of the beast mecha. With its presence, the movements of the mecha became smoother and looked more natural. After all, be it Courtney or the Clown Mask or me, this was our first time riding a beast mecha. If not for the Broken Rune Spirits acting as the mecha AI, we would not have been able to control the exoskeleton or the breast mecha so effortlessly and smoothly. Finding no fault after inspecting the Volcano Lion Beast mecha turned on the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation, I contacted the mother and daughter pair riding the Gale Eagle Beast mecha and terrain back Tortoise mecha. Girls, can you hear me? Gale Eagle Beast Mecha Rider, reporting. Courtney reported. Terrain back Tortoise Beast Mecha Rider, reporting. Clown Mask followed the lead of her daughter and reported. Good to know you girls have gotten comfortable with all the controls of your beast mechas. Now let's switch to Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Activate Earth, Wind, and Fire formation, Volcano Lion Limb Piece. Activate Earth, Wind, and Fire formation, terrain back Tortoise Chest Piece. Activate Earth, Wind, and Fire formation, Gale Eagle Head Piece. Earth Flag, terrain back Tortoise Beast Mecha Chest Piece detected. Wind Flag, Gale Eagle Beast Mecha Head Piece detected. Fire Flag, Volcano Lion Beast Mecha Limb Piece detected. Activating Earth, Wind, and Fire formation. Terrain back Tortoise, Gale Eagle, and Volcano Lion Beast Mechas glowed with yellow, green, and red light. Soon under the cover of the three lights, all three of the beast mecha began to morph. As the transformation of the beast mechas began, the back-mounted laser cannon and shoulder-mounted machine gun mounted on the Volcano Lion detached themselves from the beast mecha. Similarly, the tail and terrain back shell of the tortoise split up from the main body. With the terrain back shell covering the surface of the original shell gone, the head and the limbs of the tortoise retracted into the shell. Then the humongous tortoise's body transformed into a massive mechanical humanoid chest with 5 attachments for the head and the limb pieces. 2 of the 5 attachments represented the shoulder joint, the other 2 represented the hip joint, and the last represented the neck joint. The head of the volcano lion beast detached itself from its body and then fitted itself at the center of the massive chest formed from the transformation of tortoise's main body. The remaining body of the volcano lion split into 4 symmetrical parts. Out of the 4 parts, the 2 forearms of the volcano lion transformed into massive mechanical humanoid arms and then attached themselves to the shoulder joints of the tortoise-transformed humanoid chest. Then hind legs of the volcano lion transformed into massive humanoid legs and attached themselves to the 2 hip joints of the enormous tortoise-turned-humanoid chest, forming a gigantic headless mechanical humanoid body. The wings of the Gale Eagle detached and then were fitted to the spine of the gigantic headless mechanical humanoid body, giving it wings. Then the remaining part of the Gale Eagle transformed into a massive golem head with 2 eyes and attached itself to the neck joint of the gigantic winged, headless mechanical humanoid body, resembling a giant winged mechanical humanoid golem or a giant winged mecha. Then the terrain back shell morphed into a gigantic round shield and was equipped by the giant winged mecha's left arm, while the tail of the terrain back tortoise morphed into a giant needle and was held in the right arm of the mecha. Then the laser cannon and the machine guns of the volcano lion mounted to the left and right shoulders of the giant winged mecha. With the transformation complete, the glow on the mecha body vanished, revealing the newly combined mecha formed by terrain-backed tortoise, Gale Eagle, and volcano lion beast mechas in the earth, wind, and fire formation. Wow! Anna, Luna, Susan, and Lorenzo looked at the 70-meter-tall metal wonder standing in front of them and breathed in absolute astonishment. The 70-meter-tall metal wonder in front of them looked like a gigantic battle angel with its fancy mechanical wings, lion head crest, needle sword, and round shield. The sight was breathtaking. Roar! The lion's head at the center of the mecha's chest let out a huge roar and then fired a beam of laser into the sky, announcing that it was ready for battle. Susan, who was of Card's student realm, almost faint hearing the roar of the giant mecha. If not for Anna, who came to her support, she would have fallen on her butt. Amazing, isn't it? Anna whispered as she supported Susan. Yes, under the astonishment of the mecha, Susan forgot who she was talking to and replied casually. Not that Anna cared about this stuff, but under something so wonderful, all the other things seemed meaningless. Amazing indeed, Luna, standing next to them, also agreed with Anna, but her sight never left the giant metal humanoid erect in front of her. Lorenzo was speechless. He was also mesmerized in awe of the giant winged mecha standing in front of him. So much so that he forgot all his petty grievances with the Card Soldier realm boy whom he tolerated just because he had entered a soul agreement with the princess he was meant to protect. While the people outside were mesmerized, admiring the majesty of the mecha, I was busy with my other motives of giving the mother and daughter pair the other 2 beast mecha cards. Yes, I am talking about the elaborate plan that I thought of to sew my calamity daughter gem into the clown mask and gain all her memories of the alternative future. Since the moment I knew about Clown Mask's secret about her missing third eye and the memories of the alternative future, I have been on the lookout waiting to find some alone time with the Clown Mask. But unfortunately, like how I gave importance to the Clown Mask, the Heatsen royal family also seems to be adhering to the mother and daughter with high priority. So much so that the mother and daughter pair were always under constant observation of one of the members of the Heatsen royal family. They continuously monitored the mother-daughter duo and never left them out of sight, even during dinner, and at night they had them mediated in the same room. The security around the Clown Mask was pretty tight. Therefore, I haven't gotten a chance to sew my calamity daughter gem into her. I knew in the presence of Anna, Luna, and Lorenzo I could never get an opportunity to make the Clown Mask mine, so I decided to create an opportunity for myself. And I had to be quick because once the temporary Southern Watch forces arrive, the Heatsen royal family will erase any presence of the mother and daughter pair from this world, and their names will become coded numbers in a top-secret file. Thereby, I will lose any chance of converting the Clown Mask into a firm believer of yours truly. But thanks to the demonstration of the mecha cards, I have created an opportunity for myself. Right now, in the winged mecha, the clown mask was all alone. After the three beast mechas transformed and combined into the Megamorpher, Courtney and I were transported from our mecha pilot cabin to the clown mask's cabin located in the center of the Megamorpher's chest. The clown mask's cabin also had new adjustments added to it, so that the cabin has enough space for 3 pilots and for it to act as the primary pilot cabin for the Megamorpher. Being transported from my cabin, I arrived at the primary cabin of the Megamorpher and met the clown mask, who was already present in the cabin. The atmosphere in the cabin became awkward because of the bad blood between us. Me sparing Courtney's life despite her being the only child of the murderer of young Wyatt's parents. You know the same old. Hive AI, activate takeover protocol. Without wasting time, I ordered Hive AI to commence the takeover of the Megamorpher. Megamorpher is formed by combining the 3 beast mecha using a 3-person array formation, meaning that Megamorpher is controlled by all 3 of us, Courtney, her mother, and I equally. But for my plan to implant the Calamity Daughter gem in Clown Mask to work, I need complete control of the Megamorpher. Activating takeover protocol. Connecting to Megamorph. Connection with Megamorph established. Connecting to Gale Eagle AI. Connection with Gale Eagle AI established. Contacting Wind Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem. Wind Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem responding. Activate. Wind Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem. Wind Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem on standby awaiting orders. Connecting to Terrain Back Tortoise AI. Connection with Terrain Back Tortoise AI established. Contacting Earth Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem. Earth Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem responding and awaiting orders. Activate. Earth Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem. Earth Broken Rune Calamity Daughter gem on standby awaiting orders. Fire Flag and Host Control. Earth Flag and Host Control. Wind Flag and Host Control. Takeover Earth Wind and Fire Formation complete. Megamorpher Takeover complete. Taking over the other 2 Beast Mecha cards was not a challenge as they were formed using my Calamity Daughter gem. All I needed to do was have the Hive AI establish contact with the Calamity Daughter gem, and then the whole Megamorpher would be under my control, accomplishing that I could continue with my plan. Good. Megamorpher paralyzed Terrain Back Turtle Mecha Beast Rider. Upon my command, an electric shock coursed through Clown Mask's seat, rendering her in a state of paralysis. Walking to the paralyzed Clown Mask, I removed her mask and, avoiding her hollowed third, I pried open her mouth and shoved my Calamity Daughter gem. And in a matter of seconds, the Calamity Daughter gem worked its magic. Hive AI, make a copy of Calamity Daughter gem Clown Mask's memory and save it in the local files. Clown Mask is my first Calamity Daughter gem. My other subordinates like the Kane Trio Mama and Papa Wyatt's party members, they only have Calamity Daughter core, yet to be updated to the Calamity Daughter gem. So technically, Clown Mask is the first subordinate formed with the Calamity Daughter gem. I wanted to check out the new additional skills that were added to the Calamity Daughter gem. After all, it is way different from the Calamity Daughter core and formed by combining an ego gem. But I could not, as a lot of time has passed, and Courtney could get suspicious. To get some alone time with the Clown Mask, I rigged the 3 Beast Mecha cards so that when the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation was activated, I would be the first one to arrive at the Clown Mask's cabin, giving me an opportunity to take over the Megamorpher controls, paralyze the Clown Mask, and turn her into one of my subordinates by implanting a Calamity Daughter gem into her. Get up and continue to act as usual. I will contact you when I need you. Make no mistakes. Courtney will be here soon. Giving Clown Mask her orders. I returned the controls to Megamorpher to normal, and soon, Courtney was transported to the primary cabin. Wyatt, you are here. Courtney did not expect to meet me face to face this early. Yes, she apologized, but that was not enough to change after what transpired between all 3 of us. Her mother killing my parents, her trying to kill me, and me sparing her life. Hi, Courtney. I greeted Courtney with a calm smile because right now, I was in a good mood since I had achieved both of my goals behind creating these 3 cards. Courtney was happy to see that I still greeted with a polite smile, indicating that I had forgiven her. But she had not forgiven herself for trying to kill me. Therefore, she did not know how to face me. Maybe if I blamed and cursed her for trying to kill me, it would have reduced her guilt, but seeing that I forgave her as if nothing ever happened, Courtney's guilt grew by several folds. Courtney, you can speak freely with. It's just us here. All is forgiven. After all, we are friends, right? Having implanted a calamity daughter gem in Courtney's mother, I felt a little guilty, so I decided to make up with her. Courtney was a trustworthy person, especially her physique, ensuring she kept her word. Someone like her is worthy of my friendship with or without her unique physique. Woo-woo. Yes, we are friends. Wyatt, I am sorry I tried to kill you. Tears rolled from Courtney's eyes as she heard me as if we were friends. Confirming our friend status, Courtney apologized for trying to kill me. That's okay. I am still alive, aren't I? Hearing Courtney's heartfelt apology, my heart moved. Yeah, it's not some great apology like in the anime, but her words and her actions, I felt the sincerity behind them. Yep, despite her unruly appearance, this girl is a simpleton who does not mind getting hurt, but hurting those close to her. Courtney, what about Bladette? Who is she? She was strong. I barely managed to service her attacks. After Courtney calmed down, I asked about the blood slime I fought with at the tournament's finals. As for Anna, Luna, and Lorenzo, they were flying around the Megamorpher, scanning every inch of its humongous body. Apparently, witnessing the height of the Megamorpher, the Heatsend Royal Trio had sudden enlightenment, and they intended to use it for something of immense importance and were unwilling to share it with me. I tried to offer my help forcefully, but Anna adamantly refused my offer, saying that I did not have enough privilege level required to know the information they had. So I was kept out of the loop, and we were asked to stay on standby as they performed their tests on the Megamorpher. Whatever these people were keeping from me, it had to be huge. Bladette is my friend. According to her, she is a supreme being sealed in the dungeon by ancient card apprentices who walked this world before us. Courtney narrated what she knew about Bladette. It was too little, but to be someone's friend, that was all it took, in Courtney's case. Supreme beings, dungeon seal, ancient card apprentice, another new wave of questions, were added to the list of questions whose answers I had to find. I think I will find answers to this list of questions in the libraries of the top 10 universities or with their faculty members. I also had Clown Mask's memories of the alternative future. Maybe I could find an answer there. But for now, I decide to answer Courtney, the source of the question herself. What are supreme beings? What is a dungeon seal? What is an ancient card apprentice? If she is sealed in a dungeon by an ancient card apprentice, how did you summon her? Throwing all the questions that Courtney could not answer to the back of my head, I decided to ask her the simplest one, hoping she knew the answer for that. That I can answer, using the Soul Pact card given to me by Bladette. Finally being asked something she knew about, Courtney hurriedly answered. Soul Pact card? What is that? This is the first time I am hearing about it. I have heard of origin cards, item cards, skill cards, but Soul Pact cards I have never heard or read of them. Apparently, you have to form a soul contract with intelligent beasts and monsters to get these Soul Pact cards. Both the parties should be willing participants of the contract and should be signed with the world and its rules as a witness. Courtney recollected what Bladette told her about the Soul Pact and narrated it to me. Can you summon her now? I would like to talk to her. Since I could not get answers from Courtney, I decided to ask Bladette herself. If she is as old as she claims to be, I could find all the answers to the list of questions I have. About that, after what happened yesterday, I have tried summoning Bladette to apologize to her, but she is not responding to my summons. I think she is still mad at me for forcing her to go against her will and kill you. After the tournament, Courtney had a lot of free time, especially during the night, so she tried running Bladette to apologize, but all her summons were unanswered. Courtney could forcefully summon Bladette, making use of her unique physique and origin card. But it could be counterproductive, seeing how that was the reason why Bladette was angry with her. Are you sure she did not want to kill me? I am pretty sure she came very close to killing me. According to Courtney, Bladette did not want to kill me for reasons unknown. And I had a hard time believing that because I fought with and knew how close I was to death. That was the world forcing her body to kill you. If Bladette's will did not oppose the world's control, she would have killed you. It seems due to the opposition of Bladette. The world could not display her full power, allowing me to survive and win the tournament's finals. And why did she not want to kill me? I was curious why Bladette would go so far as to oppose the world for me. Oh, she did not oppose because she did not want to kill you. She opposed it because she wanted more blood pudding for the services she provides. Courtney cleared the misunderstanding I had. Just because of a few blood puddings? As simple as that. Haha, she seems interesting. I would like to meet her someday. Knowing more about Bloodette, my interest in her piqued, and I wanted to meet the being that went against the world and its rules for a few blood puddings. Someone so crazy I had to meet her. Resisting the influence of the world and its rules is not easy. When I first came in contact with the world, I was paralyzed in its presence and spent time floating around in the world's pool of rules. And for Bloodette to oppose the world with her, was no ordinary feat. She did lose control of her body to the world, but still, her will did not give in to the influence of the world. What do you think, old man? Is this thing sturdy enough to cross the river? Anna asked Lorenzo, who was using his grimoire to scan the structure and mechanics of the megamorpher. Nope. The waters of the river will rupture and tear this psionium alloy body in a matter of seconds. The moment this thing goes into the river, it will be wrecked by the intense pressure and flow exerted by the water. Lorenzo continued scrutinizing the megamorpher as he answered Anna. I think it can work if we change the ores and broken runes used to create this mecha. Luna expressed her opinion. I don't think that there are any A-rank ores that can withstand the burden of the river. Hearing his granddaughter contradict his statement, Lorenzo pointed out the reason why he stated that the metamorphosed could not help in crossing the river. Luna thinks switching the psionium alloy used to create the megamorpher with something more sturdy. They could use the megamorpher to cross the river. Lorenzo seemed to have already thought of that and found no A-rank ore or alloy in his knowledge that could withstand the wrath of the river. Hence he declared that megamorpher could not be used to cross the river. Ha ha ha, yes. Finally, working as a researcher at Morningstar University paid off. I know something you do not. Grandpa, it seems you have become outdated. Maybe if you had not skipped your homework after coming out of our lab, you would have known that there is an A-rank or that we could use for our current situation. Finally, being able to best her grandpa after facing decades of suppression by him in the field of study, Luna let you a victorious laugh. She knew some her grandpa did not know about. Only she knows the feelings she is feeling right now. The world thinks of Luna Lorne as a top scholar and top researcher in her field and among her peers, but they did not know Luna's standards were higher than her peers. Her target was to suppress her grandfather, the reigning alchemist. Lorenzo has been at the top of his field for a few centuries, and he has amassed a lot of knowledge and experience during this period. How could a girl who is not even a century old compete with him? He is a lot even for his peers. In front of him and his achievements, Luna and her achievements made no difference. Luna's achievements are significant, but comparing them to Lorenzo's would be foolish. But this was not enough to stop Luna. For Luan, her grandfather was the reason she chose the path of scholar rather than a warrior like the great of her cousins. Luna admired her grandfather, and for her, he was her role model and the target she had to surpass. Luna's goal is to become the best like her grandfather, and only by surpassing him could she prove that she had become the best, as one could be the best after besting the best. A monster like Lorenzo cannot be defeated in a day or two, so Luna does not hesitate to celebrate the first small victory she won against her grandfather. This victory may not be significant, but at least now Luna knew her grandfather was not unbeatable, and her hard work was showing results. Aiming at Lorenzo, who is considered colossal among his peers despite being a junior, took a lot of confidence. But as time passed, the confidence alone was not enough as her target became an unshakable boulder, suppressing her spirit. This is the reason why, despite being the heiress to a massive empire of the Lorne family, Luna chose to work as a researcher at one of the top 10 universities. Seeing his beloved granddaughter laugh at his mistake, Lorenzo was not angry or ashamed. He was happy that she was finally proud of her achievements the same way he was proud of her. At first, Lorenzo enjoyed his granddaughter's admiration, but soon realizing that he became the trauma of his granddaughter, Lorenzo didn't know what to do. But to let her win out of pity would be doing more harm than good. So he let nature take its course, and it was worth it. Today he knew his granddaughter's achievements would be more outstanding than his, and he hopes he will be alive to see that day. Before coming to Sky Blossom City, Lorenzo was busy researching when his nephew Anna's uncle brought him the discovery of the century, the silver milk powder. In a rush to meet its creator, Lorenzo forgot to update himself about the latest news and breakthroughs in the field of card ingredients research, which gave Luna an edge over him. Are you done? Would you care to share what it is that you know, but this old fool, despite his centuries' worth of knowledge, doesn't know? Anna knew what Luna was feeling. He felt the same way her grandmother made her the commander of Southern Watch. Anna was very open about her feelings, but when it came to Luna, she would turn into a tsundere. Maybe it's because of the jealousy present between sisters. It's not Grandpa's fault. This, or has been just recently discovered. Artificially created should be the right word. Luna paused, savoring the moment. Well, what is it? Lorenzo was happy for his granddaughter, but being an excellent researcher, a part of him cursed himself for not trying to update himself yesterday night, when he had the time instead of ideally meditating. Do you remember the theory about or that could take the property of rule power feed to it? Luna did not answer her grandfather, instead pointed him in the direction of the answer. Memorconium. I thought a researcher from the Empire proved that something miraculous as memoronium could not exist naturally. Lorenzo exclaimed. He had indeed heard about the memorconium, but it was proved to be not possible. Yes, memorconium. It was artificially created not long ago. Luna nodded in agreement. Guys, I know you both are excited, but you are leaving me out of it. And I am starting to feel like a fool here. So one of you better explain what you guys are talking about before I get mad. Anna did not understand what Luna and Lorenzo were talking about, and felt left out. Then seeing the two get all excited about their geek stuff, Anna felt like a fool, which did not make Anna feel any better. Memorconium is an artificially created, or that can amplify and dedicate the rule power feed to it. Luna explained the newly created or to Anna. If it is artificially created, why is it called an ore? Shouldn't it be called an alloy or something? Anna was not good with books, but she knew the definition of ore. You are right. Naturally occurring minerals are mainly termed as ore. If you knew the manufacturing process of memorconium, you would agree why they termed it as in ore instead of an alloy. Please do not ask me about the manufacturing process of the memorconium ore. Luna was surprised to see Anna point out the definition of ore. Why? Do you not know the manufacturing process of the memorconium ore? Hearing Luna, who loves to lecture on facts and things people do not give a damn about, says not to ask her about the manufacturing process of the memorconium ore. Anna found a way to get even with Luna for making her feel like a fool earlier. I said not to ask because the theory behind it is too complicated for your small brain to understand. Seeing Anna not let it go, Luna decided to crank it up a notch. Seeing the fuming Anna, Luna remembered why she had stopped taunting and hurriedly hid behind her grandfather and yelled, "Now don't blame me. You were the one who was being petty, Anna. Old man, move out of the way if you do not want to feel my wrath." Anna respected her elders. If it were someone else, that would be the case. But since it was the scumbag Lorenzo, who conspired against her to annul his beloved granddaughter's arranged marriage, Anna did not mind breaking a few bones of this so-called elder. You are on your own. Anna was powerful and vindictive. Ever since that incident, she has been finding reasons to trash him. And without the support from a prepared array trap, Lorenzo was not a match for Anna. Therefore, Lorenzo did not hesitate to throw his granddaughter under the bus. After all, in the case of Luna, Anna will only embrace her a little, but if it is him, he can foresee a trip to the hospital. Grandpa, Luna exclaimed, feeling betrayed. Hee hee. Anna neared Luna with a menacing laugh. Guys, how much longer will it take? If you could just tell me what it is you want, I can answer and provide a solution if needed. Running out of topics to talk about with Courtney, the atmosphere in the primary cabin was starting to feel awkward. So I ejected from the mecha to ask the Heatsen trio what was taking so long. Standing on the lion's head, I could clearly see Anna bending over Luna and whooping her butt, while Lorenzo stood facing the megamorpher, seemingly busy analyzing whatever it was they were looking for. My sudden appearance caught the cousins in surprise. Luna took the opportunity to free herself and hurriedly distanced herself from Anna. Then she yelled, "I will get you back for this. I will be waiting." Anna sneered because she thought with the level of Luna's prowess, she had nothing to worry about. Boy, you make one heck of a golem. I am sorry, Mecha. You seem to have used a lot of mortal alchemy behind its design. Here's the problem with mortal alchemy. It's too basic. Having said that, Lorenzo extended his hand and struck his palm on the megamorpher. With the impact of Lorenzo's palm, the whole megamorpher reverberate with vibrations covering its entire body with the point of impact as the point of origin of the oscillations. Soon the megamorpher jolted and turned into light and split into 3 mecha beasts, and the mecha beasts turned into specks of light and returned to their respective grimoire. Courtney, her mother, and I began to fall to the ground under the influence of gravity, with the vanishment of the mecha carrying us. Thankfully, the culprit, Lorenzo, was kind enough to use his ability to catch us mid-air and land us safely on the ground. Old man, what was that for? Landing on the ground and feeling safe, I yelled at Lorenzo and asked him to explain himself. What prompted him to attack the Megamorpher? Despite its humongous height, Megamorpher is an A-rank item, and thanks to the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation, it could display the strength of Card Overlord at best. So attacking it with the power of a Card Emperor was a bit of overkill. I was just pointing out the flaw of your item card, Lorenzo replied nonchalantly. You mean you attacked the mecha to show off? Hearing a carefree response from Lorenzo, I was enraged. For you, it may look like a show-off, but for someone of my age, all I see is a generous elder pointing out mistakes to his arrogant junior. Your card creation ability is creative. I have never seen a card creationist who used mortal alchemy to create cards when you have better and excellent alternative card ingredients available. Your mecha could be a lot stronger if you relied less on mortal alchemy and deepened your knowledge about array cards. Combining the 3-beast mecha to form the giant mecha using a formation carry is a good idea, but your understanding of the formation is too shallow. Therefore, there are too many flaws in giant mecha, and I did not even need to utilize my soul energy to defeat it. If you use this mecha against any skilled array master, they can also see the flaw I saw, and do exactly what I did just now. From the power suit to exoskeleton to beast mech to the megamorpher. Each one of them has succeeded in impressing and being acknowledged by Lorenzo, which meant he recognized me as a capable card creationist worthy of this advice. Mortal alchemy, is that what these people call engineering in this card universe? And what do you mean by there are flaws in the way I used the Earth, Wind, and Fire formation to combine the 3-beast mecha? I agree my knowledge about formation arrays is near to none, but I used my soul pupils to arrange the soul pathways of the formation in all 3 cards. So there can be no flaws. If there are any flaws, they must have been in the 3 Earth, Wind, and Fire formation cards I used as card ingredients to create the Beast Mech cards. Old man, what are you getting at? If a sly old fox like Lorenzo is praising my work, then he has to be working an angle. All I am trying to tell you is that in the card creationist society, you are an unpolished diamond. With proper guidance and teachings, you may someday become a real rare diamond. Old Lorenzo was indeed working an angle to accept the rude boy in front of as his disciple. Lorenzo did not have a habit of picking up talents and nurturing them. This was a special case where Lorenzo was willing to make an exception considering the circumstance and future gains. After all, the boy in question was an exceptional card creation talent born once a millennium. And whether the boy accepts it or not, by forming a lifelong soul contract with the princess of the Heat's End royal family, he has become a part of the royal family. Though currently, he is the cancerous part mooching off the royal family's generosity with proper guidance and discipline in time. He can be turned into a pillar that carries the future generation of the Heat's End royal family. Since the Heat's End royal family is basically babysitting him by providing him protection and earning him wealth, they might as well nurture him into something that they could reap profits off. Lorenzo had this plan in mind long since he proposed to pronounce the boy dead to the world and hide for the rest of his life as he slaves off for the royal family. But the boy saw through his plan from miles away. He is too bright and sharp. Treating him like any other teenager with raging hormones would not be a mistake. Therefore, this time, Lorenzo decided to handle the matter smoothly and not come out as too strong. Isn't that the reason why I am planning to attend the top 10 universities? Could see Lorenzo had something planned in his mind, and he was slowly building to it. I decided to act ignorant and string him along. Let's see where it heads. If his proposal is profitable to me, I would not mind hearing him out. But considering it was Lorenzo, I did not count on it. Top 10 universities? That place is filled with talents. And the competition there is very high. Someone like you with a shallow background would not be able to handle the pressure and stress, not to mention other influences. You will not know what hit you and be disposed of in a day. Yep, old Lorenzo was up to something. He doesn't seem to be the type who would waste so many words and saliva caring for others. Whatever, man. You don't know me. Who are you to judge me? Yep, let's reel the old fool in deeper. Old Lorenzo, I thought by now you would have learned that you cannot underestimate me because of my physical age. Boy, I know you. At that age, I was you. I was an orphan and grew up in a slum. My talent was too big for my humble background to handle. If not for His Majesty, Anna's grandfather, helping me, I could never achieve what I have achieved or become the man I am today. Lorenzo reduced me and started to share his story. I did not know if what Lorenzo shared with me was true or not, but I knew he was trying to establish something common and relatable to me. This way, I would open up to him and give a serious thought to whatever he was planning to say next. What does it have with me? Old man, get to the point, or else I will be taking my leave. Seeing Lorenzo get serious, I no longer planned to play with him. Because if his intentions were genuine and authentic, then me playing with them could train the relationship between the two of us. All I am trying to say is that you have great potential and more extraordinary talent. All you need is somebody to teach you the ropes of card creation, and you can become like me, or even better. Seeing me impatient, Lorenzo becomes more evident about his intentions, but he would not come right out, without adequately justifying that what he is proposing to me is for my good. I already told you I am planning to attend one of the top 10 universities, and I bet I will become way better than you. That's a fact. This sly fox wanted me to do his job for him. This way, he could shake his shoulders, saying it was my idea. There is no way in hell I am doing that. If he wants to be my teacher, he must say it himself. If he has any fantasies about me begging him to be my teacher, he can forget about it. Not happening, period. Boy, don't you get it? Keeping the political drama in the top 10 universities, hundreds and thousands of talents attend the universities. And each university has limited faculty and resources. With so many skilled and talented students to focus on, the university cannot be partial and will not be able to give you the attention you deserve for your talent. Although it is totally a different thing if you have a deep background. Seeing me revolve around the same point, again and again, Lorenzo frustratedly pointed out to me that the top 10 universities may not be the best choice for somebody with so much potential and talent as me. Old man, as far as I know, the top 10 universities are the places where the best and brightest of the world gather, because those universities are the hub of all the knowledge humanity has gathered to present. They are the holy land of card creation, not to mention the various opportunities and options that will become available to me just by attending one of the top 10 universities. The top 10 universities are not just about gaining knowledge and experiencing opportunities, but expanding my horizon. My encounter with you people these past few days has taught me that the world is more extensive than what I can see from here in the Sky Blossom City. It's okay if the competition in the university is formidable and the political waters are deep there, because I do not plan on participating in any form of competition or political agenda. So what if I cannot get proper guidance? As long as the knowledge I require is readily available there, that arrangement works for me. I do not need a professor to spoon-feed it to me. I will learn whatever I want and get help whenever required. That is the way I like, and that is how I come this far. These words were not for Lorenzo, but for me. Till today, I was not resolute if I wanted to attend the university, as it seemed like a lot of trouble just to get a few answers which I could get from Anna with a bit of steamy compromise. What? You will learn the 100,000 years of card knowledge by yourself. Boy, don't kid yourself. Just because you learned and created some of the basic card recipes by yourself doesn't mean that you could learn card theory without someone guiding you. Those card theory dates back to 100,000 years over the period many have tried to summarize them all, but none came close. And you think you can learn it without any guidance. I thought you had a wise head, but it seems I judged you hastily. Trying to reason with the boy, Lorenzo started to treat him as an adult, but he realized no matter how smart or talented the boy may be, he was still a teenager. Old man, drop it. I am young and have a lot of life in front of me, so I can afford to learn by making 1 or 2 mistakes. Having someone as strong and knowledgeable as Lorenzo as my mentor would be good. I could learn and gain a lot from him. But our end goals were different. By acting as my mentor, Lorenzo wanted to train me into a heat-sinned royal family soldier, similar to him, which did not sit right with me. Being from the earth, taking orders was not my thing. I was more free-spirited and believed in individual freedom. Sigh, since I have spoken so much already, I might as well go ahead and ask. Wyatt, are you willing to accept me as your mentor? Before you answer me, know this. I will spare no effort to teach you everything I know, and do everything in my power to see you succeed. My answer made it clear that I knew what Lorenzo was trying to propose, and it also made it clear that I was not interested in his proposal. Knowing all this, old Lorenzo still chose to ask whether I was willing to accept him as my mentor. By hinting to Lorenzo that I knew what he was trying to propose and that I was not interested in his proposal, I was not trying to save him from embarrassment. Instead, I was trying to keep myself from the current awkward dilemma. I thought, knowing the truth, Lorenzo would choose to avoid getting embarrassed and would not put forward his proposal to me. But Lorenzo did just the opposite, putting me in a pickle. Lorenzo is at the top of his field and is the best of the best at what he does. Having him as my mentor means I would gain his first-hand knowledge passed to me directly by him. This would do good for me on the side of the Heatsend royal family too. As the disciple of their in-law, I would be considered family, and they would overlook the fact that I was mooching off them in the silver milk powder project, and would be keener on giving me protection. Choosing Lorenzo would do me a lot of good, but doing so would tie me to the Heatsend royal family ship. Since I was already labeled as a member of the Heatsend royal family faction, in a way, it did not matter. But nothing is free in this world. As the disciple of Lorenzo and part of the Heatsend royal family, I would have many obligations for which I would be held responsible for, which went against the chronic disease that makes the back of my brain itchy whenever I am being ordered around. There are too many pros and a single con from accepting Lorenzo as my mentor. Too bad that this one con was the deal breaker for me. Thank you for your consideration, but no, I think the top 10 universities are the best place for me. I rejected Lorenzo without caring for how it would henceforth affect my relationship with the Heatsend royal family. I believed that as long as they needed me and the sole contract between Anna and I existed, I did not have to worry about them acting out. Well, I tried warning you. The waters in the university are too deep for a kid from a humble background like you. Don't come running to me when you cannot handle the university. Later, even if you beg me, I will not be your mentor. I did not accept this kind of 8th grader response from Lorenzo, but well, it is not surprising since he did get rejected by a high schooler. Don't listen to him, Wyatt. Nobody in the top 10 universities would dare to touch the man of the Southern Emperor. Hearing Lorenzo's ominous remarks, Anna tried comforting me, saying that nobody would dare to harm her man. But I am not your man. Anna's words would have sounded comforting if I were her man. But now, all I can hear is her trying to coerce me into becoming her man. I don't think so. You guys may be wrong about this one. The competition and the political waters in the top 10 universities are very vigorous, but that might not be the case for Wyatt. Once the silver milk powder starts selling, you will become the renowned discoverer of silver milk powder and the heart of the she-gladiator. Your status changes from nobody to that of a golden snitch. Many powers would be interested in you and try to make you their possession one way or another. Luna seemed to have a different opinion from her grandfather. Would that mean that I am already part of the political struggle in the top 10 universities? How is that any different from what Lorenzo just said? I did not hear any difference comparing what Luna and her grandfather said. They sounded pretty much the same to me. However, Luna's remarks were more ominous than her grandfather's remarks. My grandfather's version does not involve the most influential and powerful people of the world trying to capture and nurture you into a gold-laying slave. Just like my grandfather was trying to a few seconds ago. Disappointing. Here I thought you would be more interested in knowing about the heart of the she-gladiator. According to Luna, as a nobody, I can graduate from the top 10 universities by keeping my head down. But as the renowned discoverer of silver milk powder, the trouble would come finding me. This meant my dreams of a peaceful life were shattered the moment I patented silver milk powder under my name. By she-gladiator, are you referring to the embarrassing nickname given to Anna during her time in the university? This was quite obvious. These girls were several decades old yet partook in such childish wordplay, calling me the heart of she-gladiator. What are we, 17? Yes, physically, I am 17, but mentally, I am a middle-aged man. Whatever. Despite her fooling around and her insane man strength, Anna has many suitors who are willing to pursue her despite her loose sleeping around and giving it to anybody above an 8. If I were you, I would watch out for them than the other influences. Luna seemed to enjoy talking about Anna and her love life. Since they are willing to overlook all of Anna's past lovers, why would they target me? If Anna's suitors can accept Anna's parade of ex-lovers, I think they can overlook one more. Not to mention, I do not have such a relationship with Anna yet. Wyatt, I thought you were smarter than that unless you are like one of those men that my mother told me about. The kind of man who becomes dense when it involves the romantic interest in his life. The soul contract between you and Anna? What is it again? Something about my cousin protecting you, your family, and your friends. Something. If I didn't know better, I would say that the terms of the soul contract sounded more like a marriage vow. Having heard what transpired, I know better, but the fact remains that my cousin's fate is tied to you for the rest of her life unless you are willing to cancel the soul contract between the two of you, or be responsible for her. This soul contract is an eyesore not just to the Heatsend royal family, but to Anna's frantic suitors. You see, unlike the suitors of most of the wealthy ladies, Anna's suitors are not after her wealth or beauty or power. Instead, they genuinely are infatuated with Anna. And the soul contract between you and Anna should have driven many of them to the point of instantly by now. Yes, many intelligent ones will not read between the lines and see the soul contract for what it is: baggage holding back Anna. And these are the people you truly need to be worried about. These suitors are highly competent with a lot of patience. When you let your guard down, who knows, anything can happen. One second you are enjoying a magazine inside the toilet. Next second, you are a dead man inside a men's room with the magazine in one hand and another one on your crotch. Oh boy, you thought the soul contract would protect you from the trouble that the silver milk powder would bring. But now, it is the magnet attracting the real trouble your way. The one thing that made Luna jealous about Anna's life was the ex-lovers who were willing to sacrifice themselves for her and could not bear to see any harm done to her. Most of Anna's lovers are incredible men who make any woman a happy wife, but Anna rejected them all because of her commitment issues which stemmed from her divorced parents. Anna's father, despite his absence in her life, he messed her up. What are you trying to say? Do you want me to cancel the soul contract between Anna and me? If not for that, I would have already become a slave of your royal family. If your point is for me to cancel the contract between Anna and me, then you can give it a rest, as that is not happening. I don't know what Luna was trying to achieve from her speech earlier, but all I heard was a warning that I should lift the soul contract between Anna and me before one of her frantic suitors tries to get rid of me to free Anna from the soul contract. Quite the opposite, actually. I was hoping you could take responsibility and make the contract official by marrying my cousin. The soul contract of yours already makes Anna your full-time nanny. I don't know what she was thinking when she signed the contract. That topic is for another day. You don't actually believe you can have the heiress of the Heatsend royal family work as your bodyguard for the rest of your life, right? If not for Anna speaking up for you and you being needed for the silver milk powder project, my aunt would have already disposed of you. First, Luna's thoughts aligned with her grandpa's desire to enslave Wyatt. But now, after seeing the mecha cards, Luna realized the potential and talent in Wyatt. And seeing her grandfather trying to recruit Wyatt as his disciple, Luna was sure that any amount of investment done on Wyatt now, several times of that, could be reaped in the future. And for some unknown reason, her cousin seemed to be fascinated with the boy. Is it love, just a fling? It was hard to tell. After all, it was Anna who would change men like changing clothes. But for some reason, her gut told her that Anna was serious about this boy. Anna had slept with her arranged fiancé and made her the joke in the eyes of her friends and colleagues alike. But the fact remained that because of Anna, her arranged marriage was annulled. Knowing or unknowing, Anna helped her escape a disastrous future. So she owned Anna one. Therefore, as a way to pay back Anna, Luna decided to become the matchmaker between Anna and her crush. I was not dense enough to not realize that Luna was trying to intimidate me into committing to something I did not want, a relationship. No, she is reaching for something more than a committed relationship, a marriage. It would have been better if Luna had threatened me to cancel the contract between Anna and me instead. Duck with an F. Why are the grandfather and granddaughter pair acting weirdly today? The grandfather wants to be my mentor, and the granddaughter wants to be my sister-in-law. What are they scheming now? Just yesterday, they were trying to convince me that they were protecting me when they actually were trying to get a free and willing slave for their family by declaring me dead to the world and erasing my presence from the face of the world. I wasn't afraid of their conspires, but how they deployed their conspiracy. It was becoming harder for me to tell whether they were genuine or hatching something. This made it harder for me to decide how to respond to them. One thing I have noticed, No matter the way they used, both the grandfather and granddaughter pair were trying to hitch me to the Heatsend royal train, making it clear to me that they are thinking that if they could not make me a slave of the royal family, they wanted to make me a loyal subordinate of the royal family. One thing was clear: the conspiracies of the two seemed to be revolving around the interest of the Heatsend royal family. I did not have to answer Luna or Lorenzo, but Anna, as she was the one who was being affected here, so I looked her in the eyes and asked, "Do you feel the same way? Do you think I should be held responsible too?" "No. I like you, and I will make you mine in my way. You marrying me just because that is the best option for your problems is not what I want. I want you to marry me because I am the right one for you. Because you feel the same way I feel about you. Because you want to spend the rest of your life with me. Because you are madly in love with me, and the thought of living separated from me kills you." As far as the soul contract goes, I signed the contract fully aware of what I was signing up for. So you do not have to worry about my mother or my family. Nobody would do anything that would hurt me. Anna's answer could not be more precise. Having explained where she stood, Anna turned to her cousin and said, "Luna, I know what you are trying to do, and it is good to know that you have forgiven me for real. But, stay out of my love life. Do not pressure him. What if you scare him away?" "Got it, loud and clear. You could say it civilly, you know." Getting an answer from Anna herself, Luna decided to mind her own business. "Civil? Look who is talking about being civil. I have seen how you researchers can get during the year-end university funds distributing. I have seen my share of nasty, but that SHD in there. I do not have words to describe it." Anna loved her cousin, but she found her high-class, upscale act a bit annoying. "Why do you have to act superior? Is it just because you are a scholar? Why can't you be yourself? University funding distribution is different. It is a battlefield. What if they give all the money to the mortal alchemy and medicine department? We have no choice but to fight. You can't judge a person on that." Lorenzo came to defend his granddaughter, and he was proud that she could fight for her department's funding. That is how he raised her. You would say that. You both are stitched from the same cloth. It's like a thief Ollie being a thief. Anna sarcastically responded. Lorenz gave up because whatever he said would only make it worse. "Old man, you two back off of Wyatt. If he wants to join the Heatsend royal family, he will enter it. That's his choice, but if you scare him off, I will be your worst nightmare." Anna warned Lorenzo to stop with his conspiracy, as she believed his stubborn pursuit of making Wyatt join the family would end up driving him away instead. "So, you guys, how was the demonstration? Did you like the beast mecha cards?" Since Anna took care of the granddaughter and grandfather duo, I asked them the question of the hour. The beast mecha cards were everything you promised, and the Megamorpher was unbelievable. Anna enthusiastically praised the beast mecha cards and the Megamorpher. Her sparkling eyes told that she was genuinely impressed by the cards and their capability. The cards were fantastic, and they performed exceptionally even beyond what I was expecting. Not to mention they are rune item cards. Now all that remains is the production details. How many of these cards can you make in a day? Without exception, Luna also officially became a fan of the beast mecha cards. It would not be wrong to say that she has become a fan of mechas in general. Not only had she become a fan, but she planned to create a private army of card apprentices equipped with mecha cards powered by broken runes in general rune mecha cards. Good. Hearing Luna's question, I knew the big fish had bitten the bait, and I was enthusiastically going to reel in the fish by answering Luna's questions until she was satisfied, but was interrupted by Lorenzo. "Wait before we go into details or make any promises. We should address the issue regarding the Megamorpher." I guess I was wishful, thinking that Lorenzo would heed Anna's warning and stop causing trouble for me. What about Megamorpher? Since Lorenzo is my client, I saw it as my duty to solve Lorenzo's problems regarding my products. The same old. I reminded you earlier that there are flaws in your formation array used to combine the beast mecha to form Megamorpher, right? How are you going to fix it? From Lorenzo's question, I knew for sure he asked the question to create difficulties for me. It seems he took my rejection of him becoming my mentor to heart. That error in the formation array used to combine the beast mecha to form Megamorpher is not because of me, but because of the formation array cards I used. If you can provide me with better formation carry cards, I will use them to create the mechas. That way, there will be no apparent flaws when they combine to form Megamorpher. Lorenzo and everybody present here knew that I had very shallow knowledge of the formation array cards, And that is why I made use of ready-made formation array cards as ingredients to create the mecha cards. Yet Lorenzo still chose to ask me about the flaws in the formation array cards I used. How am I supposed to answer the flaws of formation array cards created by another card creationist? I know this looks like pushing the blame. Yes, this guy is purposefully making trouble, and he is my client. So I politely answered that if he is willing to supply me with better formation array cards, I will use them as an ingredient to create the mecha cards. Grandpa, are you satisfied? Now can we move on to other details? Luna was pissed seeing her grandfather act petty when she was about to talk business. Yes, that's it for now. You can proceed with the production details and other stuff. Lorenzo did not want to piss off his granddaughter. She may look like a cuddly little doll, but when she gets angry, she turns into a raging beast out for blood. Wyatt, since you have spoken already, we will supply you with all the card ingredients required for the mecha cards. And how? Having dealt with her grandfather, Luna started taking business with me, but was interrupted by me. Wait, I meant that if you can supply the formation array cards since the ones in the market are not up to your taste. But the rest of the ingredients would still be procured by our card boutique. If Luna supplies all the card ingredients, then Susan would miss out on a considerable fortune that she could have amassed on the commission would be lost. Susan is my exclusive manager, meaning I am her source of income. I could not just let my client bring the ingredients. That would mean I would be running over Susan, which would not be professional. Wyatt, you are kidding, right? How is your card boutique going to procure such massive amounts of rare card ingredients when it could hardly gather enough ingredients for the 3 beast mecha cards? Luna looked at me with disbelief, but she did make valid points. It's not that I did not think of this problem. I did and decided to discuss it with Susan later. But impressed by the mecha cards, Luna enthusiastically wanted to please the order on the spot. About that, I wanted to excuse myself and have a discussion with Susan to check what she thought about the dilemma. I know she cannot amass such a massive amount of the rare ingredients, but I want her to supply the other card ingredients that she can procure in Sky Blossom City. But before I could do that, Susan herself stepped in. Wyatt, Emperor Luna is right. By the looks of it, Her Highness is planning to place a large order. I cannot procure such a large amount of rare ingredients. And not to mention, I do not think that the rare ingredients I procure would be as good as the ones provided by Emperor Luna. Susan came clean that the assignment was way beyond her capabilities, and it would be better if Luna provided the ingredients. What Susan said did bump me out, except for the last part. What does she mean by the rare ingredients I procure would be as good as the ones provided by Emperor Luna? This part enraged me since I understood Susan blamed herself for the flaws in the formation array pointed out by Lorenzo. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.